we have it set up in the other room? I think we have it set up in the other room.
Oh.
But let me.
Yeah, just to make sure that we
Yes.
are streaming.
I should probably follow her account.
Delay.
Okay. That's what should be.
But yeah.
Okay. Cool. So that's working.
Yeah.
Do we need to turn on comments on here? Or can we do anything else? Yeah. So.
Here, I don't want you to worry about it. I will figure out
Okay.
comments.
So then, as long as I am sharing the presentation, then we should be good.
So you just switched.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you switched to PowerPoint.
Mm-hmm.
The screen is now showing a black screen.
But I'm sharing it on Zoom. I'm sharing my screen on Zoom, and the screen is sharing to the PowerPoint.
Oh my god, that's right. Okay.
So that works, right?
Yeah.
I can double check again, but it should be all of this. Cool. Oh, interesting. So it's actually showing my actual screen. So duplicate slideshow. I was just thinking, yeah, don't shut the door all the way because I don't know if it auto locks. Okay. We've been doing it so long. Okay. And then from here, like if someone pops up.
YouTube Live will always show whatever Zoom is showing.
Okay. So then there should be we will also need someone to be how can I set it now that if someone comes in they can automatically sorry, I need it to be able that people can everyone's able to share their screen if they log into Zoom.
That should be
Yes. Is that a setting in here?
has to go to more. Probably video. We're gonna want that on. Yeah.
You know, I think it's fine if we have to exit out of the PowerPoint to give someone access.
Yeah.
And we can set that up because hopefully when people are joined, we'll just be like during the break, we'll just do all of that. Oh wait. Advanced sharing options. You can share all participants. This is only me. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. So we would stop our screen share for the. All right. Perfect. Yeah, and then
To duplicate.
payment to set up, but I think it'll be worth it. And I think this is. I think it's fundamentally easier. It's just it's the first time we're doing YouTube Live.
It's true.
Stop. And finish your vomit. 1 minute straight.
Do we want to change the share? Yes, we want to. Because most of the that has to be awkward design. Yeah.
Real cool first. I think it's interesting. That's true.
Too quickly. Yeah. No, that's what I want. Fine.
It's completely. When you present. Yeah, so I think they get no. Yeah.
It's up recording. Yeah. Those situations. Hopefully outbound goes over this year. You're screening out. But we're using Halo flat top on Chinese 5 down. But it's a Tesla capsule to connect those ways for their get the whole computers. And they have to use this experience and work on there. I remember I wanted to bring on this to my office. The room was about to change for us, but I didn't want to bring a laptop. Where are you? So I was wrapping up my strength and so I'll have premiums and then they all.
Okay, did you understand? What?
So.
The papers are right around.
I see a lot of salaries in the right democratic Republican where I believe that it's each other. They just they can't even just talk about what things in the face. They're not arguing with the traditional sense. Yeah. 47% of people are JPs. And what is some of it? This program is exactly a master's in research by undergraduate degree in political science and science. Yeah. So I was good. Yeah, I don't feel less. And so I was looking for a program. I wanted to be maybe humanities, but as much as I love literature, I still also love political science. These grades look at me were pretty my name's Dave. They had early 30s and then I told them that I was going to have. Well, I think go for it. Get there. Didn't. Yeah. Yeah. If you go certain when made to the fees program and that kind of for people have like a few guys the 4 years and that's what they are on. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. 3 years they are kind of abstract. I went through the Richard Zell where when I was this the balance from the time I love this program. Choice is like apply to the speed minus actually you can't it's just something really fun. Yes, you're not they or the bird songs. Better than should have the place safe to that is so that I was checking all the it's hard. It's been pretty hard. It's probably good for also enrollment. It's very easy. I'm not going to send that with Skyline. It's 64 about 40. Like the street number of house managers who say, but no, like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we used to have. Oh, yes.
Yeah, well, I feel
Right, everything's on actually and hot. What can you
felt that a mile away. Used to Jay hates to see you coming. Yeah. That's awesome.
I was a company. I went back.
Really?
In high school, I think
Because it's not real.
really just like in high school town. Well, I couldn't before, right? Like,
Yes. Just like, I'm taking this one paper.
I'm like, why?
Yeah. You have to attention. It's a good. No, I'm sure they were.
It's like the children on They're both their teacher's aide too. So he's like, that's
Yeah.
Yes.
Is this where we're? I guess so. I'm just gonna. Maybe for heavy.
There's no street.
It's awkward because of that. Yep.
There's finally not it. The coffee that I still recommend. Making sure the clicker works, and it did. Amazing. Great. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to ClassCon 3, or as I have been insistently saying in my brain, ClassCon Tokyo Drift. And I'm like, someone needed to make the joke. It needed to be me. Just a few kind of things as we get started. If you have any kind of like questions, concerns, just general, comments. If you're maybe new to the library and need to know like where the bathroom is because they're in kind of a strange place. Some of us have these nice little ask me buttons, so feel free to find any of us who have one of those and ask us questions. I'm maybe not the person to go to for directions, but someone else can. We also have something we've been trying to do every year is have an annual zine that goes along with the conference. So we have materials over there. Feel free to take them with you to your table, take them to the other room. Once you are done, we take all the zine pages, scan them in, create an actual digital zine, send it out to everybody so it can be things you felt inspired by, things about your own presentation, just general arts and crafts is always welcome. I'm excited to do arts and crafts at some point. Also, for people who maybe aren't staying for the entire conference, please join us tonight. We're having pizza and karaoke tonight in Schatzel Hall, room 228 at 8 p.m. If you don't know where Schatzel is, do ask someone else because again, not great at directions. I was in my head, I'm like, how do I tell people how to get there? I'm like, I don't know. There's a big porch on the building. Hopefully no other buildings have a big porch and you don't show up there. And finally, on behalf of the entire ClassCon organizing committee, we want to thank our sponsors, specifically the Department of English, ICS, the Institute for the Study of Society and Culture. Thank you, Sarah, for mouthing that to me. The School of Cultural and Critical Studies, and the Stoddard O'Neill Fund. All of our volunteers who have been helping out behind the scenes will be here today, and also you as collaborators and fellow presenters. And now I will turn it over to myself for the opening remarks. It's like, there's got to be a better transition there. There's not. So, we're in our third year now of ClassCon, which still kind of blows my mind. And ClassCon is at its heart a conference concerning the connections between class and culture. We clearly like a lot of alliteration in what we do. There are a lot of C's, which is why when I started thinking about how I wanted to open this year's conference, I was like, what's another C that kind of pops up? Like, we need the third C for the third year. And I kind of ended on community as being that third C. I first thought about the small community of just my fellow organizers, particularly this past year. They've been such a big support. They've really taught me that I can't do everything, and that's okay. I can ask for help and get it. And that's been really fantastic. There's the community of ClassCon itself. 3 years ago, I was really excited that we had a few people coming who weren't associated with BGSU. And now we have people from literally around the world who are going to be zooming in to do presentations. So just in 3 years, we went from pretty local to international, which is also really exciting for me. Thing keeps going away. It's fantastic that we are able to form this community of scholars who care about class issues, who want to talk about class, who care about it, how it impacts not only our lives as academics, but also the work that we do. This weekend, we are having a conference that discusses how socioeconomic class impacts and is understood through things like politics, education, popular culture, in many forms, technology, and within the lived experiences of marginalized groups. So, in a lot of ways, this is a conference pretty much dedicated to exploring how class is connected to this very long list of words that are currently being discouraged and censored by and within the United States government. And there's a lot of words there. Maybe hard to read all of them. Trying to fit in this many on a tiny screen was very difficult. And socioeconomic is on this list, but class is nowhere to be found. Labor is nowhere to be found. Unionization, nowhere to be found. So some of these key terms of class studies aren't actually there. And maybe that is because in some ways, class is more than just an identity someone can have. Class is about the relationship someone has to capital. To be working class is to have your labor exploited by those who own the means of production. But it is also an identity that people have grown to identify with, to be seen as. It feels like a loophole or like we're getting away with something that we get to do this conference right now. DEI programs, departments are being canceled, they are being closed around campuses across the country. Just this week, OSU canceled a conference dedicated to Women's History Month. So getting to have a school-sponsored conference about class, I feel very lucky we get to do this, but I also really do feel like, well, we kind of snuck in on something, but I think it only proves that what we're doing here is important, that it does good. And for me, part of doing good is having really difficult conversations. It's opening yourself up to vulnerability, to being judged, to being wrong, to being disappointed in others, by others, and yourself. So as I was writing this, I just kept thinking about this other community. I did not mean to be crying. I'm on new medication. It makes me cry a lot. That's what I'm gonna say. But there is this larger community of people who are impacted by this, who are dealing with poverty. And I think within an academic setting, it's really easy for us to think of how that impacts like us, all of my fellow grad students. We don't make money. We either make just little enough that we qualify for food stamps or just too much to not get anything. But poverty is also impacting people we may not expect. It's acknowledging that poverty is impacting the very same people who voted for the politicians who are making these words get banned. And, you don't have to go very far. I've heard people talk about it in the grocery store. I've had strangers come up to me in the grocery store and talk to me about it on multiple occasions, which happens a lot, actually, to me. But you don't have to go far to hear people complain about how hard it is to buy groceries, to afford rent. And within a lot of communities, especially liberal communities, it's not hard to hear people say, I can't believe people voted to sacrifice marginalized groups to afford food. And that's a really hard sentence to sit with. There's fear and terror happening to everyone right now. And what does that mean? And as I was writing this, I'm thinking about how community kind of exists within the and of it all. That systems of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, systems of oppression in general are not only alive and well, but feel like they're really thriving right now in America. And people are struggling to make rent, to feed themselves and their children. And all of those struggles exist within those systems of oppression in unequitable and unfair ways. Bell Hooks writes that all too often we think of community in terms of being with folks like ourselves, the same class, the same race, same ethnicity, same social standing, and the like. I think we need to be wary. We need to work against the danger of evoking something that we don't challenge ourselves to actually practice. And how do we practice being in a community with people that aren't like us? How do we bring those people in? And within my own lived experience, I think of how do we avoid looking down on those that we fundamentally and morally disagree with? How do we have sympathy and empathy for people who don't have empathy for us? How do we talk about poor people as something other than a group that needs to be educated and saved? We're as academics in the business of educating people. But how do we stay open to learning from people that we think are too stupid to see past their own self-interest? How do we expect to understand how do we expect other people to understand these larger systemic issues when their only concern is survival? How do we lead with compassion in a world that right now is just not compassionate? And I don't have any answers for that. If I did, I don't know, I feel like I would be getting paid a lot of money and like already have my PhD and everything. But these are just thoughts that I keep thinking about because for me, home's not just this academic community I've kind of carved out, but it's the small county where I'm from. With the exception of 2 years, I lived in Colorado and now being here in BG, my oh, well, basically my entire life was around those like little 6 corners, like 6 squares. Oh, it zooms. I'm just bad at making it show up on the screen.
Yeah, no, this is not a good way to do the screen.
Yeah,
I'm actually
that's me. Oh, okay. I'm gonna quiet.
sorry to interrupt, folks.
This is why we have an IT guy on standby. No, I won't. Romans closed have fake pockets. I have. 2 fake pockets currently, and I'm mad about all of them. But, my life for a long time happened in this very small area. And it's still where I want to be. I I constantly wonder what it says about myself, what it means for me as a human, that when I think of community, it's in a community that actively voted against me. That as a queer woman, a chronically ill woman, the people I see as home don't see me in that same way. Is it being naive? Is it being just very stubborn? I wonder if it makes me incredibly complicit within all these systems of repression, that I'm so willing to say, these people don't care about me and I care about them. You know, we want this conference to keep happening. Every single year, I'm like, man, I hope we get to do this again. And this is the first year that I truly don't know if we get to do this again. And, as I kind of reflect on this conference, I go back to Ray Brown, as I always do, as we all should. And with Ben Urish and something published after he passed, he wrote that present-day cultures are like a mighty tree that has its roots implanted in the cultures of the past. Every leaf on the tree of life, though tied to the main branches for life's sustenance, wants to shine in its individual beauty. And he wrote about how every community has a lot of value, and we should really acknowledge all of that value. And for the first time reading Ray Brown, I was like, I don't know, Ray. I don't know if I agree with you here. Ray Brown wrote about wanting to use cultural studies to, leap the ivory tower, to connect with the working class students that we have, community members, just strangers. And, as I'm reading this, I just think not every part of a tree is beautiful, but it's still a part of the tree. And that there's a really big difference between removing the blight that damages the tree and destroys it, and cutting off all of the leaves that have just been like eaten by a bug. If you know me, you know that I love a plant metaphor. I will talk about agriculture every chance I get. I didn't think I was going to do it here, and then I was like, just kidding. I gotta talk about corn apparently. But I started thinking about how, if we think of community as a plant, you know, capitalism changed what agriculture is. It changed our relationship to how we look at nature. A blight hitting your crops, a disease hitting your crops, it stopped meaning that, oh, we don't now have food for the winter. We may not be able to eat. Instead, it became about profits going down. Everyone's futures are not going to make money, or however crop futures work. I still don't understand them. But, we even have people marketing ugly plants as something to buy to help the environment. Let's ignore the fact that industrial agriculture causes more waste and pollution than the average human being does. But it's saying that, hey, even those ugly plants, you can help the environment now. But if you're hungry, you don't care what your pepper looks like. It doesn't matter. And honestly, none of those plants even look that bad. You know, and I think community is very, very similar. You know, when you have an entire forest instead of just a tree, you don't tear down the entire forest because one of the trees are dead. I grew up on a Christmas tree farm. If weevils attack the trees, you get rid of the trees that have the most weevils. And you put in the effort to save the trees that are salvageable. And I think when we think of community, it's really easy to just say, cut out all of the dead trees. They're not pretty. They're not helpful. Just get rid of them. But what does it mean to just cut people out of the community? But I was hoping to start the conference off on this really optimistic note of man, this is really cool. And it is cool. But also what we're doing is so important right now. Again, I don't know if we get to do this next year. If we do, it may be all on Zoom. It may be at a church. I don't know. I can't predict what's going to happen. I don't think any of us can predict the changes that have happened in the past, week, day, maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked at the news yet today. But, if we don't get to have ClassCon, I hope that we can take what we've learned from this community and extend it. I hope if we get to have ClassCon again, it's not just inviting people from other academic disciplines. It's inviting everyone who's impacted by class issues into the room, whether or not we necessarily see them as friends. I'm lucky that a lot of people in my community are my friends, but if my community is only my friends, then that's a middle school clique. It's very different. I hope that we can be united by the work that we do to find solutions and solidarity and hard conversations, a willingness to change, to be wrong. And I had fully intended to end my talk there. And as I was writing this, I was listening to music and one of my favorite songs came on. And just this little serendipitous moment. Jeff Buckley's cover of I Know It's Over by the Smiths, which everyone should listen to his cover instead. And he sings that it takes guts to be gentle and kind. And I think right now we not only need more gentleness and kindness, but we need more people with guts. And that's what I think we get to do here. So thank you for being here. Thank you for watching me cry. This is a sentence I have said quite a few times in public locations. And I am very excited to turn it over to Heidi Neese of the Theater and Film Department to talk about land acknowledgement, some of those ways that we can keep doing good on this campus. Thank you. I'm going to not take the microphone with me.
Great job.
No, you're gonna go get it.
I'll project or not? I can't project. Oh, Zoom. Yes. Okay. Well. What? Perfect.
You good without it?
Okay. I'll use my theater voice and project. Yes. Oh, but is Zoom perfect? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Haley. Yeah, a lot resonates. Thank you. Thank you to everybody who put in so much work, so much labor into gathering us today. Thank you for being here. So let's start acknowledging where we are. The region in which Bowling Green State University and its campuses are situated inhabit the Great Black Swamp and the Lower Great Lakes region. This land is the homeland of the Wyandot, Kickapoo, Miami, Potawatomi, Odawa, and multiple other indigenous tribal nations, present and past, who were forcibly removed to and from the area. We recognize these historical and contemporary ties in our efforts towards indigenizing history and thank the Indigenous individuals and communities who have been living and working on this land from time immemorial. So I'm guessing land acknowledgements, I'm guessing most of you have encountered land acknowledgements in some shape, way, or form in various gatherings and venues. A little bit about what is a land acknowledgement. Land acknowledgements can be different things to different people at different times, to different groups in different settings. But it's typically a way to recognize and thank the people for whom a place is homeland. Practice has been around a while. This practice has been around for a while in Canada, Australia, New Zealand. In the United States, we've really seen this practice increase in the last decade. In 2020, here at BGSU, a group of faculty, students, and staff got together to start talking about researching and developing land acknowledgement statements that could be used here at the university. Um, and if you're interested in knowing more about the process, I'm happy to talk about that process um, later. Uh, but we also developed a land acknowledgement website that lives on the BGSU web, the overall BGSU website. It includes the various incarnations of the statement, as well as resources about land acknowledgement as a practice, but also including, there are criticisms, um there are a lot of questions about the utility of land acknowledgement, very important, deserved questions about the utility of land acknowledgement, and we'll get into that here in a moment some more. For this committee of people, the purpose of land acknowledgement was to educate. The idea was to raise awareness to our campus community and surrounding communities. So some context that made this aim to educate very immediate to us. Ohio has no federally recognized tribes. It also has no state recognized tribes. Um, and Ohio has the highest number of Indian mascots in the country at 195. Haley talked about her connection with home. I grew up in Piqua, Ohio. Piqua is still the Piqua Indians, right? And so having that kind of um, that tension with your home, in various ways, right? Um, Nationally, 87% of state level history standards fail to cover Native people's history post 1900. Specifically in Ohio, as of 2017, Ohio ranked 46th in terms of the number of state standards that are required that are related to Native contexts at all. And none of those standards require the teaching of Native context, Native information past 1900. So when we think about these contexts for where we are, right, these contexts perpetuate narratives of absence. They perpetuate narratives that Native people are in and of the past, right? And so these were some of the gaps that we were responding to. But also, there are all of these contemporary issues that a lot of people do not realize tribal nations are facing on a daily basis, right? I put sovereignty at the top because a lot of it goes back to sovereignty. Um, Many of the students, at least the students that I teach, don't realize that while Native American has been racialized as an identity, and that is through federal policy in the 1900s, or I'm sorry, the 19th century through today. Um, while it has become a racialized identity, it is first a citizenship identity, right? When we talk about people being citizens of tribes, we're talking about sovereignty, the sovereignty of those tribal nations, right? Um, and so sovereignty and ways in which sovereignty is often being chipped away at. MMIW, missing and murdered Indigenous women, right? And MMIW itself is a movement that is trying to raise awareness of the fact that Native women demographically are part of this missing and murdered um, statistic than any other group, right? And that for multiple reasons, a lot of them going back to sovereignty, oftentimes cases of missing Indigenous women are ignored. Representation. Right, so continual efforts by people across media and the arts to bring sovereignty to representations of Native cultures, Native stories, Native systems of governance, etc. Language revitalization, land and waterways, and the constant attacks on land and waterways, generational trauma and the processing of generational trauma, especially with regard to the Indian boarding school system. Right? So these are all issues that tribal nations are grappling with that a lot of people just aren't aware of. And so here again, we see gaps. Right? So how can a statement capture everything? Well, the answer is obvious, right? It can't. A statement cannot possibly capture everything. A statement can be a first step. And for the committee, that was our approach, that a statement, developing a land acknowledgement statement, would be a first step towards education, towards raising awareness, to a first step towards action. So what have we done? That's the next question. How have we gone beyond statement? Well, one of the ways in which we've gone beyond statement, Jen Stucker, who is a professor in graphic design here at the university, and myself, we started a guest speaker series in 2022 called In the Round. And the guest speaker series features Native American and Indigenous speakers from across the 6 areas of the arts that we offer as majors of study here at the university. So those include creative writing, theater, film, music, art, and design. So we thought, hey, this will be a 1-year series. We will invite 6 speakers, and that's what In the Round will be. And so that first year started in spring 2022. We had actually 3 speakers that semester, and then in the fall we had 4 speakers. As we continued with the series, we got to a moment where we said, well, this can't be a 1-year and done endeavor. That becomes a check the box initiative, right? That becomes, like many land acknowledgement statements, a check the box initiative. So we decided to continue this series. And so beyond that those initial 7 speakers, we have continued to invite speakers, not 7 a year, because we were not able to plan that much, but we have a variable number of speakers each year. We also expanded the kind of types of programming that happened. So Ryan Redcorn, who, if you've ever seen Reservation Dogs, he's a writer on Reservation Dogs. He's a member of the 1491s. He's a photographer. He's a filmmaker. He screened one of his short films. James Jones, who is an online content creator, hoop dancer, powwow dancer. He did a performance and talk this past fall, as you can see from the pictures. They were amazing performances, right? These amazing glow hoops that he used. Every time we host a speaker, we go beyond a talk. So there is a campus talk. All the campus talks are always open and free to everyone. But we've also been able to collaborate with various units and individuals across campus. So we've worked extensively with Sarah on inviting the speakers to be part of the Big Ideas podcast series. We've worked with WBGU's The Journal, the morning show with Clint Core. So different artists have extended out into the community through these venues. We've also collaborated with the Wood County District Public Library. So a lot of the authors and illustrators will also do community talks at the public library. We connect with different students and faculty. Sometimes that's Q&A sessions with classes or with students. Sometimes that's feedback sessions. In the bottom left-hand corner, Frank Wan, who is a Lakota hip-hop artist, he is visiting the music archives just upstairs. We've also developed with Colleen Boff in the Curriculum Resource Center, we've developed LibGuides on each of the speakers. And so that creates more resources in case students want to learn more, in case faculty want resources to help integrate the artist's work into their own classroom settings. These are just more pictures, specifically of Carol Lindstrom and Michaela Goad, author and illustrator of We Are Water Protectors, who did both a library talk and a talk here on campus as well. So we've also programming. We've been very fortunate to work with some various partners to be able to distribute books into the local schools, into local families, trying to set the preconditions for young people to learn about Native cultures from Native creators. And so the WBGU PBS and the Ohio Learn 360 grant allowed us to distribute copies of Fry Bread to K through fifth graders in the city school district, as well as pass out copies to families who came to the library talk. We have also uh, we continued that partnership and worked with private donors, Lee and Merge Missouri, to pass out copies of We Are Grateful by Tracy Sorrell. This was last year to pre-K through second graders, and classified to third through fifth graders. Now, classified, what's really great about classified, it's classified the secret career of Marigold Ross, Cherokee aerospace engineer. Marigold Ross in the 1940s was the first woman engineer hired at Lockheed. And we thought this was really exciting because this book fit really well with Ohio Department of Education standards for fourth and fifth graders in terms of reading biographies. And it's a historical figure post 1900, right? So we were really excited about that. We've worked with the Kiwanis Club to develop story walks at different locations in town. We've also distributed copies to not just students, but teachers at the schools, school libraries, making sure that future students have access to these texts, as well as inclusive early education majors who were graduating here at BGSU and student teachers. We also developed teacher packets and additional resources in order to really help teachers integrate these into their classroom curriculum, knowing that teachers are super busy, right? So they might not have time. They might like the book, but not have time to actually integrate it into what they're doing very easily. This is Kevin Noble Millard and Juana Martinez Neal, who wrote and illustrated Fry Bread. And at the library, they did this amazing thing where Kevin read the book and Juana drew one of the illustrations on the smartboard. So you had these two modalities of storytelling happening at once. It was really great. Um, these are just pictures of Tracy Sorrell. You can see pictures of distributing books at the elementary schools, um, kids getting their books signed by Tracy. So we're really excited about the educational arm of this. And Talon Silverhorn, who is a citizen of Shawnee Tribe, and he works for the Ohio Department of Natural Resources. I love this quote. Most commonly, people are asking questions about our past. Keep asking questions about our future. Keep asking questions about what we want to do, not what we did, all right? And so the reason I love this quote is because it speaks to one of our aims within the round to render visible the presence of Native artists and activism. And we think about presence not just spatially, but temporally as well. So when Talon came, Talon does a lot of work in reenactment and living history. He also oversaw the development of the Shawnee Cultural Center that just opened in Xenia, Ohio. So he came and he talked to students, fifth grade students. So we brought fifth grade students to the union. They were really excited. There was actually, we found out from the principals, there was an uptick in the number of Native related books that were being checked out of the school libraries. Um, and then, of course, our follow up question in our mind was, what texts do you have in your libraries, right? So continued work on getting those books out there. Um, so we continue the series. A week from today, Aragon Starr will be here. She's a musician, so she'll be performing and she'll be speaking. She's a playwright. She's an actor. She's a comic book creator. I'm stressing that one because I know this is a crowd who likes comic books, right? So she has 3 volumes of Super Indian, which is her comic book series that she created. She also illustrated Tracy Sorrell's book Contenders, which is about, I think it's the 1915 World Series, wherein each team had a Native baseball player. on their teams. And then the graphic novel Tales of the Mighty Code Talkers, which she contributed to and also edited. It features the work of multiple Native artists telling the stories of various code talkers, not just Navajo, but also Choctaw and Cherokee. We were able to distribute copies of this book to sixth and seventh graders in this district. So we're really excited about that. And then next year, so mark your calendars, because next year Robin Wall Kimmer, author of Braiding Sweetgrass, will be here and doing a campus and community talk at that point. So impact and challenges, things we have found. So we've hosted 12 speakers. Aragon will be the 13th. We've had over 2,000 attendees across the series of talks. We've had 8 ICS podcast collaborations, 10 classroom visits by speakers, collaborations with 5 regional partners, the dissemination of over 2,800 books to area students, families, teachers, libraries, and BGSU education majors. And so we're excited about what has happened, but we also know that there's further work to do. Without any federally recognized tribes here in Ohio, it is difficult to make connections, to build relationships with tribal nations, with individuals, and that is something that we are definitely wanting to continue to work on and strive towards. Because we want to, well, our primary aim is to educate non-Native audiences, non-Native community members. We also would love to try to find ways that we can serve Native communities. So that is work that we have more work to do in that area. I often hear and have wondered myself at different points, like, how do I learn more? Right? So now is just my quick hit list of recommendations, not exhaustive. So a lot of these are books that these aren't fiction books, right? These are books that are resources looking at various tribal nations, various histories from tribal perspectives, from Native perspectives. But also, I want to point out the back matter of children's books is incredible, right? So there is a lot that I have learned from reading the back matter of Native children's books. Podcast, of course, I have to say BG Ideas podcast, right? Because there's been 8 with Native artists. All my relations, this land looks a lot at what's going on legislatively, and sovereignty. So that if those are issues that are important to you, check out This Land. Pretendians is a new podcast that just came out this past fall, which looks at pretendianism, which is kind of a hot in academic circles. A lot of times we hear about it. An academic has been exposed as saying they're Native, but they're not Native. There's a lot of complexity to the question of what makes someone Native, right? And we could have a whole conference on that, right? So there's a lot of complexity there, and I want to recognize that. I want to also point out that another thing about Ohio is there are a lot of groups of nonprofit organizations. Because there are no federally or state recognized tribes, there are a lot of nonprofit organizations that claim Shawnee identity that the 3 federally recognized Shawnee tribes do not recognize, right? So, this is an issue that is also very close to home, thinking of this area as home. Websites, Illuminated, put that on your bookmark list, please. It's so helpful. Land Grab Universities it's a project that maps out visually where land grant universities are and where their funds actually came from, as in what lands from what tribal nations those institutions were built on. So the Smithsonian National Museum of the American Indian, the Miami Center, housed at Miami University, they are doing incredible work serving the tribe. Definitely check out what they're doing. Individual tribal nations websites. If you want to learn more about Cherokee Nation, go to the Cherokee Nation website. If you want to learn more about Wyandotte Nation, go to the Wyandotte Nation website. And then this is for fun. The 1491s, which is a comedy troupe, all native comedy troupe. 1491s, get it? Yeah. See, yeah. So they have short form and long form content. Definitely check out what they're doing. Films, television shows, Reservation Dogs, Resball, Real Engine is a documentary. Native America is a series on PBS that highlights various Native figures. Echo in the Marvel series. OCO, which I actually have some flyers from OCO. They're a PBS affiliate, and this is part of Cherokee Nation, and they have a lot of great content about various Cherokee Nation figures. OCO, Voices of the Cherokee People. I also put some stickers out next weekend. So here's the thing: next weekend you can come see Aragon Star on Friday, and then you can go to Ann Arbor and go to the annual University of Michigan powwow, which is a huge event. And if you're like, I have not been to a powwow, I don't really know what that's about. On this website, they offer an etiquette page to help people understand what is expected, what is proper etiquette, what is not proper etiquette at a powwow. The Marathon Center for Performing Arts in Finland has a virtual author series, and they recently hosted Wabgushi Grice. And so that recording is actually available through the Finley Library's website for free. Great Council State Park. This is the cultural center that Talon Silverhorn helped oversee. That is open now, so you can visit that. Um, this type of work takes time, more time than just a statement. Those statements can be a significant first step. It also takes a lot of collaboration. I would be remiss if I did not share all the various units and partners who have helped to make In the Round happen. We are grateful for the partners who have made and continue to make this series possible. And I want to wrap up with a quote from Robin Wall Kimmerer. Gratitude and reciprocity are the currency of a gift economy, and they have the remarkable property of multiplying with every exchange, their energy concentrating as they pass from hand to hand, a truly renewable resource. That's from her most recent book, The Service Berry. So if we return to the statement, we end the statement with we thank the indigenous individuals and communities who have been living and working on this land from time immemorial. So I leave you with this. How do we, as a community of scholars, teachers, artists, lifelong learners, how do we go beyond statement toward expressing gratitude and engaging reciprocity in the work we do and the relationships we build? Thank you. Oh, my props. So if you want to check out any of the books, comic books, I got it all up here.
You know, to take a quick break. That's fantastic. Every team. I've seen this one every time. I think something new. And also the short thing, top step ways about the elevators, the nice display about ClassPod, features and the presentation that we have, and then it's put together the staff from Popular Library and the fourth floor. That's what you want. Switching out the display and stopping down the fourth floor. So we'll see you all in a few minutes. Thank you.
We're gonna try to check Zoom.
What are we trying to do?
So okay, we still don't have anyone else on the Zoom call.
Put these up here.
Mhm. Okay. Okay.
So how long, right, how, what? If I'm trying to,
Mhm.
how long is everybody going?
15.
15?
Yeah, although right now we currently don't have any of our Zoom presenters doing those Zooms.
Right, that does seem like.
So
Maybe we should reach out.
um,
So are they not doing it?
Yeah, they're not on this.
Huh. It's weird. No, it's fine. It's fine. Right here's top.
So we're
Yeah.
it's okay. So when we get started in a couple minutes, seconds, how Zoom will work is that everyone should be able to, the people presenting on Zoom have the ability to share their screen. So once the slide with their own name pops up, they should be able to share their screen and do their presentation,
Okay.
unshare their screen, and then the next person will go,
Okay.
and then we'll have time for questions.
Okay.
So what's still working? I don't know.
going to go in the other room and make sure the screen is working. I will text you.
See. So everything should be working.
Okay.
We want to give people a couple seconds. I know some people.
And I can just use this to change slides,
Or
okay.
or those work.
Yeah.
And if you're worried about sound, we do have a lapel mic in the back or a handheld one you can use as well.
I'm pretty loud, so.
It's someone who is not loud.
My wife says I have no inside voice.
Is it helpful? I'm gonna give you some like a 2 minute or 1 minute.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and I can always cut to the chase if it goes too long.
So
Yeah. Okay, well, welcome. My name is David Muir. I'm a retired professor of English from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Recently moved back to the Midwest. A couple years ago, my wife is working at Indiana University, and I'm originally from Toledo, so a proud graduate of Bowling Green State University, 1985. 40 years, man. So it's great to be back. I'll introduce the panelists, and we'll wait till the very end to have any questions. I'll be starting things off with the presentation. Here, everyone gets by just barely. Race, class, place, and menacing violence in Russell Banks' American Spirits. After he died from cancer in early 2023, Russell Banks was rightly eulogized for the humane and realist sensibilities in his fiction, as his vivid portrayals of working class Americans grappling with issues of poverty, race, and class placed him among the first ranks of contemporary novelists. In his posthumously published collection, American Spirits, the title is based on a brand of cigarettes that Banks and two of the characters in his opening story smoked. The author continues his neo-realist exploration of the doomed and forgotten American male, here through a powerful triptych of novellas set in Sam Dent, a fictional representation of Keene, New York, the village in the Adirondack high peaks where Banks lived and wrote for many years. That was also the setting for his 1991 novel, The Sweet Hereafter. And in the kind of self-intersexuality for which he's known, Banks reintroduces us in American Spirits to the people and places that highlight the conjuncture of America's racial stain and the injuries of class society that often leads to tragedy and violence, especially if guns are added to the mix, as occurs in the stories Nowhere Man and Kidnap. With traces of, and perhaps as an homage to, Anderson's Winesburg, Ohio, plus intertextual references to Banks' own works, including Trailer Park, an earlier collection of linked stories, which also employs a first-person plural narrator. American Spirits explores the conflicting nexuses of class, race, and contemporary politics as they converge in Sam Dent, a symbol of the country's great striving middle. Quote, the hometown for 1,100 disparate folks where everyone gets by just barely, end quote. In American Spirits, as in Trailer Park and his prior fictions, Banks expresses an astonishing capacity to convey sympathy for his characters, part of families struggling to come to terms with post-industrial economic and cultural conditions that began during the greater socioeconomic polarization of the Reagan years and have accelerated exponentially in Trump-era America. As critic Anthony Hutchison puts it, quote, that is Banks, is the modern invisible republic of the northern poor, eking out existences in isolated trailer parks and decaying family homes built by earlier generations, end quote. But Banks is not slumming in his trailer park tales. His own drunken troll father, who's loosely fictionalized in his book Affliction, 1989, beat him brutally. And Banks knows how grief and guilt shatter and unite families in small towns. That is, Banks writes from a position of empathetic closeness to his characters. Poet Chase Twitchell, Banks' widow, said that, quote, Russell definitely identified with the local people in Keene more than the summer people, end quote. Hence, his stories become a means of exploring the author's own personal roots and demons, and Banks would later translate the emotional scars of his early experiences into the nearly archetypal themes and situations of many of his stories, which chart, as Don Lee explains, quote, the pain and loneliness of the poor, the polarities of good and evil, the class struggles in which disenfranchised become both perpetrators uh, and victims of violence, end quote. That child parent dynamic of alienation and loss, what one critic calls the harsh alchemy between parents and progeny, or the tradition of tormented fathers and sons, permeates a story like Nowhere Man, the opening novella in American Spirits, which, like Banks' earlier Trailer Park and the model of Anderson's Winesburg, Ohio, presents a series of stories interconnected in form, content, and overall mood. Nowhere Man, the title alludes to a Beatles song of the same name, also encapsulates succinctly the main theme in nearly all of Banks' work, which for critic Robert Niemi is, quote, the terrible isolation of the poor, a condition which breeds enemy, derangement, and various forms of suicidal behavior, end quote, for its working class characters. Doug LaFleur, the protagonist of Nowhere Man, is one of those working class characters in Sam Dent, who feel frustrated and powerless, increasingly untrustworthy of everyone except President Trump. Although he can't explain this to his wife, Debbie. Like many of Banks' male characters, Doug is portrayed as, quote, one of those men whose body seems more intelligent than his mouth, end quote. And in Doug's case, that failure to communicate is very much tied up with his class status. As we're told early on about the class composition and economic precarity of Sam Dent, quote, half the town takes care of the other half, or at least donates a month's time or income to the care and feeding of those who have nothing to donate. It's a form of tithing, end quote. A struggling handyman and caretaker of downstate rich people's properties, Doug is eventually forced to sell a good chunk of his family's woodlands, the only thing that boosts his sense of worth or identity, on the outskirts of Sam Dent to Yuri Zingerman, an IDF trained outsider who builds a paramilitary center on the site and then forbids Doug from ever hunting again on his long-time family owned land. Increasingly paranoid and convinced that Zimmerman, as well as the other locals, business people, bankers, quote, state and federal politicians, except for President Trump, end quote, were, quote, secretly conspiring together to impoverish and humiliate him and keep him from being the man that he was meant to be, end quote. Doug, a self proclaimed victim, uh, is the perfect MAGA dupe who can't give voice to his frustration and lack of agency. And so he blames such larger amorphous forces and people for his plight. His failures at communication, which lead to the unnerving violence of the story's ending, are expressed metaphorically by the narrator at one point late in the story, who attempts to plumb Doug's psychology. Quote, he tried several times to explain this to Debbie, but it was like a ball of snakes, and he couldn't separate the many strands of oppression and humiliation and identify their individual weaknesses and kill the snakes by cutting off their heads one by one and wake up one morning brimming with self-respect, a man among men, admired by women and children and other men, end quote. Doug's rage and fear and righteousness eventually devolved into a physical confrontation with Zimmerman, whom he both envied and admired, and who he hated and mistrusted. And when Zimmerman shoots and kills Doug's son Max in self-defense after the boy had aimed a rifle at the man in a misguided effort to protect his father, Doug admits to being the nowhere man of the story's title, and later, unable to come to terms with his son's death, he was drunkenly, quote, driving his pickup truck back to Sam Dent one snowy night, swerved off the road near Lincoln Pond and hit a tree and was killed, end quote. The passive voice of the language here suggesting both the casual nature of his death and probably suicidal intention. What's left is the land. Zimmerman buys the LaFleur's remaining parcel, bulldozes the house, pushes the wreckage into the cellar, hole and topped it with soil from the ground nearby and let nature have its way with it. The implication is that those humans who inhabited that place and their assorted tragedies are ultimately expendable and forgotten, with the land possessing the kind of sentience of its permanence, a trope in many of Manx's stories, including his last novel, 2023's The Magic Kingdom, where the geography of place, in this case Central Florida, becomes an overarching character in the work. Here and in other fictions, Banks artfully captures the precariousness of existence before existence turns tragic, the way feelings of helplessness get tangled up in that precarity, and how macho posturing only makes it worse. Class rage and resentment combined with suicidal violence in homeschooling, too. The second novella in American Spirits. The story centers upon the increasingly strained relationship between Judith and Claire Weber, a lesbian couple modeled after the real life Jennifer and Sarah Hart, who murdered their 6 adopted children in 2018 by driving the family's Yukon off a 100-foot cliff in Mendocino County, California, and their neighbors in Sam Dent, the Odells, comically named Barbie and Ken, Trump voters who have relocated for Ken's new administrative job at a nearby prison. Their Victorian house, quote, looked down upon the town from above, and it gave the viewer a slight feeling of separateness and superiority over the locals huddled in the valley below, end quote. But the Odells revered the hypocrisy of their upper middle class pretension when we're informed that Barbara's rich parents from Utica not only gave them money for the down payment on the house, but have to supplement Ken's income or they wouldn't be able to cover their own expenses. In Sam Dent, however, as we're told by that mob first person plural narrator, quote, race as a meaningful social category trumped both lesbianism and same-sex marriage, end quote, not to mention class consciousness. Thus, the Webers' 4 adopted black kids begin, thus when the Webers' 4 adopted black kids begin turning up at the Odells showing various signs of abuse, initial concern turns to a kind of menacing fear. And the Odells and the town try to absolve themselves from responsibility for the eventual fate of those children. Enraged that the state protective services may take their kids away from them, the Weber women drug them, load them into their maroon Ford Explorer, and drive them at high speed through a guardrail over the bridge at El Salvo Canyon, killing them all with, quote, white people's bodies and black, close quote, pulled from the wreckage of the vehicle in the churning water of the river below. But when it comes to trying to understand what led to this horrid act, the narrator is deeply, if unconsciously, equivocal about all that happened and what the town should do about it. Ultimately, all involved in the incident decide just to avert their gaze, and the story concludes with a similar trope of the land taking back or covering up the human presence that we've seen at the end of Nowhere Man. Here, the narrator says of the Odells, who acquired the Weber's house and property following the legal fallout from these events. Most of us in the town say that if it were ours, we'd hire a demolition company to bulldoze the buildings and haul the wreckage away and let the grass grow over it. This pattern holds true for the final story of American Spirits, too, Kidnapped, as our first person neighborly omniscient narrator brings us back again to the theme of civilizational change, reflected in the extended metaphor of the land. Commenting upon the social and environmental upheavals that have affected the geography in and around Sam Dent from the time of the Iroquois and Algonquin natives to the present, he reminds us that, quote, the forest primeval was not replaced by itself. It was displaced and replaced by these woods, which is a different and lesser thing, end quote. This long-term view serves as a prelude to the story of Frank and Bessie Dent, a retired couple taken hostage by French-Canadian drug dealers and ransomed for the bad choices of their estranged daughter-in-law and special needs grandson, 20-year-old Stevie, who make up the youngest branch of Sam Dent's family tree. In his first nonfiction book, Dreaming Up America, Banks argues that, quote, so much of American violence arises because of the conflict between the reality of our lives and the perception of our lives, the way we imagine ourselves. And that kind of conflict in any people makes for predictable, explosive violence, end quote. Such predictable violence is a result of guns and class politics and Kidnapped as well, as the dramatic irony cuts deep in the story. Frank is like Doug in Nowhere Man. Um, Frank is, like Doug and Nowhere Man, a rabid Second Amendment advocate and a Trump voter who wears his red MAGA cap as a kind of talisman for armor or protection. But when the sociopathic Canadians, Dennis and Paul, take him and his wife hostage to try to recover the drugs money they had fronted to Stevie earlier, Frank's American pride and vanity, evinced in his support for wars in Vietnam and Iraq, even though his own son is killed in the latter, come back to bite him. Eventually, and I'll kind of cut to the chase here. Eventually, both Frank and his wife are killed, and the story ends kind of unequivocally at the same point, with the land sort of taking back um, uh, what it had before. So I'll kind of cut to the end of the story here now. Still, after the book's title, the American spirits or ghosts haunting the land in and around Sam Dent persist, even when the houses are demolished and wilderness takes over the homesteads, suggesting a kind of stubborn indistinguishability to that place, despite the persistent social and economic forces that have dogged the people who live there over generations. As the stories in American Spirits make clear, for Americans, that capacity for violence against the land and the people occupying it is compounded by the mix of class, race, and political polarization as factors affecting our national character. I had a couple of end quotes here from Banks, where he expresses kind of his philosophy of combining issues of especially race, class, and place in his fiction. And if you're interested, there are plenty of other kind of studies of Russell Banks and in his fiction. And I did a book a few years ago that includes Russell Banks and his representations of the psychology of social class. So I will leave it at that. Thank you very much. I can introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, I'm gonna check one
Okay.
very quickly to make sure that what they're seeing on Zoom is also what we're seeing here. So bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
John, is that matched up now? Okay. Then you should be able to share your screen and get everything going, and I will check back on John's.
Yeah, hi, Elizabeth. It seems like I cannot share my screen because
So if I introduce her, she'll be able to get on here. Oh, okay. Let's see if this works. Then our next speaker is Jian Su, who is from Jian Jingtao University. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, in China. And the title of her presentation is Class Narratives in Pop Lyrics: Emotional Engagement Through Power-Related Expressions. Jian, are you there?
yeah, thank you for introducing me. Yeah.
What do I have to do? Okay.
Yeah, hi, Elizabeth. Could you please stop sharing the screen? Hi. Hi,
You should be
Elizabeth.
able to just hit the share screen button, and it should.
Can you stop?
I
Oh,
can say
yeah.
stop sharing
Okay.
on my end, and it should allow you to share on your end.
Yeah, thank you. It's working now.
Is she there?
Yeah. Okay. Great. Now we're seeing it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, John. Today, the title of my presentation is Class.
Mute us, and then you should be able to start presenting whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you. The title of my presentation is Class Narratives in Pop Lyrics: Emotional Engagement Through Power-Related Expressions. And I'm Jianing Su from Xi'an Jiaotong University in China. Firstly, I'd like to clarify 3 key terms in my title. The first one is pop music and mass culture. As a key part of mass culture, pop music has a broad audience and strong dissemination. It not only provides entertainment but also reflects social phenomena and conveys emotions and viewpoints. As a core element, carry rich cultural meanings and thoughts, resonating with listeners. And the second key term is class and social stratification. As two important elements in today's society, class can affect opportunities in various fields. And pop music reflects this reality through class narratives, revealing class inequality and power relations. And second key term is emotional engagement and power expression. Emotions are crucial in human psychology, reflecting our cognition, behavior, and relationships. And it is obvious to see the relationships and interactions between the three key terms. Firstly, pop music is a significant component of mass culture, serving as a mirror that reflects the multifaceted social realities, values, and concerns of contemporary society. And class narratives with pop lyrics can provide a narrative framework that enables artists to convey their views and experiences regarding social stratification. These narratives often involve the expression of emotions related to power dynamics, such as the frustration, anger, pride, or hope. Power in this context can manifest as an economic power, social influence, or cultural authority through the depiction of class-related struggles, achievements, or injustice. Artists can invoke emotional responses from the audience. The emotional engagement is not merely passive, but can also serve as a means of power expression. By sharing their stories and emotions, artists may empower themselves and their listeners, fostering a sense of solidarity, resistance, or aspiration among those who identify with similar class experiences. The emotional impact of class narratives in pop music can act as a catalyst for social awareness and change. When audiences emotionally connect with the power-related expressions in lyrics, it can heighten their consciousness of class issues and inspire them to reflect on their own positions when social class stratification occurs. This emotional engagement has the potential to transcend mere entertainment, transforming pop music into a medium for social commentary and advocacy. Moreover, the collective emotion response to class narratives within a cultural context can contribute to a broader discourse on social justice and equality, thereby bridging a gap between the popular culture and social transformation. So here I finished introducing the three key terms and their interactions. Next, here are two questions explored in my study. The first is how interpersonal class relationships are portrayed through power dynamics in pop lyrics. The second one is the impact of class-based interpersonal interactions depicted in pop lyrics on listeners' emotional engagement. And here are some examples from two songs that demonstrate emotional engagement related to interpersonal class relationships. The first is Born in the USA. Are some lyrics from this classical song. You can see in the first paragraph, it depicts the protagonist first in a struggling town, hitting at the working classes' hardships and helplessness. It can invoke listeners' sympathy for the underprivileged and their living conditions. Let's say the second paragraph. These lines can reflect the protagonist's forced military enlist disappointment due to his hometown struggles. The equality and power imbalance between classes are also demonstrated. And let's look at the third paragraph, conform to the definitive hearing analysis. This lines highlights the coldness and unfairness of class relationships. Because we can see that despite his service, he faces indifferences and lack of support after coming back to his hometown. And this can stir up listeners' anger and dissatisfaction within social equality and class discrimination. Let's say the last line. I'm 10 years burning down the road, nowhere to run and anywhere to go. These lines can express the protagonist's confusion and helplessness after experiencing war and unemployment. They can evoke listeners' sympathy for his fate and encourage reflection on social issues. And the second song reflecting power inequality and class between persons is unequal love. It is a song about unequal relationships between two lovers in a relationship. Let's see the first several lines. We can see these lines uses the metaphor of a whisper in the wind to represent a love that's easily disregarded or ignored. Just as the wind may scatter a soft whisper, one partner's feelings can be dismissed by the other, highlighting the fragility and equality in the relationship. The sailboat on the sea symbolizes a relationship where the partner struggles against the vast, indifferent ocean. The ocean's lack of concern reflects how the person's effort in the relationship may be met with apathy, creating a power dynamic where one side is feeling neglected. Let's say the second paragraph. These lines emphasize that the strain of unequal love is particularly difficult. This highlights the emotional burden on the person who loves more deeply. In an unequal relationship, the pain of loving more than you are loved comes at a cost. The pain persists, showing how the imbalance can lead to ongoing emotional distress. And here comes the next paragraph of lyrics in Unequal Love. Did you ever stay too long with a lover who is love over you? This addresses the common situation where someone remains in a relationship even after the other person has moved on emotionally. It speaks to the imbalance of power when one partner lingers out of love, despite knowing the relationship is unequal. Let's see the last two paragraphs in this song. There are many heartaches when you are up against the wall, and all the love you gave won't come back at all. These lines noted that when faces with these emotional challenges in an unequal relationship, the heartache and emotional pain is inevitable. And the last paragraph is when you have a change of heart because you found that you can't trust somebody, they will tear the arrow from your heart. It's you they love, not for just anybody. This The last paragraph shifts to a more hopeful note, suggesting that healing comes when you find someone worthy of trust. This implies that moving past an unequal love involves finding a healthier, more balanced relationship. And from the two examples noted, I'd like to share some findings on the two questions the study mainly explored. The first is the culture of interpersonal class relationships through power dynamic in pop lyrics. Pop lyrics often directly portray the conflicts and tensions between different social classes. They highlight the struggles of the working class against the more privileged, revealing the power imbalances that exist within society. And these lyrics serve as an outlet for expressing the frustrations, anger, and resentment that arise from class-based injustices. They give voice to the emotional experienced by those who feel marginalized or oppressed due to their social standing. Through storytelling, pop lyrics illustrate how individuals from different classes interact. These narratives may depict scenarios of exploitation, misunderstanding, or solidarity, offering insights into the complexities of class relationships. Now, come to the next question. The study explored is the impact of class-based interpersonal interactions on listeners' emotional engagement. And still, there are three findings listed here. The first is when listeners encounter lyrics that depict class-based struggles, they may feel a sense of empathy and solidarity with those who are disadvantaged. These emotional connections can foster deeper understanding of the social inequalities and inspire listeners to reflect on their own positions within the social hierarchy. And for individuals who have personally experienced class-related challenges, these lyrics can validate their feelings and experiences. This validation can be emotional, comforting, and empowering, letting listeners know they are not alone in their struggles. The emotional engagement sparkled by these lyrics can prompt listeners to think critically about class issues and consider ways to address them. This may involve advocating for social change, becoming more aware of one's biases, or engaging in discussion about class and power dynamics. Yeah, that's all for my sharing. Thank you for your time. The questions and suggestions are welcome.
Thank you, Leanne. Our next speaker will be okay.
Now we're good.
Okay, our next speaker will be William Scarborough from University of Akron, and his presentation is titled "Labor That Uplifts Dignity of Work in Modern Climate Fiction." William?
All right, am I audible?
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Let me just share my screen if I can find. Oh, there's the button. Okay. All right. 1 second, I have to mess with my UI now.
No worries.
Okay, are you all seeing the presentation?
Yes.
Oops. You can't hear. Now you can hear us, yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. The dead silence really had me on my toes for a second. Okay, well, in that case, hello everyone. I'm William Scarborough. I'd like to thank you all for coming out, whether you are in person or across the interwebs. Oh, and I just accidentally skipped ahead. So yeah, I'd like to thank you all for coming. I was hoping to have been there in person, but circumstances ended up circumstancing. So I'm not. So, on to the presentation. Labor That Uplifts, Dignity of Work in Modern Climate Fiction, a presentation by me. There we go. So before I begin, I'd like to start by outlining kind of the two main topics of this presentation, the two that make this up, which are dignity of work and climate fiction. As this is an interdisciplinary conference, I think it would just be beneficial to do a quick overview of both. So we start with dignity of work. Now, there are two definitions. There's kind of the older one that you see more prominently with Catholicism. This originates with the Scottish philosopher Thomas Carlyle, who wrote, "Labor is life. From the inmost want of the worker, our innermost heart of the worker, rises his God-given force, the sacred celestial life essence breathed into him by Almighty God. From his inmost heart awakens him to all nobleness, to all knowledge, self-knowledge, and much else. So soon work fitly begins." So this is the dignity of work that is adopted largely by Christian philosophy, specifically Catholicism. It's the view that labor is our duty before God, and there is a dignity in that labor because it serves God. Recently, though, this concept of dignity of work has appeared in the speeches and general use of Democratic politicians. The two most notable examples being former President Biden and now former President former Senator Sherrod Brown. God, I wish he ran for president. In these instances, however, the religious aspects have been removed, and instead, the definition is the belief that hard work should pay off for everyone, no matter who you are or what kind of work you do. It's a message focused on living with dignity, regardless of class, rather than finding dignity under a particular deity. It is a definition largely utilized in framing the value of the working class, the blue-collar workers who used to be the backbone of the Democratic Party, but have since started gravitating more towards the Republicans. Now, climate fiction is pretty much as it sounds. It's a subgenre of science fiction focused generally on near futures that have been affected by climate change. As such, it is often manifested as either a dystopian or utopian story. And as a genre, its modern form originates from the late 20th century, truly becoming prominent in the late 2000s and 2010s. I think the most notable example for a lot of people is the film The Day After Tomorrow. If you were part of the elementary or part of the American school system post whenever that movie released, you've probably seen it. They probably made you. Um, some prominent authors within this genre are, and this is kind of in order on the slide. I realized I didn't label them. Octavia Butler, Margaret Atwood, Diane Cook, Neil Stevenson, and Kim Stanley Robinson. Robinson, in particular, will be receiving the main focus in this presentation. So, why do these subjects cross one another? Where does science fiction find itself aligning with labor rights? Well, as most science fiction readers can attest, the genre has a long history of socio-political commentary. From the earliest days of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, to Asimov's robots, to Captain Kirk and Mr. Spock, to fairly recently Keanu Reeves playing a terrorist brain construct in Cyberpunk 2077, the genre has often critiqued and commented on the world around it. Climate fiction, born of its mother genre, is no exception. But why climate and labor? Ultimately, I think there are two key reasons. The first is the writer audience ideology, and the second is the real world convergence of the climate and labor movements. So, writer and audience ideology. Science fiction as an overarching genre covers a wide array of political views. For every Ian Banks who endorsed the Scottish Socialist Party, you have a Larry Niven who advised Ronald Reagan on Star Wars and has made disparaging comments about immigrants dying in hospitals. The genre as a whole is so broad and encompassing that there really is no set ideology within it. Climate fiction, on the other hand, not so much. Well, for one, it generally operates on the premise that climate change is both real and a threat to humanity. And while there has been movement in the overall acceptance of climate change on the right, it's still largely denied or minimized, often the excuse being, well, it's happening naturally, it's not caused by humanity. This in turn lends itself toward making climate fiction a more left-leaning genre. Now, that's not to say that there isn't conservative or right-wing climate fiction. The most prime example, at least for me, is Michael Crichton, who wrote Jurassic Park. He wrote a climate change novel called State of Fear. However, this novel centered on the idea of climate change being really more of a tool for left-wing terrorists to advance an agenda of fear and control. While the novel doesn't outright deny the existence of climate change, in fact, he kind of hedges his bets by saying there is some evidence of climate change, but we don't know why, and we don't know what's causing it, and we don't know what we should do about it. It puts an immense effort on on discrediting the activism and policy decisions that were trying to address it at the time. Now, it is also worth noting, State of Fear was, I believe, 2005. Since then, we've seen a lot more and gained a much deeper understanding of how climate change works. I don't wish to fully admonish Michael Crichton in his hedging his bets there. But Crichton aside, the genre leans left. As such, it is a genre that leans toward those who are more likely to discuss labor rights, worker cooperatives, or worker ownership of the means of production. Second, the intersection of labor and climate activism in the real world. Over the past decades, climate and labor advocates have begun to work in tandem, joining forces on issues such as worker safety, green jobs, and clean energy. While the alliance is not entirely absolute, there has been enough side-by-side work that one cannot really consider one without the other. And this can be seen in nonfiction books such as Clean Air and Good Jobs by Toddy Vachon and Power Lines, which looks at have multiple instances in which climate and labor overlap. So not unlike the ideology, the interests of the writers and the audience lead to an absorption of labor focus within climate fiction. So, with that out of the way, let's look at what dignity of work looks like within climate fiction. Now, for the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to focus on Kim Stanley Robinson's The Ministry for the Future. Not only does this novel present one of the more all-encompassing looks at addressing the climate crisis, it is arguably the most socially relevant work of climate fiction, having been read a bit more widely than its peers, and also having been read and referenced by prominent figures such as Bill Gates and President Obama. Actually, if you get the more recent edition of the book, it actually has that very much at the top. It's like one of Obama's favorite books of the year, which is actually the edition I have. So, the first way in which dignity of work manifests itself within ministry is the creation of relevant and fulfilling work. In addressing the climate crisis, work that helps decarbonize is incentivized. Now, in Chapter 80 of Ministry, Robinson gives the reader a brief look at a farmer's wife as they go through the decarbonization process. Their land is described as the butt end of his father's property, 2 hectares as far from the river as his family's land got, which meant it had been used as a dump for many years. Now, after hearing about their local council's initiative for carbon retention, the wife convinces her husband, who she calls the ox, to get the work done to develop the land into something better for the biosphere. In doing so, they grow their own food and suffer less than their neighbors in the face of drought. Now, this work entails a lot of essentially cultivating the land to have less carbon output. It's a lot of kind of making making it into farmland that would be really good for growth and then not growing anything. Now, ultimately, when the time comes, they discover that their effects have not only earned them enough money to cover their previous 2 years of expenses, but has now set them up for a life of prosperity, a life better than the one they had before they tried to decarbonize. And all of this is from, as her husband the ox says, growing a crop of dirt. So what this chapter serves to illustrate is the idea that climate work not only builds a better, cleaner world, but offers opportunity for the worker, or for the working class of our society, to secure better lives for themselves. This work is hard and exhausting, but in the end offers reward and benefits everyone. Now, this is sort of climate work uplifts communities is not limited to the works of Robinson. We see it in the real world. And an example I'm very fond of, that's very near and dear to my heart, is the Okapi Conservation Project, based in the Congo. Now, while the core of this group is to preserve the Okapi species, as seen here, um, which is located in the Ituri forest in the Congo, they also focus on establishing schools, empowering women, giving healthcare, and building community among the people who live in the area. They also employ locals to help protect the reserve and its species. Now, what it does ultimately is means that in the preservation of this single species, as well as all the other species and environment around it, it uplifts the community as a whole. And these are the sorts of projects that give people better lives while protecting the planet and its inhabitants. So a little detour with our little detour to the Congo over. I'd like to now move on to Namibia. Namibia. Cool. Where Robinson sets the 65th chapter of Ministry. In this chapter, we see a group of slave laborers in a mine be liberated by the African Union Peace and Security Council, who reveal that the nations of Africa have begun to nationalize their resources and industry, securing their nations for themselves rather than independent exploiters. In liberating these slaves, however, they are also given an opportunity. While they are free and can leave, they are also welcome to be worker owners of the mine, utilizing their expertise to better their lives and their nations. Some leave, but most stay. And as the narrator observes, being an owner of the mine sounded interesting. We wanted to know what that meant. Like sweat equity, some said. Sweat equity. Hell, we had blood equity in that mine. Now, the premise of sweat equity is actually one that, before reading the book, I had never heard of. And it's the idea that the value enhancing improvements generated from the sweat of one, or the value enhancing improvements generated from the sweat of one's brow. In essence, the labor these slaves put into the mine raised its value, thus entitling them to a stake in the mine itself. It is often mainly seen in real estate and construction. Of course, what these laborers truly gain is a worker cooperative. It's a common theme in Robinson's work, appearing in books such as 2312 or his Mars trilogy. In particular, he likes to cite the Mondragon Corporation. Now, the Mondragon Corporation is a worker cooperative in the Basque region of Spain. It's run on principles of cooperation, participation, social responsibility, and innovation. And one detail I'm quite fond of is the fact that the corporation's wage ratios are determined by democratic votes by the worker owners themselves. So they get to determine whether or not the upper management and the CEOs and the people who run things are making substantially more than them, which generally leads to wage ratios of roughly 3 to 1 or 5 to 1. To put that into perspective, I believe something with like Amazon is about 1,000 to 1. And Mondragon itself is actually cited in chapter 58 of Ministry for the Future, where it's offered as a model for an economy built on cooperation and dignity, looking past capitalism and instead making something where we all at least have a semblance of equity and a decent life. So the last chapter of Ministry that I would like to look at is chapter 34, in which members of the titular Ministry for the Future visit India to see their to see their actions to combat climate change. While there, they witness firsthand and meet with what one of the members of the ministry kind of begrudgingly dismissively calls communist organic farmers in Karnataka. There, the farmers have fostered the best soil and climate on Earth, offering immense carbon drawdown and generating food for millions of Indians. While this is in itself an impressive idea, the most optimistic element lies in the societal impact. Robinson writes, These changes mean the end of the caste's worst impacts. Dalits now involved, women always half of every Parkayat. I probably mispronounced that, so I apologize. An old India law now applied for real. Now there are farm tenure rights, full ownership of one's work, its surplus value. Women and all castes equal, Hindu and Muslim, Sikh and Jain and Christian, all together in New India. Communist organic farmers, just the tip of the iceberg. Now I'll confess, I am not the person to assess the actual viability of dismantling the caste system of India, which has permeated for, generations. However, the idea itself highlights just an important aspect of the modern definition of dignity of work, which is equality and equity. This new India is one in which people are not divided by sex or social class, religion or politics. Instead, they all work together toward a common, rewarding goal. They work to save the planet, to help their neighbors, and improve their own lives. Now, there is dignity to be, oh, sorry. Now, there is dignity to be found in work. But that dignity cannot be found when the work doesn't sustain a person's life, when it leaves them broken and unfulfilled, living in the pockets, or lining the pockets of a multi-billionaire while they struggle to get by. Climate fiction is a genre that is trying to get us to confront the reality of the climate crisis, whether by showing us a world in which the planet and humanity have been devastated, or giving us a hopeful path forward. It encourages us to consider the way toward a better future. Now, by looping in the rights of workers and the dignity of work, climate change has embraced the needs of the working class and shown us that the fight for the planet needs all of us to live better and more fulfilling lives with dignity, equality, and hope. Thank you. And I will stop sharing.
Go ahead and yeah, you can.
Okay. We have time for a couple questions. I think we have just a few minutes for questions. If anybody has questions or comments for any of the presenters. Yes.
So I guess you come from Georgia, right? That's where you're teaching restaurant.
Yeah, well, it's a long route. I'm originally from Toledo, but I spent 26 years teaching at Valdosta State. Yeah.
Appreciate the past your research, what we presented, and also what and where this climate now, Haley alluded to it earlier, like it's going to be a thing next year. I wonder, down in Georgia specifically, where we think here in Ohio, think of despair, but I would imagine it's not too far from Georgia. Georgia might be leaning more in that direction. And I kind of just wondered, were you able to navigate this type of research while you spent time down? Because I can imagine, there being some further thing.
Well, I retired in 2017, but even then, uh, I would just say this, that some of you guys have already said this. When we talk about race, class, and place, it's often class that gets elided, right? You all know this, right? That's why you had this conference. So, even at the time that I was teaching down there, there were lots of, I teach contemporary fiction. So there are lots of studies of, gender studies and place studies, in contemporary fiction. But my interest in class actually came about because of a Southern writer that I was teaching, Harry Crews, who is from South Georgia. And I got really interested in how he and somebody like Russell Banks, who couldn't be worlds apart, in terms of geography, are actually very much concerned about the same issues, which is that how that working class gets elided. And especially, I was thinking about this with William's presentation in respect to the land, right? It's oftentimes who has control of the land. Harry Crews is he grew up as the son of a sharecropper. Okay, so he knew firsthand kind of the link between race and class in a place like South Georgia, where most of the land is owned by these, huge kind of corporations now. And I think somebody like Banks is very much interested in that as well. They talk about the summer people, right? In upstate New York, the people who come up from Boston and stuff. But don't really contribute to the economy, you know, and the other people have to sort of take care of them. So I didn't have a lot of pushback while I was teaching, but at the same time, there weren't a lot of other people teaching class studies at the same time I was. And the book that I did back in 2014 kind of made that case that the psychology of social class is something that often gets kind of elided. So yeah. Other questions for the other presenters? Oh, we good? Okay. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you, online presenters, and take a short break and then move on to the next presentation. Thanks so much.
Yes, so we can take a quick little break, just a few minutes behind, which when isn't things behind.
They know that they're.
I think they know.
They're still here.
Yeah, so if you guys want to stay around on Zoom, feel free to. If not, you can watch live stream. It's all good. I'm just gonna do some more screen sharing now. Yep. Okay.
What do we need?
I don't think anything right now. We'll just give people a few minutes.
And then we will get
Mhm.
oh my gosh, Becca.
Yeah.
And then the other two are in person.
The other three are in person.
Other three are in person.
Yeah, okay, it's easy.
Okay.
So, okay.
Sure.
So when you want to present
you have options. Is it handheld mic? Uh, Either way, if you don't use a mic, the streaming can still pick you up, but it might be difficult to speak in the back. So, do you know how these mics work?
I think it's just on.
It's just on.
Testing. Is it on? I was when you talk to the testing.
Really,
Testing.
I couldn't get the mic to work, but now we figured it out.
Okay. I'm gonna put this up here. Is that okay? It's a elliptical mic. So yeah, you can do.
If I'm just standing here, does it pick it up?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is how loud you were able to talk.
Hello.
So
It's not picking it up?
No.
I was hoping it would.
gotta do that. Bro, you know I'm ready. Canadian tuxedo. You want a Canadian? Yes, I. Very fitting.
There's a delay. It sounded like y'all were having issues, or am I just wrong?
So there's no delay. We just like would be like, and I'm done, and then we can just run out and on to that. And also had to.
Or I mean, well, separately, too wide. That's good, then you have to like.
Oh man. Should we have that right here?
I love them too, but we'll let them know.
So we're gonna go over this. We're gonna go a full. If that's the case, the chair is design and you just yeah, so there's 4 right down. Oh, jump back up.
All right, so bear with me as I switch back around between these things. Maybe. There we go. All right. Hi, Becca. So you are our first presenter. So if
Okay,
you need to be able to just share
let's
your
see.
screen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
And is there going to be a camera focused on the room, or should I use that YouTube thing to see kind of what's going on?
So really the YouTube thing will just shows whatever is currently on my screen. So it's just been the PowerPoint. And then technically the only camera we have is just awkwardly here. So we haven't really been using it.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The only camera, in order for it to work, is pointed this way, so kind of away from the audience. But
Okay.
if we could turn it around if you would like.
It's okay. Would one of you guys be able to just, I'm going to go first because my paper kind of sets the whole premise for the panel. And then the others, would one of you be able to just say like, and next we have, Haley or.
Yeah, I can handle that. So,
Okay.
Whenever you're done speaking, we can just transition to the next speaker.
Okay. And
then
I'm
if,
thinking, go
I was
ahead.
say, if you have anything to share on your screen, you're able to share.
Okay, I'll test that right now. And I'm thinking like maybe 10 or 12 minutes per person so that the 15 minutes really should be for break and questions, right? So,
Yeah, we can do that. We've
okay.
got someone handling time.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah.
great. I don't have to do that. That's helpful. I'll do it for myself, but okay. I'm just gonna test. I'm not on YouTube right now, am I? No,
I don't think so.
I think it says still that I'm on break. I'm just gonna test my video. It's all my screens are saying unknown. Let me try this. Oh, here it is. Okay. For some reason, it's not, there's a setting changed to allow me to share my. Good thing I checked.
I've made you just a co-host, so that should let you be able to share your screen.
Okay. Let me try
ideally.
one. Okay, I'll try it again.
Cool, and we can see the screen.
Is it like small or is it big?
I should be able to change the setting to make it big.
Okay. I'm gonna just check. Okay.
I stand corrected.
Oh, that one.
Never mind.
I don't know how to do this.
I deserved it. Well, sure you do, babe. Hey, whatever gets you.
Okay, now the screen is appropriately sized.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna.
you're able to start whenever you would like to, Becca, and we can begin our next panel, which is titled Class and TV, Specificity and Intersectionality. So, Becca, you can kind of explain the panel, the class that you did, and we're good to get started. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. I can't see you, so I'm a little bit flying blind right now. My name is Becca Cragen. I'm a professor in the Department of Popular Culture, and I'm going to talk a little bit about, thank you. Hi, guys. I'm going to talk a little in my presentation about kind of the premise for this panel, kind of the larger context. The panel is based on a class that I teach called Race, Class, and Gender on TV. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about kind of the pedagogy of how I teach that class in case it's helpful to any of you in future classes you want to teach. And it helps explain kind of the larger theoretical underpinnings that the different presentations today will share. So all the presentations today started as papers in that class, and they're all topics that focus specifically on class, although other people wrote about, you know, race or class or gender or some combination of those things. So thinking about how to write about class when it's represented on television with intersectionality and specificity, I think the intersectionality piece is more apparent to people, that, you know, you're looking at kind of all these different axes of identity or inequality simultaneously, seeing how they intersect and how one form of oppression essentially influences or, you know, shapes another. And my background is in women's studies and popular culture. So, you know, naturally, you know, every single textbook you ever, you know, I ever assigned in teaching women's studies, the title is something like race, class, and gender, right? So it's kind of a foundation at this point of women's studies. And so teaching a course from that perspective, I think some of the challenges are just finding good examples and more even tougher, I think, finding good readings or good textbooks that really attend to those things from an intersectional perspective. So while you're always talking about all of them and other issues as well, like identity or disability or nationality and things like that, you know, sometimes you know, you're emphasizing one pattern more than others. And I find that when I teach classes in this way, with this kind of emphasis, really all my classes have this emphasis. It's not always so obvious in the title as it is in this class, but I find that students do really well with it. They usually come in with a background in at least one of those things in terms of race, class, and gender, and or often more. And that is, so that's, you know, something they do very well with. But the specificity piece, I think, is a little more challenging. And I think that simply has to do with, it's no fault of their own. It has to do with the way cultural studies has kind of formed over the years and the ways that doctoral students are trained or not trained in different kinds of methods. So to really, you know, I find that a lot of kind of even canonical cultural studies, a lot of times it tends to be very theoretically based, and doesn't often provide a lot of evidence for the interpretations of text that they provide. They kind of just assert what the meaning is. Like, of course, we know this is hegemonic, and, you know, this text appeared to open up some kind of counter-hegemonic possibilities, but of course, by the end, it's closed down. And they don't really argue for that. And I think that's a real kind of valid criticism of cultural studies that comes sometimes from other disciplines that have more rigorous kind of standards of evidence that they have to provide. You know, that your meaning you make could be interchangeable with another meaning, right? So how do we know that one meaning is more valid than the other? So I think a good way to help students develop the skills that that really creating strongly supported interpretations would require is using case studies. So I use a lot of case studies in my teaching so that we are all looking at the same specific text. We're not just talking about a genre in general. And also what, you know, what I think Paul Willis has termed grounded aesthetics, the idea that we're going to look very closely at the text to create our interpretation. So in essence, we're looking at aesthetics, right? Or formalism, which really fell out of favor when cultural studies came about, right? You know, cultural studies was kind of the antithesis to formalism or looking at the text. But grounded aesthetics, the grounded piece, I think, is looking with an eye toward not what the abstract meaning is or the absolute meaning or even the textual meaning, but what the social meaning is of this text, right? So you're looking at the details of the text and how it's constructed, but with an eye toward how it corresponds to or refutes these larger cultural patterns we're all aware of in terms of ideology. So we're looking for the likely social meaning of a text, not any meaning and not the absolute meaning, but what would most audiences or, you know, various sub-audiences likely take away from the text? And so to do that, to look at formalism, you know, ideological approaches largely look at content. But to really create a specific nuanced analysis of kind of class ideology in a text, I would argue you really have to look at the style in which that content is told, the style, the kind of texture of the the text, the music, the lighting, the feel of it, the tone of it, those things are very important. And to some people, formalism is not important, right? They say, I can look at this and know what it means. But that's really, I think, largely because they've already internalized those kind of textual cues. Because anyone that spends any time viewing media, you grow up being trained as a viewer in how to interpret these cues. So, for example, when you think about the style of a text influencing the meaning, if you look at let's say Bugs Bunny hitting Elmer Fudd over the head with a cast iron pan, right? All the cues in that text tell you it's comedic, not to take it seriously. If the same content was told by, let's say, a human being hitting another human being on the head with an object, and it was told in a dramatic tone, and we saw their pain and their fear, obviously that would convey something very different, right? So we all do know that style is important. We just don't often think about it consciously. So the style could be the lighting, any kind of extra diegetic music. In other words, music that's inserted, not natural sound, but music that's inserted by the director to cue us toward finding something humorous or sexy or scary, right? Camera angles, all those things. And then one quick example I'm going to give you is of performance. So performance, the style of the performance is a really important cue as to how you should interpret the text. This is how the actor uses their body, their voice, their movement, just their presence, the kind of meaning that the weight and kind of texture of their voice and body convey. And it even extends in a way to casting. Like I'm going to show you a quick clip from Roseanne. And if you think about if the original Roseanne, okay, not the Trump Roseanne. If you think about, say Florence Henderson, Carol Brady was cast instead of Roseanne, the show would have a very different meaning. So simply her bodily presence, the way she chews, the way she sounds, the way she walks, all those things are key to the meaning of the show. And also performance is genre specific, right? So what we're going to look at is a clip which starts kind of like that show Kevin Can Fuck Himself, right? It starts with the kind of typical sitcom performance where we're meant to not take the critiques or the hostility between the characters seriously. And then it shifts into a dramatic performance style, which conveys something very different. So let me share my screen with you. And we will watch. Let me know if you can't see this or hear it.
Said that her mother saw you sweeping up people's hair in the beauty parlor. Well, you tell Susan Noonan that I saw her mom getting her roots bleached and her mustache waxed.
Hey, Becky, your mother's got a job, okay? She's doing the best she can.
Are you wearing perfume? Yeah, I bought it after work. Pretty chic. Yeah.
Well, sure you do, babe. Hey, whatever gets you through the day.
Actually, I was kind of celebrating. Got a promotion.
Promotion? Promotion to what? Shampoo girl? What?
Yeah.
What?
Never mind.
What?
I'm just wrong, that's all, honey. I kind of expected you would be supportive. I was wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What kind of promotion did you get?
Shampoo woman.
Stay corrected.
You're dead man. Congratulations.
Cry from sweeping hair, huh?
I still do that.
So is there a raise involved with this promotion?
Yes, but you know, it's not supposed to be about the money. It's kind of a prestige thing.
Right.
People kind of look up to you when you're shampooing them.
They got no choice.
Job.
That's what's that. It's a good job.
You didn't. You said, "Hey, it's a job, right?"
I just say it's a good job. Good job.
No, it's not. It's not a good job. It's a degrading job, but nobody there makes me feel like it is. That's your job.
Okay, so then the clip goes on to show her very upset in her room, right? And so this is an example of how Roseanne really did convey something different than a lot of sitcoms. It shows us kind of the shame that she faces as a working class woman. But that shame comes from within the family as well, not just outside, right? So we see the family's kind of sexism and you know that they've internalized these same ideologies. And if they had kept it just at the level of a sitcom performance, I think you wouldn't have gotten that meaning. So that's just one example for you, and I'll take any questions at the end about this approach, and that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna slightly turn this back around so I can go back to sharing what I need to share. Oops. 1 second. I do this every single time I do this. But up next, we will have Sarah Hobson discussing some classy shit, exploring notions of class and classy behavior in Pop TV's Schitt's Creek. And feel free to turn it around as much as you need to. All right. Can you all hear me if I use my projecting voice? Great. So, in this essay, I argue that notions of class are explored in Pop TV's Schitt's Creek to represent how cultural capital can uplift communities and move them towards a power-sharing mentality while encouraging everyone, including the viewers, to become more decent people. My choice to discuss Schitt's Creek in this essay rests on its distinct presentation of class differences in the program. In an effort to explore socioeconomic class on television, I aimed for a series that would not simply prioritize and privilege those of a higher class, nor did I want to focus on a story in which the goal was to climb the ladder of social classes, so to speak. Issues of wealth, class, value, and behavior contain ample nuance, and I was looking for a series that acknowledged that. Schitt's Creek at its core is about class, but the expressions of it are through cultural capital rather than displays of opulent wealth. While potential viewers are less likely to relate to certain issues and troubles directly faced by the wealthy class, they can connect with the cultural context surrounding it and thus adequately invest in this satirical comedy. Everyone is welcome to find humor in the Rose family's fall from grace as they attempt to escape their sense of purgatory that is Schitt's Creek. While I don't have time to explain all the concepts addressed in my work here, in my essay I began with introducing the concept of cultural capital as credited to French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu, as he defined it as a familiarity with a legitimate culture within society. So in other words, class is more than just the amount of money that you're making. It's all about the experiences you have, the way you act, the way you feel, dress, talk, and move. And I find this concept helpful when analyzing Schitt's Creek, as the program relies on this concept of cultural capital to display the Rose family as wealthy, or at least formerly wealthy. I also lean on the works of scholars Amelia Chisholm and Catherine Schwab. Amelia Chisholm introduces a tertiary sitcom genre called nicecore, the narrative structure that is short on discord, long on warmth, and explicitly about the goodness in people. Essentially, it is the struggle to be a good person, which is the root of the conflict, and the narrative structure surrounding the Rose family in Schitt's Creek illustrates this desire to be good throughout the duration of the program. And Catherine Schwab writes on the gradual shift of the Rose family, growing from a power over mentality to a power with one. While we often associate power with wealth, in Schitt's Creek, the Roses have lost all their financial power. So rather than contributing financially, I am arguing that the Roses use their cultural capital to contribute to their newfound community in Schitt's Creek. For the rest of my time, I want to share with you the key scenes in one episode of the program that I believe illustrate how members of the Rose family use their cultural capital to move from a power over to a power with mentality, highlighting their attempts to become more decent people. So, Schitt's Creek Season 5, Episode 8, entitled The Hopsies. Really clever because my last name is Hobson. That's not why I picked it. But it has a clearly defined primary, secondary, and tertiary plot, the former two being of value in my analysis. The primary plot being Jocelyn and Moira looking to find their leading lady for the community theater production of Cabaret, and the secondary being Johnny and Stevie attending the Regional Hospitality Award, the Hopsies. First, I look specifically at a scene about halfway through the episode in which Alexis auditions for the lead role in Cabaret of Sally Bowles. At the top of the scene, we see Alexis standing at the center of the room facing the audition table where Jocelyn and Moira sit. Alexis begins her audition by slating to the casting directors, "Hi, my name is Alexis Rose, represented by Alexis Rose Talent." Quickly followed by her musical selection, "I have chosen to perform the title track of my critically reviewed limited reality series, A Little Bit Alexis." Here we can already see glimpses of Alexis's cultural capital seeping in. Knowing the process of slating, where you state your name, pertinent information, and your representative agency, suggests that Alexis has experience in the music and performance industries. While that experience is not directly tied to wealth per se, it is indicative of a certain lifestyle with the ability to have connections to a representative agency. Additionally, her cultural capital is more explicitly stated in her comments about her stint on a reality TV show. Alexis goes on to perform her audition material, which includes playing the selected song off her phone and singing the lyrics accompanied with very specific choreography. The shots here are wide as we, the audience, can see Alexis singing, albeit badly, and moving about the audition space. The camera never zooms in on Alexis, though she squats and spreads her legs while she sings lyrics like, "I'm expensive sushi, I'm a huge, huge yacht, I'm a little bit single even when I'm not." She is not actually being depicted as sexually desirable. The primary use of camera angles and its deliberate exchanges between wide and tight shots indicate to the audience what should be the target of our attention. By using a wide shot on Alexis while she is auditioning and not zooming in or following her body's movements, the audience can point out the ridiculous choreography and laugh. Also, with this injected tight shots showing Moira and Jocelyn's disgust for her performance, it becomes clear to the viewer that we are to be laughing at Alexis's expense. As Alexis concludes her auditions, she asks, "Are you saying that I booked it?" Reflecting on this scene, the writers of Schitt's Creek use this moment to highlight Alexis's growth towards a power-sharing mentality and her attempt, though not always successful, at becoming a decent person through the dialogue and camera work used in the shot. As previously noted, Alexis here tries to help by using her experience in the industry, her cultural capital, to make the theater production a success by offering her services as a performer. However, Alexis struggles to give up her power by repeatedly assuming she will be given the leading role. The work of Annie Murphy portraying Alexis is pivotal in this moment. For audiences to be captivated by Alexis not as a sensual dancer, but to laugh at her mediocre performance, we must understand that Alexis is taking herself seriously. In other words, if Murphy's performance were to give any sign that Alexis attempted to sabotage her own audition, the audience would not believe in her sincerity and would thus not believe her genuine desire to help the show go well. Murphy's performance here helps us see Alexis's attempt at becoming a more decent person, though she's unsuccessful in this moment. The second scene that I analyze here is between Johnny Rose and Stevie Budd at the Regional Hospitality Awards, the Hopsies, right after they have won an award for the best accommodations with less than 20 beds. The context for this that's necessary for this scene is that Stevie's crush is also attending this award ceremony, and she's planned on surprising him by offering to join him on the road for a few days since she's already going to be out of town. She's then turned down by her crush right as their business, the Rosebud Hotel, is named the winner. The scene opens with Johnny and Stevie coming off stage as Johnny says, "Ooh, how about that, partner?" And right off the bat, we can see through the dialogue that Johnny has already adopted a power-sharing stance with Stevie. Johnny, at this point in the series, sees Stevie as an equal, so instead of inserting himself as an expert, he embraces a team-based operational model in which he and Stevie are interdependent actors. After relishing in their win, Johnny looks at Stevie and proposes that they go to a celebratory dinner, unless that would mess with the plans she had already made with Amir, her crush. Stevie begins to look visibly upset as she agrees to dinner, and the camera angles in the next exchanges are from behind Johnny, so we see the back of his head, but our focus is almost entirely on Stevie for her reactions. Seeing Stevie on the verge of tears, Johnny asks, "Your weekend plans got pushed?" Or to which Stevie replies through tears, "Oh no, just canceled." Here, Stevie's costuming tells us, the audience, a lot about how the writers intend this moment to be read. Her character is quite atypical for female representation in comedy. Defying gender norms, Stevie does not hold the typical traits of feminine behavior on television. She is not yielding or compassionate and more closely aligns with masculine traits of being assertive, competitive, and holding positions of leadership. Since we usually see her using dry humor and costumed in flannel shirts and baggy jeans, this scene is the first time we see her in anything remotely feminine or see her pursuing a relationship signaling her own sexual desire. Standing in her sleeveless black floral dress with her hair done and makeup on, we visually see Stevie in a more vulnerable state. As the camera remains on Stevie while she speaks to Johnny through tears, the camera's positioning suggests that we are seeing her as how Johnny sees her in that moment, vulnerable and needing of help. After a lingering pause on Johnny's part, he finally says, "Okay, well, you know what? If it's okay with you, why don't we beat the traffic and just head home? Because I gotta be honest, I'm feeling awfully tired, actually." Stevie, now trying to recollect herself, tries to refute Johnny's offer by saying, "Mr. Rose, I know how important this is to you." To which Johnny replies that they already got what they came for and there was no reason for them to have to stay. Stevie, about to break down again, lets herself be vulnerable with Johnny. "Mr. Rose, I don't know if I can go back there." Johnny pauses for just a moment and then offers that Stevie can stay backstage while he goes, grabs some shrimp from the buffet, and then they can drive home. Stevie agrees, and Johnny grabs her shoulder as if to say he's sorry. Johnny's actions here adequately demonstrate the qualities of the nice core genre, while also serving as another example of how members of the Rose family, or in this case Johnny, use their cultural capital to achieve this end. Having already established that the camera angles of the scene are meant to give viewers Johnny's point of view, the writing suggests that Johnny in this moment sees an opportunity to put Stevie's needs in front of his own and help her in a time of need. Though he intended to elaborately celebrate their award win, he recognized that Stevie's needs were more important than his own desires. The dialogue in this scene references Johnny's cultural capital lightly. One example is when he says he has celebratory plans for the big award win. This conveys the message to both Stevie and the audience that Johnny has experienced winning awards in the past and he knows how he best likes to celebrate. While that does not automatically correlate with wealth, having an award-winning business is often associated with a lifestyle of a certain caliber. Stevie confirms that she recognizes this and she feels bad about wanting to leave the ceremony, knowing how much this award meant to Johnny. However, the experience that almost supersedes his entrepreneurial success is his experience as a father. This moment highlights Johnny's shift to a power-sharing mentality as he sees Stevie as one of his own, someone needing to care for her in a moment of vulnerability. It seems as if Johnny's cultural capital experience of winning and celebrating entrepreneurial awards is the reason that he's okay to negate a night of celebration to take Stevie home. Using kindness, he is slowly becoming a more decent person. The final scene that I've chosen to analyze for this essay is the one which concludes the episode. On the same evening as the scene before, Stevie has returned home from the award ceremony and prepared for a night in. The exchange which unfolds between Moira and Stevie highlights Moira's continual shift towards power sharing, using her cultural capital to speak newfound kindness to another in her community. The scene opens with Stevie back in her usual attire, a baggy shirt and some sweatpants, as she unpacks the suitcase she had set aside for her weekend with Amir when she hears a knock at the door. Visibly confused, Stevie goes to the door and opens it to find Moira, smiling and greeting her with an, "Oh, hello, you." Upon asking what Moira was doing at her apartment, Moira responds that she's here to celebrate Stevie's big award. After making her way into the kitchen, Moira adds, and I was made aware that there was a loss as well. Here, the camera work mimics what was done in the scene prior with Johnny and Stevie. Most of the camera angles are positioned behind Moira, so we see the back of her silhouette, but our focus is drawn to Stevie's responses and body language. Again, we are set up to see Stevie from Moira's point of view. Now, Stevie, agreeing with Moira's statement, makes a self-deprecating joke that turns out someone who's been working the front desk of a motel her whole life isn't exactly a turn-on. Camera cuts to Moira, whose eyes are wide open and her mouth slightly agape as she replies, "I was speaking of his loss," referring to Amir. The camera cuts back to Stevie as Moira continues to give one of her well-meaning compliments, which sounds halfway like an insult. Stevie, she says, underneath that brambly tartan blousant is a chrysalis just bursting with potential. Perhaps she just needs a bit of a shock to her daily routine. As Stevie initially continues with her self-deprecating jokes, Moira cuts her off yet again. Well, the kind of shock I'm referring to, Stevie, will not come in the form of a man. Moira grabs out of her bag a copy of the script for Cabaret and offers it to Stevie with a smile, saying, just a gift that once jolted me out of my little podunk routine. Here, Moira is referring to a plot point of an earlier episode when she shared that several decades ago she also did Cabaret, and it was the show that changed her life. Now she's using that show to maybe change Stevie's. Making it clear that she is not an actor, Stevie is hesitant about taking the script, but Moira looks at Stevie and tells her that the lead in Cabaret is not an actor either. Quote, she's simply a headstrong young woman who's been knocked around a few times and is looking to make the most of herself. Stevie at once asks if Mr. Rose put her up to this, to which Moira responds that the casting decision was all her own. Stevie slowly begins to smile and thanks Moira for the role. To avoid getting too sentimental, Moira insists on, instead of offering Stevie a hug, asks to make sure that Stevie can sing, to which she responds that she sings in the car, and Moira says that's good enough. In this scene, Moira exhibits her cultural capital in several ways. For one, as she is the assistant director for the current community theater production of Cabaret, she can give Stevie an opportunity to be part of this show that no one else is able to give her. Second, this gift that Moira gives Stevie to get her out of her routine is one that Moira also has a personal relationship with. As mentioned earlier, Moira explains that she too played Sally Bowles in Cabaret, which shot her to fame as an actor. This connection to the musical and as a performer is an example of Moira's cultural capital, an experience that links her to a high-class society that no one else in Schitt's Creek has. Here, she uses her connection and experience with the musical to cheer Stevie up and give her perhaps a similar opportunity. Moira giving the lead role in the musical to Stevie is also an example of that shift towards a power-sharing mentality and becoming a more decent person. Moira could have insisted that her daughter Alexis get the role of Sally Bowles, or that Moira herself should be cast as the lead, both of which perfectly line up with her previous mentality of putting herself or her family above the community in Schitt's Creek. But instead, she chose to put her faith in someone who needed the opportunity and lacked any experience. Moira's actions wrap up the episode in a way that feels complete, like a form of justice has been served. From an audience perspective, this sends the message that a person like Moira, who typically is the target of our laughter with her ridiculous wigs and inconclusive accent, can also change and be the reason that an episode ends on a sweet note. Moira's actions point to what I believe Schitt's Creek as a program is trying to impress on their audience. If the Rose family can become kind people who contribute to their community, then the viewers can too, and I think that's some classy shit. Thank you, Sarah. Up next, we have Anastasia Hayden presenting on Veronica Mars. We flip that over, and you should be good to just click over with that.
Okay. Can you hear me?
You want to clip that? Yeah. Put that down there. Okay.
My presentation is called Veronica Mars is a 99%. Written by Rob Thomas, who before breaking into television worked as a high school teacher and author of young adult novels. Veronica Mars premiered on September 22nd, 2004 on UPN to great acclaim but low ratings. It was included on many best of TV lists in publications as diverse as Entertainment Weekly and Time Magazine, both during its original run and in special end of the decade retrospectives. The first two seasons are grounded by one long story arc each, involving murders, while peppered with shorter mysteries solved in a single episode. When UPN merged with the WB to form the new network, the CW, in 2006, Veronica Mars was renewed for a third season, but with condition that it tell 3 short story arcs instead of one long one. While Thomas and his staff complied, it didn't help the ratings and the show was canceled after the end of the season. However, it would get a spin-off feature film 7 years later and a revival by the streaming service Hulu 5 years after that. The series stars Kristen Bell as Veronica Mars, a teenager living in the fictional town of Neptune, a wealthy Southern California community, similar to those seen on shows with teenage protagonists like Beverly Hills 90210 and The OC. However, the show's resemblance to those shows is only superficial, as instead of a teen soap, it's a noir series deeply concerned with class issues. As Melissa Sorter states, in Veronica Mars, the numerous subplots revolve around the uneven distribution of wealth, abuse of power, and inconsistent application of justice. Neptune is a town full of secrets, scandals, crime, and conflict, and the town's overall unfairness drives Veronica and its characters. In its best of 2000s list, pop culture website The AV Club ranked Veronica as the 15th greatest show of the decade and stated, the first season of the Rob Thomas created Veronica Mars is one of the singular achievements of 2000s television, a season-long murder mystery that doubles as an inquiry into the class divisions in and around a Southern California high school. And The Atlantic declared that the series has one of TV's realist depictions of class inequality, and said Veronica Mars had one of the most honest and sensitive portrayals of socioeconomic class differences. Class was part of the show's DNA from the onset. The show's first season arc focuses on the murder of a girl named Lily Kane. Lily was Veronica's best friend and sister of her longtime boyfriend Duncan. Lily was also the daughter of Jake and Celeste Kane. Jake, a computer entrepreneur, wasn't just the richest man in a town full of rich people. He was also responsible for much of the community's wealth. In a voiceover in the show's pilot, Veronica sums up just how important Jake is in Neptune. Streaming video was invented and perfected here at Kane Software. The day the company went public, Jake Kane made $1 billion. Everyone who worked for him, right down to the secretarial pool, became millionaires. He's beloved here. Half the people in town owe their fortunes to him. This illustrates the hierarchy of the show. The richest man in town is not only rich, but also adored. Keith Morris, Veronica's dad, and the county sheriff aggressively pursued Jake for the murder of his daughter, igniting the ire of most of the town's citizens. When Abel Coons, a disgruntled former Kane Software employee, confessed to the murder, and the town had an emergency recall election and removed Keith as sheriff, and the entire family became pariahs. Leanne, Keith's wife and Veronica's mom, walked out of the family shortly thereafter because, as Veronica says, the loss of status, the loss of income was too much for her, indicating how hard it is to live in Neptune without money or high status. As William Ern put it in his essay, getting past the velvet rope, status anxiety in Neptune is worried about where he or she fits into the hierarchy of standing and importance. When Lily's true killer is caught at the end of the first season, Keith and Veronica are no longer outcasts, and Veronica even reunites with Duncan. In the first scene of the season, Veronica is approached by a classmate asking her for help because he failed a drug test that would keep him out of athletics for the school year, despite being clean for 10 months. When she refuses to help, he says, "I guess it's true what they say about you. You're an 09er now. You went and landed yourself some rich boyfriend, and last year was just some big old act for you. You have to pick sides in the town these days. You picked yours." Veronica gets pulled into the mystery of a school bus filled primarily with lower class students crashed off a cliff, killing all the passengers but one after a school trip. This story arc was influenced by The Sweet Hereafter by Russell Banks, which someone talked about earlier, though more so the Adam McGowan's 1997 film adaptation than the novel itself. It has multiple visual references to the movie. It killed all but one passenger on a school trip, while most of the wealthy kids rode safely in a limousine behind the bus. This became the show's main plotline for the second season. It's ultimately revealed that Cassidy Beaver Casablancas masterminded the bus crash, in part because he was sexually abused by County Supervisor Woody Goodman, who is a serial pedophile, and two other victims wanted to come forward who were on the bus. He wanted to get revenge on Woody for the abuse, so he framed him for the crash. As county supervisor, effectively acts as Neptune's mayor because Neptune is a unincorporated community rather than an actual town. Woody's main platform was to incorporate it, so that he'll be a real mayor. When he tells Keith this, the letter points out that it will widen the gap between the rich and poor in Neptune even further, which Woody dismisses, illustrating how wealthy treat problems of the lower classes. Woody's obsession with incorporation and fetishization of class also recall the classic neo-noir Chinatown, where the villain's exploitation of a city's resources mirrors his sexual abuse of his daughter. While class differences weren't the driving force behind the bus crash, they did come into play because the majority of Woody's victims were from lower class families. The only one that's shown to be from a wealthy family is Beaver, who was emotionally and verbally abused, as well as neglected by his father and older brother, and was abandoned by his mother. We can assume that Woody purposely targeted boys who were vulnerable, including economically. This shows how intersectional class issues are. Nothing in Neptune is untouched by economic or social class. Horace Mann famously said that education is the great equalizer for intergenerational socioeconomic mobility. So it's no surprise that many of the class issues were left behind when Veronica enrolls in college in the show's third season, but they still weren't entirely gone. In her first case of the season, she helped the student get back the stolen belongings that he couldn't afford to replace, and later she helped the football player locate a missing playbooks so he didn't lose a scholarship that he needed to stay in school. Cancellation of the series in 2007, Rob Thomas tried to sell a spin-off show set 5 years in the future with Veronica as a rookie FBI agent, but couldn't make a deal with any networks. Thomas, still not wanting to give up the series or his heroine, then wrote a script for a feature film. Warner Brothers, which retained the rights to the series and its characters, declined to make it, citing lack of interest. Both Thomas and series star Bell tried to secure rights multiple times before securing a deal 2023 that if they raised $2 million using the crowdsourcing site Kickstarter to prove that there was an interest in a feature film of the series, Warner Brothers would finance the rest of the film. It achieved its initial goal in less than 10 hours and ultimately broke the record for most backers on a single Kickstarter project and raised over $5 million. A feature film was produced and it was released in theaters and on video on demand on March 24th, 2014. The film, also called Veronica Mars, brought class issues to the forefront once again. Beginning of the film, Veronica is revealed to be a recent graduate of Columbia Law School, living in New York City, an entire continent away from Neptune. Lured back to town by her former boyfriend, Logan Eccles, after he'd asked for help when he's a suspect in the murder of his girlfriend, Carrie. While back in town, her father, still working at the PI, showed Veronica that corruption and classism had only gotten worse since she left almost a decade prior. Where Veronica sees deputies harassing a pair of young Latino men in an older model car, Key says, "Stop and frisk. Some developers bought all this. Now our police are running off the undesirables. It's Neptune way, protecting and serving the highest bidder." Carrie's killer is a master Stu Cobbler, a poor kid who went to high school with Carrie. After graduation, he became a drug dealer and provided Carrie and her friends with drugs in exchange for being admitted to their parties. One night, while partying on Logan's boat, Carrie's best friend Susan died. Then Cobb videotaped the group, weighing her body down with an anchor. He spent the next 9 years blackmailing them into hanging out with him, financially supporting them, and even forces one Gia Goodman to have sex with him regularly. He killed Carrie because she was planning on telling the truth about the night Susan died, which would end his free ride. Like most of the criminals in the original series, Cobb is motivated by money and status. In the end, Veronica decides to stay in Neptune and fight the injustice in town. As Veronica herself says, "Dad always said this town could wreck a person. It's what happens when you're playing a rigged game. I convinced myself that winning meant getting out. But in what world do you leave the ring and declare victory? This is where I belong, in the fight. It's who I am." In the 2019 revival, Veronica has been living in Neptune since the events of the film and working with her father as a PI. Neptune has changed in intervening years. Now it's an official town instead of an unincorporated community. The gap between the rich and poor has also gotten bigger, reflecting the real-life inequality that has grown since the original series debut. Rob Thomas even said that he specifically wanted the fourth season to show the gentrification of Neptune. In the first season, in the first episode, Veronica helps Carson Farr, divorcee, secure a large settlement from her husband after he offered her only $90,000 a month in alimony payments and treats Veronica like a servant, ordering her to change the batteries in her home smoke detector before she leaves. This reminds the audience of what Neptune is like. Hughes takes a case of harassment at Hughes Reduce, a discount grocery store where someone keeps letting loose rats to scare away customers. Mr. Hugh is worried about going out of business, not just for himself, but because his store is the only non-gourmet grocery store in Neptune. As he tells Keith, "My store is the only place in Neptune where my customers can afford my groceries." Later at a city council meeting, other small businesses, like that of the country western themed bar called Chattanooga Charlie's, marijuana dispensary called How High Are You, express similar sentiments. Then the Sea Spray Motel, a down-market beachfront lodging owned by Sal Ross that's popular with spring breakers, is bombed, killing 4 people and injuring more. Next couple of weeks, 2 more bombs are detonated in local locations popular with spring breakers. A beach where volleyball is frequently played and a dive bar called Comrade Cracks. Out of prison for a real estate scam that he committed earlier in the series, Big Dick Casablanca started a new real estate company and is lobbying for the city to pass beautification laws that will benefit his business, but will put small business at a disadvantage. He starts a group called Neptune United for a Tidy Town, whose goal is ostensibly to beautify the town, but it's really to push out lower-class residents and the businesses they and spring breakers frequent. Dick then plans on buying their properties at a discount and flipping them at a profit, despite his claim that he just wants Neptune to return to its former glory. Clearly stylized to resemble Donald Trump, who was a real estate tycoon before going into politics and expressed a desire to ostensibly better past, which calls Trump's call to make America great again. In both cases, this is an imagined past. Keith even says, "How did we let a crooked real estate tycoon come in here and seduce us into longing for a bygone era? This era never existed, except in people's imaginations. 20 years ago, they were dumping waste from the nuclear plant 100 yards from the public beach." Dick is also aided by reformed bank robber Clyde Pickett, a criminal in prison. Clyde paid another prisoner to attack Dick so he could rescue him and become his personal security in hopes of continuing that role on the outside. Despite talking up Clyde to others, Dick is quick to ditch him for people of his own economic and social class whenever the opportunity arises, and treats him like a servant, mirroring the way the divorcee treated Veronica in the first scene of the season. It's revealed that the first bomb was placed at the behest of Big Dick, who wanted the property that the Sea Sprite Motel sits on. 2 subsequent bombs were planted by Penn Ebner, a pizza delivery guy who was injured in the initial bombing while he was doing his job. 7 years prior, Penn had been tortured and left for dead by a group of frat boys who were on spring break and wanted revenge on spring breakers and figured he could get it by making his bombs look like they were committed by the culprit of the first one. Since he never finished college and works a service job for low pay, while the frat boys were students at a prestigious college, Penn didn't think he'd get justice if he worked inside the system in Neptune. When Clyde found out that Dick sold Comrade Quack to someone else after promising to the property to him and that he was behind the first bombing, Clyde confronts him and says that some Ross would have sold if Big Dick offered him more money. You could have offered Ross another $1 million. He would have sold you the Sea Sprite and those 4 people would still be alive. Dick says, well, yeah, that would be overpaying, and I never overpaid. Look, the bomb was supposed to go off in the middle of the night. It was supposed to be a warning to sell Ross, but, well, shit happens. The internet went down and messed up the timer. Don't judge me. It's not like your hands are clean. He doesn't care that people were killed. He views the idea of overpaying for a land a bigger tragedy than loss of a person's life, specifically a working class person's life. Susan Ingram pointed out what a perfect villain Dick is for the show. This is the rich and powerful villain who, true to Noor, once again wins out over the poor and defenseless. Is not a movie star, a software billionaire, or a sports star, as the case in the first 3 seasons, but rather, also like true LA crime stories, a real estate developer who had been wheeling and dealing in order to drive down the price of beachfront property he has his sights set on developing. Mark orders that Dick tried to have Keith and Veronica killed. Clyde also shows class solidarity by turning him into members of a Mexican drug cartel who had been trying to identify the Sea Sprite bomber because one of the victims was a nephew of the cartel's son. Weevil, a gang member who had been friends with Veronica before working for Dick, shows class solidarity by preventing the other members from killing Keith and Veronica on Dick's orders. Both Clyde and Weevil recognize that Dick will never show either of them solidarity the way he shows members of his own economic and social class, so they decide to do the same. Despite this, they fail to stop Dick's gentrification plans. As Veronica intones in the final scene of the series, spring break is dead. Gone are the throngs of college students stumbling from the beaches to the dive bars. Gone are the dive bars themselves. Boardwalk drinking holes and nightclubs fell like dominoes. There's an art gallery where Chattanooga Charles used to be. How high are you is a goddamn baseball. And who said crime doesn't pay? Clyde Pickett's rolling in it. He sells classic cars at a Comrade Quack location to men who want to be reminded of the days way back when. Each car Rosebud, hues reduced. It closed a couple months ago. The upscale market taking over location promises wine tasting and light jazz in an alfresco setting, which is nice if you're not one of the customers who relied on triple coupon Tuesdays to put food on the table.
Yeah, it's very easy to do. Surprised I haven't done it yet. And like waving. Next, we have Joe McDonald on Daria, Jody, racial identity, and class struggle in the high school setting in MTV's Daria. You're welcome to use the. Yes. I'm also going to quickly turn the fan on because I just realized I was to turn on.
Okay. I'll skip the mic. You can hear me. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm going to present my analysis of the high school setting and class struggle as depicted in MTV's Daria, with a particular focus on the season 2 episode Gifted. So, Daria is not always widely recognized beyond oddball millennials like myself. It's not super well known outside my generation. It's not very heavily studied, but something it does do and does well is that it works to give validity to an entire genre. It works to give validity to the animated sitcom genre as something that challenges traditional media representations. Unlike other animated series, which often rely on caricature or overt parody, Daria employs realism and subtlety to address societal issues. At the center of today's discussion are 2 characters, Daria Morgendorffer, who you might expect, and Jody Landon. I chose to ignore Jane. Don't ask why. Jane is an interesting character, maybe not the most related to class and race as I see it. But their experiences in the suburban high school, which is a microcosm of broader societal structures, illustrate the constant negotiation of social class and the pressures of racial identity. So one of the most compelling aspects of Daria is its depiction of the high school setting as a liminal space. In this environment, social order is not fixed but fluid. High school represents an in-between phase where identities are in flux and the boundaries of social hierarchies are continuously redrawn. This is shown exceedingly well in Daria, as we have episodes that will spend entire scenes. They will spend entire scenes just talking about the repositioning of the social order in the high school. Literally, they will say, this person's more popular than he was yesterday, this person's less popular than he was yesterday. This is how it works. This is how the high school setting works in Daria. It is exceedingly based on class. Now, so in such a setting, traditional class divisions are both enacted and questioned, providing a fertile ground for examining how individuals navigate shifting social dynamics. Within this setting, we see that the high school is more than just a backdrop for the adolescent drama. It is a dynamic space where class, identity, and power all intersect. The rules of social drama, or the rules of social engagement, here are subtle yet rigid, with the popular elite exercising control over the majority of students who often remain marginalized. It is in this environment that both Daria and Jody must negotiate their identities, albeit in markedly different ways. So Daria Morgendorffer, the title character, is portrayed as not just a social pariah, but a virtual social non-existent, right? Daria is seen as not there half the time. If she is noticed, it's because of her brain, and that's it. They never notice her as a person. She is intelligent, she is critical, she is disenchanted with superficial values of her peers, and to say the least, misanthropic. Her outsider status forces her to challenge the prevailing social order. Through Daria, the series critiques the rigidity of high school hierarchies, exposing how nonconformity is met with isolation and resistance. Her struggle is emblematic of the broader conflict between individuality and the pressures to conform within a structured social system. In contrast, we have Jody Landon. Jody occupies a dual role within the same environment. As one of the few black students in a predominantly white upper middle class high school, Jody is elevated to the position of superficial prominence. She holds leadership roles and is celebrated as an exceptional other. Her prominence is tightly bound to her racial identity, a marker that also isolates her. Jody's experience highlights the phenomenon of tokenism, wherein her elevated status is both the product of and a reaction to her identity. Her position, though seemingly powerful, masks the underlying marginalization and limitations imposed by a system that views her as an outlier rather than a fully integrated member of the social order. She is self-aware of this too, which is really interesting. She's in. I'm not focusing on this episode so much in my presentation. I did focus on it in the paper. There is an episode called "I Loathe the Parade," where she is literally on a parade float as the homecoming queen, talking about her tokenism. She literally stands there and talks about what kind of token she is, and it's sarcastically talking about how it's an enlightened gesture that they keep making her homecoming queen every year. Now, to illustrate these themes, I'm going to look at the episode Gifted, which is pictured above, in detail. In this episode, both Daria and Jody are invited to join one of the nation's most elite private high schools, a setting that starkly contrasts with their familiar environment at Lawndale High. Lawndale High, of course, is an upper middle class suburban high school suburb. It's an upper middle class suburb. This episode serves as a microcosm for the broader class struggle at play within the series. When Daria and Jody enter an elite high school, they initially experience a sense of validation and equality. For Daria, who is typically marginalized at Lawndale, as we've discussed, the opportunity to be among peers who share her intelligence is just awesome. It's awesome. She gets to go there. She gets to converse with people on her level, at least as she sees it initially. However, the new environment also exposes the fragility of social status. Daria quickly realizes that although the elite high school offers a temporary reprieve from the stigma of being an outsider, the underlying social dynamics remain unchanged. The rigid class distinctions persist, albeit in a subtler way, and her individuality still positions her as a disruptive element within an established order. Jody's experience in Gifted is equally fascinating. As a popular black student at Longdale, her status is largely constructed on her racial identity, a token of diversity within an otherwise homogenous setting. In the elite high school, however, Jody confronts the limitations of her tokenism. Her identity, which once afforded her a place of superficial prominence, now becomes a source of isolation. Despite her accomplishments, all her leadership roles, she's the president of the student council at Lawndale, she does 50,000 different things. She gets to this high school, she's not standing out as much. And when she does not stand out as much, she decides she's going to talk. And that her talking actually upsets the people around her. This is messed up in a major way, but Jody is forced to confront the limitations of her identity. And despite her accomplishments and leadership roles, her identity continues to constrain her opportunities. This episode dramatically illustrates the instability of social position. Right? The very traits that once elevated Jody also render her vulnerable to exclusion when the context changes. So Gifted thus functions as a powerful example of the series' broader argument about class mobility. It reveals that social hierarchies, especially in high school, are not static, but are subject to rapid transformation. This also reveals something more about society at large, which I will get into in a minute. This episode underscores the notion that an individual's social position is intimately tied to their environment. As that environment shifts, so too do the dynamics of power and belonging. Now, the high school setting is also, in Daria, is emblematic of a broader societal structure. Here, class struggle is not merely a backdrop for adolescent angst, but a dynamic process that shapes every interaction. The hierarchical structure of a high school mimics the larger social order, where a small elite dictates the norms and values to which the majority must conform. In this space, every change in the environment, such as a transition from Lawndale, an upper middle class suburban high school, but still a public high school, to an elite private high school in Gifted, serves as a reminder that class distinctions are both constructed and always contested. The liminality of high school, as depicted in Daria, challenges us to reconsider our assumptions about social fluidity and mobility. The rapid shifts in status experienced by Daria and Jody demonstrate that class is not a static characteristic, but variable and contingent upon context. The struggles remind us that social identity is continuously negotiated, influenced by factors that extend beyond individual ability to include systemic biases and environmental pressures. Now, the insights gleaned from Daria extend far beyond the realm of animated sitcoms, obviously, or I wouldn't be there. By foregrounding the high school setting, the series offers a compelling commentary on the nature of social hegemony in modern society. The fluidity of class and the precarious nature of tokenism, as demonstrated through the experiences of Daria and Jody, prompt us to critically examine how social hierarchies are maintained and challenged within various institutional contexts. Moreover, Daria's treatment of these themes invites further scholarly inquiry into the intersections of race, class, and media representation. The episode Gifted is particularly valuable in this regard as it captures the tension between individual identity and structural constraints in a truly powerful way. Through this lens, Daria not only subverts conventional expectations of animated television, but also contributes to broader discussions on how identity and social class are represented in popular culture. Through the contrasting experiences of Daria and Jody, and particularly through the illuminating example of the episode Gifted, the series exposes the fluid, often precarious nature of social hierarchies. It challenges us to reconsider how environments shape our understanding of class and identity, and it urges us to look beyond superficial markers to find more deeper dynamics at play. Thank you.
much. We want to open it up for any questions anyone wants to ask of the presenters. Lily's going to help me with the technical side of things. With
Live stream like 30-second delay. Sorry. Oh, wait, I hear clapping.
but yeah, Becca might have something to say. But
Yes, and we can turn it back around if we have any questions. Oops.
we'll check.
Haley, do you want to field questions?
Yeah, does anyone have a question? Looks like no one does. Do you have anything you would like to tell? Sarah has one. Never mind.
I guess my question is for all of you. Thinking about all the different types of media that you can analyze, like what is about studying television to you, especially when you are looking at something like a class? How do you see that maybe in a way that isn't in different media?
A lot of times recently, one thing.
Yeah, you get distinctive camera angles, distinct things are very different. You would examine literary, maybe, because with literary you don't get the visual. So you get to examine the visual, you get to examine the writing, more to examine as a result. Broader study. What comes like that?
It's also more accessible than louder. It does have a price barrier.
You also have the role of the editor in a lot of other forms of media. You see what you take from it. You are your own editor. But television, and I'll even include film, not have an invisible third party who is curating exactly what you're seeing, and there's so much that is not verbally shared in those choices that are made that then as a viewer you either pick up or you don't, and there might be things that you pick up on that maybe an editor didn't intend, but because they're by the nature of having another set of eyes or another individual curating what you're seeing, it just increases the ability to read things differently and for there to be more nuance in what is being presented.
Becca, do you have anything to add on kind of what sets the medium of TV apart from maybe other forms of popular culture when studying class?
Yeah, I think I would say that's a great question. I would say, especially in the past kind of more traditional television forms, the theory is that their kind of limited nature, the short format, and the fact that a lot of them are episodic, that kind of limited the kinds of stories that could be told. For example, if you have to have the characters come back each week, they're not going to make a lot of progress, right? So you're not going to see heroic, working class figures that struggle and move up and improve and change, because the plot really can't change too dramatically in an episodic text compared to like a film that could go anywhere, right? Could do anything. But I do think now, of course, the distinction between what's television and what's film is collapsing a bit, or at least has exploded in so much variation that you can't really make those kinds of generalizations as easily anymore. So I think television is much more open, both because the formats are more flexible and also because audiences have been exposed to much more complex television over the last 20 years or so. And so they're comfortable with and expecting, they have much broader expectations. They don't have a very narrowed sense of what a television text can do. So I think that's very, very, a positive thing, very hopeful.
Great. EJ?
Question for Greg, and I don't think we've ever had before, actually, which is, well, what is intensified is specifically like current things to look for? How do these, I think we can kind of go deeper when it comes to things that are more international, like obviously class internationally is a very different subject than class specifically here when it comes to American things. if you have anything that you may think will help when it comes to teaching things like that.
Mhm. Oh, I didn't hear the very last thing you said.
Just kind of got you.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think, I mean, it's a little hard to generalize. It's funny because capitalism is so global. You know, now it's this big unifying force, but obviously the way things look on the ground in terms of culture can be very different. So I would say that kind of pedagogically just to be, you know, aware of that, and that if you are doing kind of a grounded formalism or kind of a grounded aesthetics approach, you have to really make sure you understand that that interpretive context that surrounds that. In other words, like if you were teaching a course that is looking at you know, television texts in, you know, different countries around the world or different cultures, you would have to spend a lot of time really establishing kind of a shared knowledge of the cultural context that is going to interact with those you know, those I'm really defining the aesthetics not so much in terms of like just abstract formalistic traits in a text, but really as cues to the audience, right? That's what's important about them. So if the audience is coming in with a different interpretive context, you know, they may very well interpret those cues differently. So it just gets incredibly complex, and that you really have to be aware of that kind of social cultural component to be able to analyze the text effectively. Because, you know, different cultures, like, you know, over in England, for example, you know, there's much more awareness of class identity than there is here, and that shapes the kinds of representations you see. And of course, there's lots of scholarship that establishes all, you know, around the world that that cultural context does override. It's more powerful than the text, right? So it really does shape the way people receive things.
Well, it doesn't look like there's any more questions, so thank you, Becca. Thank you to our other presenters. We now are going to take a quick break. We have lunch over in room 142. It's across the hall. You can't miss it. So there are sandwiches, things of that. The sandwiches, things to drink. Also, if people, yeah, grilled vegetables. Also, people, you know, do need something else or are looking for like another drink option or something. There is a cafe towards the very front of the library when you come in. It hasn't been open very long, and it's cool we have it now.
Yeah, so if you want to dive into lunch for the next 30 minutes, and then when we come back with announcements, awards, all kinds of fun stuff. I'd like to thank you all so much for being here. It's been so great so far, and it's only lunchtime. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is hot. Talking about well, that's like that quintessential is place. So, a self-aware token. You know, let's take like the fact that here's you were trying to run through I'm going to have to curate the already curated PowerPoint so that I will not
drive people absolutely crazy houses because it's just, it's just too needs to shut it. Yes. So first off, sounds like why is this changes? Why is it changes?
Hello, live stream people. I'm gonna mute myself and try to pause the live stream. If not, I'll be back. I don't know. I think I don't know how to do that.
feel like you have a question. But like, the same question you're going to say, I mean, it's a full call, multiple, multiple, I don't think this is what I need to have these kind of reports. You saw I think sex is so bad. It's hard to put the argument on culture represents something. But it doesn't represent yeah, I think it really changes those people know and look at the question. By definition, online events when Or just say Phil, see where it's going. Yeah, it was see. Do yeah, we whatever. Yeah, it's like walk. think it's kind of better that this is still going. Just because I like the idea of someone checking in and being reminded. Something. And there's so people that talk about us next year to get this kind of super leaders. They might be supposed to do a virtual day.
Yeah. Remember? Which one for training at the parties? Well, I guess it's on.
It's a cost saving. It's still not figured that certain still here. Well, I take my risk. You consider on Thursday. So yeah, so I'm right home. Okay. Right, I can't fly. Even hanging clothes and yeah, real. Take that mindfulness. You know, it's a little bring yourself to the present moment. Situation, you know, never keeps happening for you. Like mercy to how are you? Very good. Well, like years not this summer, but summer they let us I think on the 4th year design out summer course.
Tomorrow
It's like a
I'm
break basis.
Should I have like a small pink coffee cup? Like which feels like maybe like the one, but it's so I'm just like really effective. You know how big it is out of what city is or it's from the spot, yeah. And he's like, no, I'm using it. Give it to him after every 2 minutes. I'm using it. That's funny. It's not open.
We should review them now. Speak to them with us. Been in there watching each flag. Like I'm happy to do it. So
Basically, just in the group presentations, it just means coming up and being like
Setting an example.
you share your screen.
Well, meeting yourself normally. So
You're letting them know, hey,
you're useful.
the Williams too.
Yeah, let me know which one you're taking.
So we're on the slides now.
It should be, but I just
Yeah.
my
That's
anxiety
fair.
would get better if I have to do that.
That's fair.
Oh yeah.
Erase your head, baby. Really glad I didn't unmute as I said that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did you see that rock?
Yes.
Somebody, I mean,
So I was talking with the head librarian at the Future Library, and she said that talk to her if you need like about like maybe getting some funds about making some buns to leave up there, because it is technically him. It is technically the Ray Brown Librarian. She saw my button and was like, "Where'd you get that?" Okay, are we gonna unmute?
Yeah. Still Jessica Scarborough.
Yep, they're online now, and they're online.
All right.
So if she doesn't come in, we can use it.
Okay, we're unmuted now. This is not one. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from lunch, I suppose. Let me make sure I'm still doing this correctly. So before we head to the next thing, just a couple of little, like, I don't know, reminders, housekeeping things, as we have some new people here. First, if you haven't signed in up front and registered, please just make sure you do so before the conference is done. This helps us get money for food. They like to know how many people we are feeding. And also, we have a raffle going on up front. It is $1 for 1 ticket and $5 for 6 tickets. They're a bunch of ClassCon, Ray Brown Association, just random fun goodies. And if you don't have cash on you, talk to John. He has every cash app.
Grudgingly, I really can't stand it,
but he is the one who has them. Again, if people are new, if you have any questions, trying to find things, there are a lot of us with these either blue or red Ask Me buttons. We can probably answer your question. I also wanted to highlight there's a display by the elevator, so like what you walk past or will walk out. It's highlighting the pop culture library and class studies at BGSU. You know, we have actually things in the pop culture library that have been talked about today. People who have used the library a lot in their own research. The library is open until 5 p.m. today. If you haven't been, I recommend checking it out. It's really cool. I'm not just saying that because I also work there, but it is also very fun. We also are doing an annual conference scene again, so all the materials are on that table over there. You are welcome to take them to your own table, as Lizzie is doing right now.
Oh yeah.
And Jenna, there's a lot of fun. If you make any pages, what we're gonna do is just kind of leave them at the table. We'll collect all of them, scan them in, and then have some place you can pick them back up if you would like them back, and then we'll create a digital zine.
yeah, the past zines are available digitally on our webpage too, so you can take a look at those.
Also, after all the conference presentations are done, we are having pizza and karaoke in Chancel Hall, room 228. So kind of right as you walk into the building. That's at 8 p.m. and should be a lot of fun. We'd also, once again, like to thank all of our sponsors, particularly the Department of English, the Institute for the Study of Society and Culture, the School of Cultural and Critical Studies, and the Stoddard O'Neill Fund, all of our volunteers who are here helping out, and all of our collaborators. And we would specifically like to bring up Sarah Urban really quick and thank her. She will be graduating with her master's in English.
Okay, hold on, Brady.
Thank you.
Handmade by Connie in the back.
And you will be able to see Sarah present on Doctor Who with the panel tomorrow. Hopefully in her cool Doctor Who ClassCon jacket.
Peggy, like you like it.
Yep. This year's conference would not nearly be running half as smoothly if it was not for you. You have done countless hours of work. And
I tried
on this
to get
but get our thesis done.
All right, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
And now, we are here to present our third annual Hammer Down Award. So I will turn it over to
First me,
John
and
and
yep.
then Phil.
So this is our third year. Every year we have given an award to somebody who has gone above and beyond their job title to make sure ClassCon exists now and in the future. The very first ClassCon came about because Haley and I were working at the Brown Popular Culture Library and just always lamenting, especially back then, how class studies were ignored in academia, if not outright discouraged, and how Haley and I went all the way to Minneapolis to the Midwest Popular Culture Association to present on class studies, which only existed because I demanded they have one. And there was 3 people in the room, something like that.
Which was a fellow GCSU student who was going to the airport with us after our presentation. Was a close friend of John's who happened to live in Minneapolis.
Gave us rides there.
Just one other person who woke up at 8 a.m. on a Saturday morning.
Meanwhile, all the other panels were packed, and we knew that this was not representative. We knew that there were like-minded people like yourselves that believe strongly that class deserves a place in academia, and we wanted to make a conference for ourselves, not be put in the back room at 8 a.m. on a Sunday. And the head librarian at Clark Cultural Library, who's now retired, Nancy Down, really made sure that our dreams come true. And then after she retired, the School of Critical Cultural Studies really jumped in to help make this happen. So we have this award named after Nancy Down. I call it the Hammer Down Award because you're getting things done. I'd also like to point out that this beautiful box was made right here in the library in the Collab Lab, and I don't think Rudy's here, but thanks to Rudy for doing that. And we'd very much like to thank Angela Nelson for being a champion of our dreams and to give you this award. And I'm going to hand it over to Phil to talk a little bit and introduce Angela to you. Just use your professor voice. I can't use the microphone, so I don't like it.
If you want to fit, we could.
That's fine. I'll just try and project.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm Phil Dickinson. I currently serve as Associate Dean. Sounds very fancy, but it's not. In the Applied Arts and Sciences, I've been following these studies a long time. I came here as a graduate student in the MA program in American Studies in 1988. I was in the state for 1 year. And then I was pursuing PhD in American Culture Studies, and as I was looking at Angela's track record here at the institution, one of the benefits of my canoptic position in the College of Arts and Sciences, some of us had kind of similar things. So I was a graduate teaching assistant, I was an adjunct, then I was a Saintbury Austin faculty member, then I was junior Austin faculty member, then I became a lecturer, then assistant teaching professor, associate teaching professor, and now I believe sort of claiming and great by this that I'm the institution's only non-tenure track faculty associate dean.
All right.
So that's important because I think my career in academia has largely existed in the margin. This kind of space is a marginal space. These are conversations that unfortunately, conversations about collectivities that are the result of collective efforts tend to be very marginalized spaces, as John's comments indicate. And I think in that regard, Angela has careers kind of parallel with each other. She began as an adjunct and an assistant non-tenure track professor in the Department of Music and Art University in the early 90s, and then a tenure track job here in the Department of Culture in 1993. And since that time, served in various administrative roles, chair of ethnic studies, chair of culture, interim director of the School of Cultural and Critical Studies, now the full-time director of the School of Cultural and Critical Studies. And I think if there's one adjective I would characterize Angela's tenure here at the university, it's this oft used and much overused word, the adjective collegiate. Now, a lot of people use that term in academia but don't really mean what term means. Use it in a way that's an intimate. So, the very Webster dictionary tells me collegial can be defined in a couple of sentences. Marked by power or authority vested equally in a number of elements. Characterized by equal sharing of it. Marked by camaraderie among colleagues. So we often talk if we're kind of from a faculty or administrative perspective about shared governance. Because shared governance is the institutional expression of this notion of an equal sharing of power by collegiality, institutionally writ. Lots of lip service created that option when the institution rose, I know that. But you run across people very occasionally with that quality is embodied. And actually, she's head of what is a very practice unit, the School of Cultural and Critical Studies, which brings together formally separate units, ethnic studies, popular culture, American culture studies, and women's gender and sexuality studies, all of which some of you know have their own distinct origin stories. Culture. We all know the origin story, right? These formally distinct entities were brought together under the umbrella of School of Cultural and Critical Studies. Managing that, as I know with the first person study, is not easy. You're dealing with academics. You're dealing with people whose professional careers in many ways are devoted to hyper-specialization. And hyper-specialists tend not to deal very well with general situations, right? And I'm thinking about one thing I've learned in my 7 or 8 years now in the college office, and before that I taught American literature for 25 years in English, is that being a good administrator is a bit like being a good white person. Right? You should be invisible, right? And your role really is to facilitate good things, make good things happen, bring people together, conversations together. And ultimately, where you end up often, and this is again the spirit of collegiality, is in the middle, where everything really wants to be, right? But often that's the spirit of compromise, that's the spirit of collective effort. It's you're in a space where perhaps ideally people might not want to be, but they can live with the results. And in this iterative process, you're kind of moving something along into a better place. And I think Angela's career in the institution is a signal example of that. She is way more cheerful than I am, and deals with way more stress than I do. But she meets fortitude with a smile and graciousness, and is a pleasure to be around. So she's a very worthy recipient of Ramadan.
Yeah.
Step away from the hammers. At home.
And a perfect award for class time is particularly is useful. Yeah. So let's go on a picture.
The round of applause.
Yeah, you go on. I can see I could put it inside.
Wide open?
It's a purple top.
It's a little bit. Yeah. Because what could be more academic award when you choose a box? We're beyond break. That's
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I will help lead the transition a little bit as we head into our next panel, which feels very apt that it's now the education panel. So the majority of our presenters are online, so bear with us as we figure out Zoom all over again. But for our participants that are online, you should be able to just share your screen. If for some reason you can't, we can just make you a co-host. But basically we would be going down the order on the program. So beginning with Josh Forts, then moving back to William Scarborough from earlier, and then Mitch Hernandez, and then finally our in-person presenter of Adam Wrench. Great. I may have pronounced your last name. Okay. So Josh, whenever you're ready, hopefully you'll be able to share your screen fine. And I will also, if you would like to see the audience, I can turn the video on and you can see that there are in fact a lot of people in the room.
There are people. My God. Hello, everyone. Yes. All right, let me try sharing my screen. I will do this. Okay, is that, can you see? Well, you can see nothing right now. How about now?
Yes.
Perfection. All right. Hello, everyone. I am very sorry I could not be there in person today, although considering that the sun is out here in Ithaca for the first time in what seems like several thousand years, I suppose I will have to console myself with that fact.
Now? Yes.
So,
perfection. All right. Hello, everyone.
I am very sorry I could not be there. Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, so of the speakers on this panel, I am speaking about what I think might be the most kind of boring and parochial subject. Namely, if you want to teach class within the confines of an undergraduate college experience, what can that actually entail? Or more specifically, what does it actually look like to teach a college level class that is deliberately, and I think retrospectively, almost monomaniacally focused on teaching the history of class in the United States? This presentation is about an attempt to do exactly that, which I undertook as a graduate student and then as a lecturer later at Columbia University. Rest in peace, by the way, it was a lovely university before it died. I taught a class called The History of the American Middle Class, 1850 to present. It was a discussion-based undergraduate seminar, which I think was pretty key, given the nature of this particular subject. It has to be fairly exploratory. And not to give up too much here, but the subtitle for this talk is Lessons from an Exercise in Productive Insanity, which sums up what I'm about to tell you pretty neatly. Because however you think this went, I'm here to tell you that it was simultaneously better and weirder than what you're thinking. Student interest in this class, both times I taught it, ranged from high, the first time I taught it, to extremely high, the second time. At one point, I had a 50-person wait list for a class that was already overfilled to 17 students out of a designated 15 slots. I think that semester I probably went through close to 100 students just kind of moving through the entire list. Which I think scholars who are interested in class as a category of analysis should take great comfort in. at least in my experience, there is tremendous untapped student interest in a broad-based class explicitly on this subject. Oops. Members of the department faculty, however, were a little bit more circumspect, particularly among those for whom class is not really a major interest. Like I said, I taught this class as a graduate student, and while I did not struggle to get it approved by any of the requisite committees, I did face some skepticism, not just about what I was trying to do and how much, it is an awful lot to cover in just a few weeks after all, but over the idea that there was anything to teach about this subject at all. You might think that I am exaggerating here, but I am not. The sort of low point of all of this was when I was preparing to teach the class for the first time, I bumped into a senior faculty member at a department gathering. They politely asked how I would be finding funding for the next semester, always a popular and perennial question for the graduate school precariat. I should mention here, before I continue, that this particular scholar's work is at least somewhat attuned to matters relating to class. And yet, when I mentioned that I would be teaching a seminar on the history of the American middle class, they looked at me sort of dumbfounded and then asked, "What's that?" As in, what are you really going to be teaching? As in, is there really a history to teach there at all? And on the one hand, that is obviously not the reaction that one might hope for. But on the other hand, it's actually pretty understandable, given the state of the field in the discipline of history. Because as much as class history as a whole isn't taught, the middle class especially is neglected, both in pedagogy and in the existing literature. Which again, I know sounds pretty weird, given that it shows up in many works of history as a driving force, or at least as a bit player. But it does so in a particularly superficial and limited way, an instrumental way. Generally, the middle class is positioned as acting on other classes, but seldom has its own motivations, interests, and rationale seriously interrogated. That is apart from basic explanations and tropes like, they are often racist, and they often push their own normative ideas, particularly about gender, onto the working class, especially, which is not unfair or untrue, but it does beg the question of why they feel compelled to do that. And that leaves you in a strange place, if you're trying to figure out what the middle class's role is in the American social structure. If you follow a kind of base-level Marxist version of class conflict, you have workers and the bourgeoisie duking it out. There's solidarity, and there's exploitation, and you generally have a sense of what everyone's roles and priorities are, and how the various class cultures form around the relative economic positions of each. And then when you add the middle class to the scheme, what tends to happen is that it's sort of imagined to be kind of average between the two classes, like a weird Marxist Aristotelian mean. You can find a much more robust expression of that similar strain of thought, for example, in James Livingston's work on the history of the Federal Reserve, although I'm mostly picking on him because his viewpoint is typical. It situates the middle class of the Gilded Age and Progressive era as torn between alliances with the working class, think here of small business owners who are sympathetic to labor actions in their communities, and the wealthy, think here of salaried white-collar workers whose allegiances were to the people who paid them. The middle class in this formation is not cohesive. It mostly flits back and forth, and it doesn't necessarily have discrete interests apart from what other, presumably more important and interesting classes want it to do. But in point of fact, that is not really a sufficient, robust, or quite frankly, interesting way to think about the middle class, which in fact has always had its own interests and economic imperatives that will often put it at odds with both the upper and working classes, and sometimes both at once. Which creates a problem if you are trying to teach this subject matter, because if relatively few historians, particularly recently, have thought seriously about the history of the middle class in a synthetic way, then teaching it according to a consistent narrative is a challenge, since there isn't really very much of a consistent narrative to draw upon. And that can be both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing, or at least it's an opportunity, for you as an instructor to build a syllabus that makes historiographical discussion an important part of your class, because almost by necessity, the syllabus will have to draw from a lot of different historical strains, not all of which are in clear communication with one another. I found that this was a good thing, and that teaching historiography dovetailed nicely with the main line of my course content. But it is a bad thing, because the amount of reading required to do this is sometimes unideal, perhaps overwhelming, perhaps for some students. Here's what I mean. Up here are the reading assignments for the first unit of my class. Some of this was fairly reasonable as far as upper level undergraduate seminars go. The first day, for example, is about 150 pages of assigned reading. That is bad, but it is not terrible. The second day, it does, however, get more intense. Now, I can barely see you, but I strongly suspect that some of you are looking at this sort of bug-eyed, like I am an insane person for expecting an undergraduate student that will actually do this kind of reading. Which is why I will tell you with some small amount of regret that these 3 weeks up here were not among the heaviest reading weeks on my syllabus. I will take this opportunity to remind you that the subtitle of this talk was Lessons from an Exercise in Productive Insanity. You are not wrong. This was kind of insane. And you're also not wrong in suspecting, as I suspect that you do, that jumping across methodologies like this can be sort of disorienting for students. But this is where we get to the productive part of the productive insanity. Because teaching the existing historiography of the American middle class is so dispersed and scattershot, I found that in teaching it, I could use my class as a site to do the actual work of synthesis, which is why the seminar format was so important. I guess if you wanted, you could feed students whatever sort of synthetic narrative arc you could come up with directly by a lecture when teaching about the history of class. But I found that it was enormously productive to use the seminar format to present each session as a sort of puzzle, in which students were given a bunch of readings, like, for example, on the first day, something about the invention of the fountain pen, then something about the bankruptcies of the mid-19th century, and then also Bartleby the Scrivener, and another primary source about clerks. And then in class, ask them to try to figure out how to put this all together. And if each week, each session becomes a puzzle, then so did the entire class when taken in units, and then across the entire semester. The trick was figuring out how to do so without making students absolutely lose their minds when jumping across topics and subfields. And the solution I came to extend this metaphor way further than I think I should, was to basically label the puzzle pieces. I told students very explicitly, both in class and via the syllabus, what the thematic subject of each class was going to be, either socioeconomic, cultural, and political in the first couple units, in a kind of cycle, and then a little bit more complicated later on, where those categories meshed and kind of changed and we added some new ones. But the syllabus was deliberately designed to help situate students constantly and help them make causative claims within units and comparative arguments between similar subjects across units. In other words, you can make an argument about the evolution of American middle-class politics pretty easily because the syllabus was designed to help you do so, which is how I hope my students did not get lost reading Randolph Bourne and Kenneth Jackson in the span of 2 weeks. This part was an overwhelming success. Students noticed what the class was trying to do, and actually quite a few of them, across the couple of times I taught this class, actually said that in their course evaluations. They said that they appreciated how much the structure of the class helped situate them within its arguments. But of course, no class built entirely around reading scholarly literature will be that much fun or very popular for undergraduate students. And that's okay. Because to study class is also, at least on some level, to study not just why, but also how ordinary, unexceptional people live their lives in the way that they do. Which in turn means that a course that uses class as its primary category of analysis can also be a good opportunity to teach about visual and material culture. That at least was my contention, which is why my class sort of resembled in my mind what would happen if Raymond Williams went on some sort of crazy bender with Pierre Bourdieu. Particularly on the days in which we focused on culture, we did a lot of visual and material culture analysis. Up here are some of the things I used to open those classes. On the right, this was the kind of the first moment from the class of the 1950s, a Fiestaware ad, including a price list. That ad actually is older, from the 1930s. You will note, if you go squint, I assume, that the ad says that you can buy things in individual pieces, not an entire set. That's actually a departure. And it was very fruitful to talk to students about why that may have been the case and kind of what that entailed. On the right is one of several Lily Martin Spencer paintings that we worked through in class. Note here that if you are ever teaching American Victorianism, Lily Martin Spencer will be your best friend. To be clear, I was not super formalistic about how I went about this. I did not teach any kind of formal ways of looking. It was very, very exploratory, and that was intentional. One kind of awkward note before I move on. A lot of students will really, really love this stuff, but not all of them. For some of my students, this was actually a minor point of contention, because they came into my seminar expecting it to all be about politics and laws and strikes, and the entire time, and they had to cope with the fact that we spent an equal amount of time on living room furniture, You will lose some people doing this. Be that as it may, I found that visual and material culture analysis also made good subjects for essay assignments. My course had 3. The first was a shorter one that involved having students analyze a set of ice cream spoons, pictured here, after reading a chapter from John Cassin's Renaissance Ability. Dining habits were sort of a lesser theme in my class, since food is a pretty obvious site of social reproduction. There were 2 longer assignments, one of which was historiographical, and the other of which involved reading 2 objects or artifacts of visual culture or material culture opposite each other across different time periods. I have to tell you, I was quite floored with what some of my students were able to come up with here. So for example, for the first assignment on the ice cream spoons, I had one student note that because some of the spoons were bent, that indicated that the owners were probably putting too much pressure on them when they were eating, and so were not properly demonstrating what Cassin calls the control of appetites, which was so integral to middle-class culture of the era. Another student memorably entitled her paper, Spoons for Clout, which I still laugh about when I think about. The results from the other 2 assignments were no less intriguing. One student who was interested in the history of sports, for example, wrote an essay comparing 2 different ads for sports shoes. I think that it was tennis shoes, but I can't quite remember, across a 70-year time difference. It was an excellent paper. And that's the thing of it. Setting up assignments in this way meant that students could follow their own interests, which for me meant that I had a lot of really fun papers to read. And for them, it meant that they could write on subjects that seemed relevant to their own lives across a broad spectrum of varieties of students. So we had some of the future investment banker types analyzing ledger books, while others, kind of people who were interested in entertainment and the entertainment industry, did film analysis. There was one really good paper on the Brady Bunch. Ooh, okay, 1 minute. Oh boy. So how does this all work? I mean, on the one hand, it did. Students really embraced a lot about what the class offered. I received these great assignments. For example, I think this will delight some of my fellow panelists here. One of my fellow students from the first go around once mentioned to me later that she'd gotten into an argument in another class. She was talking about the purposes of the university. Her position was that the university existed to maintain and reinforce class boundaries, particularly among the professional managerial class. So fait accompli. But there was some evidence that indicated that it did not entirely sink in. So for instance, I was catching up with another one of my students, one of my best, when she asked me for a letter of recommendation later. And in the conversation, she confidently explained to me that actually the seminar, called History of the American Middle Class, had actually covertly been about whiteness. And look, she can't be blamed for thinking that. There is obviously a lot of overlap there, at least at times. But that was not what the class was trying to teach. Which brings me to a parting challenge and provocation for you all today. I think it is much easier for students to consider and think about and speak about categories of analysis that are not class. I think we all know this. Race, gender, ethnicity, nationality, sexuality, these are all things that at least to some extent students have some base level understanding of. But I think it's different when it comes to talking about class. Sure, in college, students will often encounter people who come from different walks of life and have different income levels from themselves, though as many speakers have noted today, that is not a perfect proxy for class. Actually, it's oftentimes quite a poor one. But beyond that, when you teach class as a major category of analysis, students will sometimes default to talking about things that they believe themselves to be more familiar with. And that's particularly true when you approach class not only as what shapes the contours of social conflict, but also as an embodiment of specific habits and cultural logics. And I think as a result, we have a lot of, as educators interested in the subject, we have a lot of work to do.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Up next, we have Will Scarborough. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Josh. Up next, we have, is William Scarborough in the Zoom call? Just join. Perfect. All right. William, you're up next. You should be able to share your Zoom screen. If not, I'll stand here for just a minute to make sure it all works. But
Yes, please. Please shield me.
all right, it works. So, oh, work.
Right.
All
Are
right,
we,
we're
as the kids say, cooking?
We're cooking.
All right. Hello again to anyone who was present for the earlier panel that I participated in. If you were not, hello to you for the first time. So, A Course with Discourse, Political Disclosure in the Classroom. So before we begin, I do want to take a moment to address a few preliminary points regarding the ideas that I'm expressing in this presentation. First off, the original paper and general idea of this presentation was written prior to last November. And while I 100% stand by the points that I'm bringing up today, I must acknowledge that these thoughts may not be applicable under the current administration that is already taking steps to curb free speech, dismantle programs focused on diversity and inclusion, as well as outright dismantle the Department of Education and threaten to prosecute people who protest on college campuses. Additionally, this concern also applies to the state governments that seek to cut funding to schools, ban books, and/or promote particular religious beliefs. However, despite these, for lack of a less loaded word, unique times, I still believe that progress is attainable and that the ideas in this presentation would benefit students, teachers, and staff across the political spectrum. These ideas are not intended to favor the left or the right. They are intended to promote discourse and lift the veils that our educational system insists upon. Okay, now on to the actual presentation. Today, academia, both K through 12 and higher education, faces a substantial shift in public trust. A 2024 Gallup poll found that public confidence in higher education has dropped across the entire political spectrum. While this loss of trust is most pronounced in Republicans and independents, it is important to note that even the American left has lost some of its trust. Moreover, this confidence has been outright replaced with blatant distrust, with Republicans quintupling their no confidence subset, along with tripling and doubling from independents and Democrats, respectively. Per the Gallup poll, the two biggest contributors to this loss of confidence were political agendas and wrong focus. In essence, if we are not brainwashing America's students, then we are teaching them useless information. The concern of brainwashing also carries a clear ideological target, as Gallup found, that the political agenda concern largely focused on liberalism, socialism, and DEI policies. The perception, especially on the right, is that we mask our leftist indoctrination as education. Of course, with these concerns, the question becomes, is this actually happening? Well, honestly, the answer is yes and no. There are most definitely instructors who inject their teaching with explicit attempts to foster a particular ideology. This occurs on both sides of the aisle. This sort of behavior was called out by Maxine Hairston in Diversity, Ideology, and Teaching Writing, where she stated that departments had grown to develop models that put dogma before diversity, politics before craft, ideology before critical thinking, and the social goals of the teacher before the educational needs of the student. Hairston found that many instances of this attempted conversion was occurring in first-year composition courses, where the focus should be on developing the fundamentals of collegiate writing rather than instructing on a particular ideology. However, regardless of whether or not a handful of teachers are doing this, the issue is in the perception rather than the reality. The conservative activist Chris Rufo noted that right-wing change to our educational system operates from a premise of universal public school distrust, citing that people only act if they feel they have something at stake. In order to bring about systemic change that frankly undermines our educational system, the public must believe that there is a problem. It is not unlike how now Vice President J.D. Vance has made the statement that if he has to create stories so that American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what he's going to do. So how do schools respond to these attacks and lack of trust? Well, first off, there's the giving in to public pressure and the government's threats and directives. This is why we see DEI programs being shut down, peaceful protests being broken up, and limitations being placed on free speech across campuses like the ones listed here. Additionally, as a brief aside, as it's my undergraduate alma mater, it's worth noting that in response to protests on its campus, Ohio State placed snipers atop their student union. They were one of two schools to do so this last year, the other being Indiana University. Now, it's important to acknowledge that the current administration is actively putting pressure on our institutions to shut down these programs and protests, as seen by the president's executive orders and his threats to cut funding to schools that allow protests that that are illegal. This is coming just this month. Additionally, as many who have gone through the American education system can attest, teachers are often expected to remain not only politically neutral, but apolitical. However, in a world that is substantially more politically loud and aware, this is difficult. It creates an expectation that instructors must present themselves as almost indifferent to the very real issues that affect students and their families. Holly Spinelli, a member of the National Council of Teachers of English's Committee Against Racism and Bias in the Teaching of English, suggests that this apolitical approach teaches students to ignore the real world. Praising silence or complete neutrality teaches students to remain silent and complacent when they are faced with disagreement. This is a notion that I agree with. To be apolitical is a political choice in itself, just one that sets an example that we should detach ourselves from the issues of the world and keep our thoughts hidden and unchallenged. That is why I think that politics and ideological discussion should be accepted, if not encouraged, in the classroom. Rather than supporting belief, particularly those outside of the classroom or school majority, students should be suppressing belief, particularly those outside the classroom or school majority. Students should be enabled to discuss the beliefs in a healthy and productive way. Additionally, teachers should be able to express beliefs in this manner so that concerns of indoctrination or conversion can be avoided. So what does this ultimately look like? As of now, I have 3 key elements that I believe enable a classroom with healthy political discourse. They are as follows. 1. Open disclosure of ideological beliefs. 2. Permitted respectful in-class sharing of ideology. And 3. Removing ideological bias from grading and feedback. Open disclosure of ideological beliefs. It is built on one key premise. Most students are able to see through the apolitical veil. While it is certainly easier to pretend that students lack the ability to discern the truth, it is not particularly helpful. Furthermore, especially in higher ed, students are often entering classes with at least some set of formed ideological beliefs. However, as noted by Wayne Durnell of University of North Carolina, Greensboro, where this veil fails is that the student is with the students who cannot see past it, those who can't discern the teacher's true beliefs and accept everything they state as fact. He suggests that failure to disclose creates an environment in which students may view their teachers' political opinions as fact due to the natural authority given to teachers as content experts. By removing the seat of authority and apoliticism, students can better determine fact from opinion. Now, this idea of open instructor ideology still does come with a concern of indoctrination. The notion being that if even the veil can't stop the brainwashing, being openly ex-belief can't be better. However, instructor transparency enables students to openly engage with ideas. Durnell puts this as strengthening the student's ability to contextualize and resist. A middle school teacher by the name of Kaisha Rembert believes that teachers should teach students to be free and tripping over my own tongue. Teaching students to be free, critical thinkers. I believe this is not possible if they are kept in a bubble where they cannot challenge or be challenged. So with this disclosure, what does it look like? Well, for starters, it doesn't look like this. I'm not expecting instructors to open up their first day of class breaking down the political stances they have. You don't need to have your eye side with them, but it can be as simple as I generally favor X. Ultimately, this disclosure should be determined on a case-by-case basis, especially when factoring in your institution or district's policies. Frankly, we're not here to get you fired for saying capitalism is bad. Now, this brings us to the second element of ideological discourse in the classroom, which is permitted, respectful, in-class sharing of ideology. The great guiding principle behind this is the belief that creating spaces for safe and respectful discussion strengthens critical thinking and increases the humanization of the other. The latter stems from the observation made by the Southern Poverty Law Center, in which they found that the effects of the 2016 election were detrimental to both schools and the students in them. There was an increased targeting of minority groups as well as increased anxiety about safety and general well-being. What this serves to show is that these students are already enmeshed in the politics and conflict of the world. An apolitical classroom does not stop this. So what permitted sharing of student ideology can do is allow students to engage with issues safely as well as hone their critical thinking, and not unlike the open disclosure from instructors. Now, for this particular aspect of discourse, there's a lot of room for instructors to outline their approach. For this presentation, I offer the 5 core principles of constructive dialogue, which come from Eliza O'Neill and Jake Fay of the Constructive Dialogue Institute. They're just simply number 1, let go of winning. 2, share your story and invite others to do the same. 3, ask questions to understand. 4, acknowledge others' emotions. 5, seek common ground when possible. I'm going to speed through these a bit because I am getting aware of time. An instructor can take these 5 basic principles and they can build them to something that's more specific for their classroom, for their school, for their students. For example, in the case of a composition course, this could be utilized primarily in things like peer review and setting parameters for which students are engaging with one another. Of course, more open discourse in the classroom opens up the door for 3 key issues: personal attacks, hate speech, and fact-checking. Now, in addressing this, it is important to note that students are still expected to adhere to an inherent code of conduct. Being able to have more open discussion does not inherently grant permission to be racist, sexist, homophobic, or engage in any other forms of hate speech or discrimination or bullying. However, an instructor should be ready to address this regardless. Howard C. Stevenson at the University of Pennsylvania suggests that instructors should actually practice this in advance, walking through some of the things they might say, especially because he feels that it's very important to avoid condemnation in the moment and instead give the opportunity for these students engaging in hate speech, discrimination, bullying, etc., to be able to learn and grow from it rather than fall further into the cycle of it. And I agree with that. Additionally, parameter setting can also be a helpful tool because it allows the parameter setting can be a helpful tool allowing the instructor to state their expectations and clarify what the discussion should actually look like and what is acceptable within it. This can be accompanied by exercises, such as the one that Arau and Clemens suggest, which has students outline the explicit difference between disagreement and personal attacks, which enables the student to get into a mind space in which they are able to have a discourse that is both appropriate and actually productive. Now, with regards to fact-checking, there are 2 key actions that are required. The first is to equip students with the ability to discern unreliable sources from reliable ones. This is something that Shelley Galea of Michigan Technological University labels as equipping students with tools for interrogating fabrications, such as fake news. The path to accomplish this, from Galilea's view and my own, is to introduce students to argument and reasoning, as well as media bias, and offer them directories of misinformation. And in doing so, this enables students to be able to better engage with the claims that not only they're introduced to from the sources, but also from their fellow students. However, there may also be times when, frankly, the teacher needs to step in and just fact check. In these moments, at its core, it should be trying to remain as neutral as possible, simply sticking to the facts, and making sure that students aren't being browbeaten over incorrect things. Additionally, this can also open up opportunities where student concerns can be allayed, such as it's the case of Brett Turner, who in 2020 had one of his students ask if President Trump, this was a first grade student, by the way, if President Trump was going to come to their city and shoot all the black and brown people. Now, this is obviously a very extreme concern for a student to have, but something as simple as saying, no, that did not happen, and being able to prove that that did not get said, very helpful for allaying student anxiety. So the final of the 3 key points is removing ideological bias from grading and feedback. This is the moment for the instructor to look inward on themselves and accept that they are, in fact, a little biased. It's safe to assume, I think, that no teacher is going to be is intentionally being consciously biased towards their students. However, as human beings, we are not infallible. Being biased is an inevitable part of human nature. And all of us, as put by Jill Suddy of Greater Good Magazine, notes that teachers and all of us are human and therefore influenced by psychological biases. It's going to happen. What matters is that we account for it. And because instead, failing to account for it runs the risk of creating a chance of bias, resulting in scoring that is based not only on the outcome criteria, but also on the perspective on the student. And this was put by Steinke and Fisk. Because we want students to not have to choose between writing something they're passionate about and dedicated to, and okay. And yeah, basically, be self-aware, put up guardrails, bada bing, bada boom. Here's my works cited. We were so close. I was so much better at the time on the first one. But yeah, thank you. And let's keep education. You know what? Let's just keep education. That actually seems like a good step in the right direction.
Thank you for that. Next, we have Mitch Hernandez. And Mitch, oh, look, you already figured it out. Great. You can share your screen. Whenever you're ready.
Hey, thank you for having me here. I'm from the University of Twin Cities, PhD student over there in cultural studies. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip my introduction to my paper and give you a gloss of the paper itself. So what this paper seeks to examine is the class structure of the university and how it maintains that class structure. And I do this first by looking at the materiality of the university. So who attends the university, from what economic classes, and so forth. And in doing so, I propose that the data shows pretty strongly that it's marked by a strong class distinction. Those who enter outside of, let's say, the top economic quintile, enter and leave on a separate track, one that's marked by debt. And this debt is a form that reinscribes those class structures. And then finally, the administrative managerialism of the university provides an alibi for the denial of this class-marked reality by doing two things. A growth of an administrative apparatus that at the same time peddles a preoccupation with the rhetoric of identity. And here I lean on Walter Ben Michaels and Adolph Reed, who suggest that identity politics is not an alternative to class politics. It is a class politics from the position of an elite class. It's a class politics that is able to hide itself while pretending to be progressive. So this morning, I was, rubbing on the phone on X, and Gavin Mueller is a cultural theorist at the University of Amsterdam. And I read this tweet where he said he was talking about elitism in a faculty talk. And finally, someone said, well, it's our job to train elites. And his realization or his comment here is that, to make this comment in the United States, even though it's obvious, it's just something that isn't recognized. And so my argument here is that an attending to identity politics is what allows the university to deny its class composition. Okay, so onward to the paper itself. I have the paper broken up in three parts: the material composition, the issue of debt, and then some brief comments on managerialism and the ideology contained of identity politics within managerialism. So, if, as my contention suggests, the university is at its core an institution marked by class distinction, it is helpful to briefly sketch its composition. The notion that higher education should serve as a pathway to economic stability should arouse in one an air of suspicion. On the face of it, such a solution presents too much of a one-size-fits-all approach that has resulted in the watering down of the economic value of degrees as enrollments have risen and access has expanded. More than this, however, despite the oft-repeated claim that education pays, one example is those that have attained a bachelor's degree have median earnings 50% higher than those with only a high school diploma, as per the Bureau of Labor Statistics 2021. It's not actually clear that a college education is a predominant factor. Consider, for example, a 2019 study out of Georgetown University that found the greatest predictor of financial success is not educational attainment, but class. In fact, the share of 10th graders in the lowest socioeconomic quintile who had above average test scores and completed a bachelor's degree within 10 years of graduating high school is 5 percentage points lower than students in the highest economic quintile who had below average test scores, and 40 percentage points below students in the same economic quintile who had above average math scores. Such disparities, according to that same study, are far greater than those of race as measured. Such findings are borne out when examining the class composition of the university itself. A study out of Harvard, based upon millions of anonymized tax filings and tuition records, analyzed who is likely to attend college based on class position. The findings are startling. Among students who are in a 4-year not-for-profit college by the age of 22, a mere 13% come from the bottom economic quintile. This is followed by 18% in the following economic quintile. Examining outcomes for the bottom half of American society shows that just 22% of this economic lot were attending a 4-year non-profit college by the age of 22. Compare this with the rate of university attendance from the top economic quintile, in which one is more than 3 times more likely than their peers from the bottom half to be in attendance at a 4-year university. In fact, those from the top economic quintile make up about half of all students when looking at the university as a whole. And I use university as a capital, in the capital letter to demonstrate, the university as an institution. To take but one example, no anomaly, at my own University of Minnesota, students from the lowest economic quintile make up 3.5% of the student body. At your own University of Florida, that figure rises to about 6%. To characterize the university as an institution marked by strong class disparity is supported by the relevant data. Indeed, if we were to take the poor as an identity group, their representation within the university would present a far greater disparity than those of any race. Taking only the class composition of the university as a singular data point yields forceful evidence that it exists largely as an institution oriented to the service of an elite. And I want to pause before going to the next section and give a brief comment on how I discuss class here. There is an avenue to discuss class in a Marxist sense of those of the owners as the means of production and those who have nothing to sell but their labor. But this, of course, isn't the way that class is measured per Bureau of Labor Statistics or Harvard or Georgetown University. So when I speak of class, I'm talking in an economic sense of earning quintiles. Debt and divergent tracks of university students. While the university's composition is strongly marked by its class character, it is by no means an exclusive club that excludes those from the middle class on down. Indeed, the university has seen access expand with the GI Bill, the Civil Rights Movement, and Lyndon B. Johnson's Economic Opportunity Act, which provided funding for low-income students to pursue higher education. However, a troubling phenomenon that results in the disparity of outcomes and experience for those entering the university from opposing economic classes, student loans. By and large, students entering from wealthy families do not take out student loans, and while state and federal aid exists to help lower income students' financial burden, in recent decades, those forms of assistance have been far outstripped by the pace of both tuition and student fee increases. Consider that the maximum Pell Grant today covers just a third of the average cost of tuition and fees at a public college and a mere 15% of the average cost of a private institution. Absent familial backing, students are left with the necessity of turning to interest-bearing loans for the opportunity to pursue a secondary education or post-secondary education, with the average balance of those attaining an undergraduate degree being just over $34,000 and those having attained an MA being just over $80,000 on average. The university and its afterlives debt carriers' shoulders serve to re-entrench an acutely unequal distribution of wealth. Debt, then, serves to invoke what Maurizio Lazzarato has referred to as the neutralization of time, a time that can result in new possibilities and social order. Rather than open up time and its possibilities, debt instead renders its subject into an indebted man who is confined to the limits defined by the debt that he has entered into. Lazzarato notes the issue of debt reduction being the order of the day under neoliberal regimes, ushering in a politics of austerity which seeks to privatize public goods and social welfare, thus transferring debt unto the private citizen. The mythology proffered by conservatives and liberals alike, that college is a pathway to economic security, belies the two-tiered reality that greets the debtor and the non-debtor who enter the halls of academia. For debtors, their financial burden shall serve to discipline them into the appropriate moral actors who abide by the terms of their debt and dutifully arrange their lives in a way to honor their promise. Managerialism and the entrenchment of class. The reality of the class composition of the university, along with the debt burden track for those outside of the upper economic ranks, is, at least in part, able to be elided by the academy's own claim and self-perception of itself as given over to progressive liberal thought. However, this thought is one that is often predicated on a preoccupation with identity that bypasses matters of class structures and their attending inequality. So I'll just pause here, and in a lot of my classes, I'll do kind of an experiment to see in what way my students are attuned to matters of class. And I'll bring up the sign that you see here on the right, and I'll say, you typically see these signs in grocery store co-ops or like vintage shops, places where the average cost of goods is elevated. And I'll ask them to look at the sign, and then I'll ask what group is excluded from this sign. And within the past couple of years, I've noticed that they've been a little bit more keen to notice the absence of class. But prior to those few years, most students, if not all of them, saw this sign as one that was inclusive of everyone. And so fortunately, in these past few years, I don't have to make that point anymore. They kind of pick up that class is absent, and the implicit message, I argue, for signs like this and identity politics at large is, when posted on a business, the message is, you could come in, you can be of any religion, of any sexual identity, but you better prepare to spend your money here. And if you're not able, see yourself out. The idea here is that within progressive politics, as it's wedded to identity politics, insofar as it's hitched its wagon there, it's basically become a vision of a market that's open to all, a free market that's open to all. And I think this is no way to envision a truly progressive, much less radical form of politics that's focused on inequality rather than diversity. Indeed, as Walter Ben Michaels and Adolf Reed have argued, while the supposed radicals of the tenured left continue to struggle for what they hope will finally become a truly inclusive multiculturalism, perhaps as evidenced by ubiquitous signs like this, the really radical idea of redistributing wealth becomes almost unthinkable. The insistence on focusing on so many marginalized others provides an alibi for those within the academy to sidestep matters of class, particularly the case given that those on the so-called margins often come from an economic elite themselves. Indeed, in a tersely worded polemic, Catherine Liu targets the professional managerial ethos of the modern university that has forsaken any pretense of inequality, preferring, quote, bias rather than equality, racism rather than capitalism, visibility rather than exploitation. The professional managerial class views tolerance as, quote, the highest secular virtue, but tolerance has almost no political or economic meaning. Academics and an administration of diversity come to mirror one another in what Liu calls the performance of transgression. which becomes a commodity in the academic marketplace that serves to take the place of an act to nullify subversive thought that is interested in reducing class disparity. In the actual existing university, class hierarchy remains the order of the day, though it is smoothed over by its elision. Grievances based upon identity, the chosen lingua franca of the academy, become matters to be resolved by the expansion of surveillance, surveys, and bureaucracy via the expansion of an administrative apparatus, i.e., the boom of administrators in relation to faculty staff. Such a state of affairs may be celebrated in a self-congratulatory fashion, but in the analysis of Liu, such revelry is merely self-aggrandizement by a privileged class peddling in the grief of others, who are more often than not absent from academic space. By way of a conclusion, I'd like to say that my thoughts are not too different from those of Wendy Brown, who sees, quote, a liberal arts education available to the many as essential to any modern democracy we could value, but is not indigenous to it. While I'm sympathetic to Brown's claims, I think she places too much emphasis and even romanticizes the university as a site of democratic fostering. She passes over Raymond Williams' observation that liberal arts is predominantly a class term that acknowledges those able to pursue it have disproportionately been those who have economic means already secured. So I think we should be careful in looking to the university as a site of democratic fostering, given that historically and even today, it's marked by the strong sense of class distinction. Those from outside the upper ranks, the upper economic class, risk great financial strain in seeking such an education, and we ought to be attuned to the ways in which a collegiate education can also reproduce class distinction under the auspices of enlightened pursuits. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn everything back over to our in-person presenter, Adam Wrench.
All right. So let me just go here. You want me to, is this on? Should I use it?
Yeah, you should. Unmute it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Put that in your pocket.
Put it in my pocket? All right, that sounds good. Okay, this talk will probably feature a little bit of overlap from the last talk. Actually a surprising amount. I was pretty pleased about that, but I've deleted some stuff at the beginning for the sake of time because I know we're kind of running late. So yeah, in this talk, I want to address an uncomfortable truth about higher education in the United States, namely that it is not an institution which serves the working class. Contrary to popular belief, it does not promote social mobility, whatever this would mean in an increasingly austere society. But rather, higher education's primary function is to reproduce existing class relations, and its fealty to meritocratic success and professional excellence functions as ideological training for the ruling class. Indeed, universities accept and rationalize economic inequality, even as they champion the rights of the oppressed and pay lip service to quote-unquote first-generation students, which is an identity politics term to reference the last talk. But what about all that data reproduced in countless articles, which has historically revealed a significant increase in pay for those with a college degree? While it is true that college graduates often earn more than their less educated peers, it's equally true and critically important that existing family income plays a significant role in this discrepancy, along with the educational attainment of one's parents. As Gary Roth notes in his book Educated Underclass, children from higher income families with at least one college-educated parent have far better outcomes. These factors reinforce one another by influencing the decision to pursue higher education, the preparation for this pursuit, and the type of institution one chooses. One study by the National Center for Education Statistics, which analyzed the class of 2013, showed that of the small number of students in the bottom quintile who pursue any sort of higher education, only 7% applied to highly selective four-year institutions. Another 15% applied to moderately selective institutions, such as public universities, while 61% enrolled in two-year community colleges or shorter certificate granting programs. At the other end of the income distribution, 78% of students in the top quintile applied to either highly or moderately selective institutions. Crucially, 44% of the lowest quintile and 34% of the second lowest quintile never enrolled at all, and many of those who did eventually left. By 2016, only 28% of the bottom quintile was still enrolled. These retainment rates are critical because only 1 in 5 students who enroll at open admissions universities graduate within 6 years, compared to 4 in 5 students who enroll at highly selective universities. Outside of nursing schools and other certificate granting programs, the schools with the highest graduation rates, 95% or better, include all 8 Ivy League universities: MIT, Stanford, University of Chicago, Northwestern, Duke, Williams College, and Notre Dame. The mean income of graduates from these institutions ranges from $74,000 to $124,000, while those who graduate from 2-year or certificate granting instruction rarely enjoy a median income above $35,000. These numbers largely mirror the family incomes of the students who attend these schools. So what looks like social mobility more often than not represents a reproduction of class relations. As Roth puts it in his book, the educational system functions as an inverted funnel through which the class system reproduces itself quite literally. People who go to Harvard, or any prestigious institution for that matter, tend to come from wealthy, educated families with powerful networking connections. Faculty at these universities, similarly, are 50 times more likely than the average person to have a parent with a PhD. People who attend nursing or beauty schools may earn more than their less educated parents, but will likely never enter another tax bracket. While Harvard and other Ivy League schools now reserve some 20% of tuition-free enrollment spots for Pell Grant recipients, given the artificial scarcity created and maintained by 5% acceptance rates, or even lower, few from the working class will ever benefit from this. In fact, the majority of low-income students are negatively impacted by the Ivy League's obsession with prestige, despite some gaining entry into what amounts to a de facto lottery system. Such prestige is largely quantified by rigorous admission standards, forcing other universities to follow suit in an effort to compete for rankings in the U.S. News and World Report. So to be fair, one factor in the decrease in acceptance rates is an increase in the number of overall applicants competing for a fixed number of spots. Individual applicants now apply to more schools at once than they ever did, a trend driven by hopes of landing a coveted spot at a prestigious university that can afford to offer generous financial aid from its large endowment. For low-income students in particular, it is actually more affordable to attend Harvard than many public universities. The average annual cost at Harvard for a student with a family income below $75,000 is $538. Here at Bowling Green State University, a bottom-tier institution with an acceptance rate of 79%, the same student would pay at least $10,684 annually. Given that the median income of BGSU graduates is $47,000, this cost represents almost 100% of their future annual earnings. In other words, higher education is effectively a credentials lottery that presents itself as a meritocratic reward system, but which in fact functions to reproduce the inequality of existing class relations. As Barron and Sweezy wrote in their 1966 study, Monopoly Capital, people are taught from the earliest childhood and by all conceivable means that everyone has an equal opportunity and that inequalities which stare them in the face are the result of not unjust institutions, but of their own superior or inferior natural endowments. It's a longer quote, but I'll skip it for the sake of convenience. For Barron and Sweezy, higher education represents one area where the surplus product of monopoly capitalism could be absorbed satisfactorily, much as it is in areas like defense spending. That it isn't, and that the ruling class so vehemently opposes measures like universal free tuition and other forms of truly public education is precisely because such spending would undermine the class structure. It is far more advantageous to force working class to compete for limited spots at amply funded elite universities while reserving acceptance to more costly, less prestigious institutions for the vast majority. For those with means, the cost of an elite education is not an issue. They will gladly pay up for a credential that bestows upon them the status they so richly deserve, and which then functions as a kind of Veblen good. It is better precisely because it costs more. To be sure, the wealthiest graduates at the top universities also represent a major donor base, offering an additional revenue stream for increasingly massive endowments. As the NCES notes, at the end of 2021, the market value of endowments of colleges and universities was $927 billion. The 5 largest endowments include Harvard, Yale, Stanford, University of Texas, and Princeton, collectively held $210 billion, or 23% of the total market. Overall, the 20 largest endowments totaled roughly $600 billion, or 65% of the total endowment for all universities and colleges. These tax-free endowments, subsidized by taxpayers and run by members of the financial class, provide an annual return through investment in asset markets. Hedge fund and private equity firms are especially attracted to these endowments. As the website of Princeton investment company Printco, which is a ridiculous name, notes on its website, Printco partners with best-in-class investment management firms across the globe and in diverse asset categories. Much of Printco's success reflects its ability to select and gain access to top-tier managers as well as engage with them constructively. Since 1977, according to its own data, Princeton's endowment investment have earned a compound annualized return of 12.9%. As the institutions of higher education have grown economically, so too has their parasitic administrations. This growing segment of the professional managerial class is what Barron and Sweezy refer to as surplus eaters. And their relatively useless position within the hierarchy of the university forces them to justify their existence via the creation of campus programs and amenity developments that raise the overall cost burden for students. At elite universities, where the 20% of low-income students effectively pay nothing, this cost is passed on to the wealthier students for whom cost is irrelevant. But growth in admin is certainly not limited to elite institutions. And at less prestigious institutions where the majority of low-income students enroll, the cost is passed on to them via hikes in tuition, fees, and room and board. While the common explanation for the rising cost of higher education utilizes a crude supply and demand analysis, so more applicants raising rising demand, recent history suggests that demand has very little to do with it. Between 2010 and 2021, as enrollment rates declined 15% at public four-year universities, average tuition for those same universities rose 11% when adjusted for inflation. A wider look at trends is similarly telling and locates the burden more squarely on administrative costs. Between 1976 and 2018, full-time admin and, quote, other professionals increased by 164% and 452%, respectively. Meanwhile, full-time faculty increased by 92%, while student enrollment grew by 78%. Ultimately, despite ostensible, quote, competition between post-secondary institutions, the price of higher education is set by these institutions themselves. And even after accounting for declining enrollments, the demand for higher education has remained relatively inelastic. The trouble, of course, is determining in what, quote, service universities offer ought to cost relative to the cost of its production. An equation complicated by regular changes in government funding that props up the entire industry. So unlike other sectors, for example, the agricultural sector, these subsidies do not seem to meaningfully control price, as we all know, even as they represent a larger chunk of governmental spending, although that's certainly coming to an end now. A similar issue arises when considering the value in monetary terms of a college degree, an asset that represents an accumulation of knowledge and experience acquired over a several-year span. As a form of human capital, it can't be resold or transferred to someone else. Rather, its, quote, value is considered in terms of its return on investment, that is, the future earnings you would have otherwise. Given that virtually everyone agrees this degree is necessary for higher earnings, even if this is increasingly less guaranteed in reality, institutions of higher education function as gatekeepers, collecting payment in return for access. Again, how much time do I have left? 4 minutes? Okay, I'll skip. We already know a lot about student loans. They've skyrocketed, in particular student debt with Grad Plus loans. They've gone up quite a bit. And so just briefly, the average cost, in 1995, a master's degree cost $500,000 or $5,887 per year when adjusted for inflation. By 2020, that's now 12,000. Today, graduates with masters have about $80,000 in debt on average, and PhD graduates have an average of $132,000 in debt. But unfortunately, given the increasing prevalence of undergraduate degrees, a graduate degree is necessary to remain competitive in many professional fields. As a report by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics notes, occupations that typically require a master's degree, the smallest group in terms of base year employment in 2016, are projected to grow at a rate of 16.7% through 2026. So while those with graduate degrees, they earn higher salaries compared, maybe humanities graduates excluded, a portion of the salary in question passes into the hands of whichever servicer has been assigned to manage their loans. So which is sort of a figurative interest payment, which are themselves paying toward little accruing interest. So at this point, it seems clear there is something quite feudal or neo-feudal about the higher education system, not only in its cost and structure, but in the reality it has made possible for millions of adults whose debt-to-income ratio now prevents them from things like securing a mortgage, forcing them to instead to rely on actual landlords. Of course, this is also true for those who don't go to college, but the point is nevertheless made that higher education is a central player in the reproduction class relations as they exist under capitalism. So in this light, we might add that higher education as it is structured today performs an additional ideological function by reproducing the cultural relations that help to reproduce or rationalize inequality as the result of natural endowments. This is certainly true for prominent conservative critics like Michael Lind, who writes of a managerial overclass, and Joel Kotkin, who talks about a modern clerisy that includes teachers, consultants, lawyers, government workers, and medical providers. And his argument essentially aligns with broader right-wing populist frustration toward micromanagement of everyday life, given the roles of higher education in the promotion and teaching of things like DEI initiatives and the elite credentials held by many in power. It offers a highly visible object of critique. Okay, I have one page left, so we're good. Many left-wing critics have offered similar analyses, Watchman Michaels among them, articulating a cultural and political hierarchy that ignores fundamental issues of economic exploitation by reframing power relations as problems of individual traits, namely beliefs, talent, motivations, self-discipline, etc. Indeed, the highly reactionary and authoritarian response from many universities to the present situation in Gaza is stark proof that higher education can offer few meaningful challenges to inequality and suffering playing out on a global scale. The end of higher education, of course, its telos, is not really to correct such injustices. It is to serve as a sorting mechanism for capital, a gatekeeper for the ruling class. Its end is not to promote change so much as it is to ensure that real change never happens. Certainly, it has no interest in the sort of change that would make itself an institution ruled by and for working people, which is why we will likely continue to witness the recent trend in declining attendance rates. People can only pay so much, and with few signs of reversing decades of wage stagnation, it's unclear how much longer higher education can carry on in its present form. While this may seem dystopian from our present vantage point, with any luck or hope, it will provide a catalyst for the working class to fight for a different path, one that actually delivers on its promise. Thank you. I'll like stand here and just read questions now.
I'll take the mic.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Adam. I will turn the webcam around just again so anyone on Zoom can see our lovely audience. All right. Well, we have a few minutes for Q&A. Does everyone have any questions for our panelists? Yeah. Say something about what turning into God this way. Would we advise students to be very interested and what do you think you should expect? There are certain like we're seeing a trend. So
sort of longer than the high school various material for your thoughts would be what might either really, especially
And I just want to repeat the question real quick for our folks on Zoom. Mitch, this question was directed at you and Adam. The question was, how do you think it got this way? And would you recommend to a young person that they go to university?
Adam, would you like to take it first?
Yeah, I mean, so I would, I mean, so I have conversations with my students a lot about this kind of issue, and I have reached the point now where I basically tell my students that it's not worth it, which obviously, you know, is maybe not a smart business decision for me, although I'm not paid very much as an adjunct instructor, so I don't really have much to lose, I guess, if you know my job goes away. So, but in terms of you know how it got this way, I mean I mean how much time do we have? I guess. Um, Maybe I'll address your other question. What was it about Trump? What you expect with the future or longer term? I mean, it seems to me, I mean, so like right now, like, you know, Trump's doing all this stuff with, you know, he's denying payments to Colombia because they didn't protect, you know, Jewish students from anti-Semitism or something like this. I mean, I think that for them, the university and its kind of cultural, you know, signifiers they're an effective tool to wield in the sort of broader culture wars that they like to play around in. And that is like their whole bag, right? I mean, that's like their whole like, and of course, like as as we know, these culture wars are essentially class wars. You know, it's a way of kind of doing class war, but by kind of talking about something else. Um, but it's I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not partly. I don't know. I don't know. Do you have any thoughts, Mitch?
I'll touch on the first half of the question. How did it get this way, and what would you tell students? The line from Raymond Williams about, you know, liberal arts has always been a path of education for the well-to-do. I think it has always been this way. There's been a brief opening of access, GI Bill, Pell Grants,
Yeah.
so forth, that showed promise until those tuition rates started to outstrip financial aid. And then, you know, you had the situation that we're in now. I think if you're sober about it, it's fine. I tell my students, look, if you enjoy reading and you enjoy making, you know, collecting $20 to $30,000 a year in a stipend, it's perfectly fine. You know, don't expect a job. And if you don't need to expect a job, that's great. If you do need a job or find, you know, carving out 4, 5, 6 years of having this as your lifestyle, that's also wonderful. I think you just have to be sober with what the prospects are, and most people are not. They over guess, you know, that they will be part of the 20% or what have you that are able to land a tenure track position, and it's just not the case, and the odds are dwindling. I think with the issue of Trump, I may be contrarian on this, but I mean, I think in the budget bill there was a proposal to increase the taxation on endowments for institutions that had more than $500,000 per student, and that can be seen as a reactionary move. But I also think there's a kernel for that to actually be additionally, depending on how it's approached. I don't think it'll be approached this way with the current administration, but it could be seen as a move for universities to move away from the sort of corporate real estate managerial profit capturing machine. But it's unfortunate that that's a proposal that's kind of coming out from, you know, the right.
Yeah, and I think that because it comes from the right, it's not taken seriously by a lot of people on the left, right? Because we tend to we tend to associate their message with the messenger, and we're unable to kind of sort of disassociate those two things and kind of see what truth there is in some of their criticisms, frankly, of academia. Which the longer I've been in academia, the longer I tend to agree with, even though I still, as an educator, I value education and I love being a teacher. Um, it's hard to deny that sometimes, you spend enough time in it. After a while, you start to really see it, unfortunately. So, yeah, yeah.
I guess this is a motion. I can't be straight in my head and be so right at this point. Before I get to say the niche, what is yeah, so one of the was one of the stable if university is approached, what institution is the working with? Particularly its position now. Is the big needs? It's like through the church. What institution exists in the public sphere? There's some
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's a great question because unions are not very strong, and they haven't been for a long time. I mean, obviously, we've seen a little bit of, of momentum in recent years, but there's also been a lot of great a lot of great work on some of the problems with some of those situations, and the sort of the inability, I think, for unions to really wield their power, I think, effectively. And this isn't to criticize unions as such, because as such, or in a general sense, I support unionization and sort of worker, collectivity. But um, if you think about who the working class is, which is the vast majority of people in America, um, the institutions that they do have, yeah, I think church is one. And unfortunately, I also think something like this sort of. I think that one of the appeals that Musk has to people, and the reason that he has such a sort of strange. You might question, like, why do people identify this with this weird psycho billionaire who's like clearly deranged and spends way too much time posting online? It's because that I think they identify with the idea or his claim that he's like opening up this public comments for like everybody to speak, right? Because otherwise they don't really feel like they have any place to speak and to be heard. And while I think that has led to a lot of unfortunate um, you know elements, nevertheless I think the appeal there is that I think that people are frustrated, where they don't really feel like they have a place where they can sort of see themselves, right? And like in the Hegelian sense of like being represented. And unfortunately, I think that that's where they tend to gravitate now, where a lot of people are gravitating now. I don't know. That's just my initial like reaction. I might, if I had more time to think, I might come to a better conclusion. But I don't know, Mitch, do you have any?
Yeah, I mean,
thoughts on
this is a chopped up paper from something longer. And when I wrote it, I did put unions as a potential outlet where, working class solidarity can emerge. But I'm also kind of bleak on that position too. My own graduate student body unionized, and I kind of saw it develop with the leadership that kind of more or less mirrored like a HR department. And the gains were very marginal. The economic and benefit gains were very marginal in proportion to the various identity politic slogans that were trotted out. I'm sympathetic with what Adam says based on the allure, the attraction of Musk opening up like an alleged commons. And I think possibly what could be going on is like this space where um, elites can be dressed down. Where that goes, I don't know, but I think myself and I think a lot of people that have been economically depressed and beat up for years enjoy it. I mean, it could be, you know, Lacan's terms, kind of a jouissance or resentment or something like that. But I think that's to simply read it as that denies an opportunity for it could be marshaled in another sense. You know, if the I don't trust the Democratic Party, but I mean, if you know a figure like Sanders could emerge again, I don't think it would be Sanders again, but I think there's an opportunity to usurp a lot of that sort of sentiment for policies that are actually marshaled in favor of lower middle class on down Americans.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks. Let's start taking
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes, and thank you to our presenters on Zoom as well. Feel free to stay on Zoom if you want to keep watching. We also are streaming on YouTube Live. Look up Ray Brown Association. And as I switch over to sharing the PowerPoint and such.
Yeah, well, we're a little behind schedule, and I'll point out that we need to educate us and keep us in class after the bell. But it's okay. So go with great. So looks like we'll be about 30 minutes behind tonight. I think we need to. So
Maybe like a quick couple minutes.
Yeah, 5 minute break, 6 and 10. 5 minutes. That's how we're still working on Is it good to put the computer right here?
Depending on how, yeah, it was kind of.
Or should we put both on this bigger one?
No, because we have to be hooked up to something.
Got it.
Do I know? I don't know what.
It's not gonna be. I guess I can just hit that button, right?
So just use the clicker.
Or I could hit that button.
Or you can hit that button.
Which one would be easier, you think?
I don't know. It's up to you of what you think would be easier.
I'm gonna hit the button.
Okay.
I'm pretty tired.
That's fair.
If I do that, I'll go backwards and beep, beep, beep. Like this. You need to move this a little this way, or
Yeah, probably. So it looks like you're addressing the crowd.
oh, thanks for your help. It's starting to fade.
Yeah. I was also thinking that I can turn the computer that way, and maybe we can tilt those tables a little bit. The table.
Love it.
Or just up. Yeah. Do you want to just do?
Turn this on. You grab that and see what happens.
Well, I'm trying to keep this surprise, but it's not going to happen. I'm going to introduce you. So let's talk. So
Okay.
we'll find out then.
Okay.
I want to step away so I can figure out what I'm doing.
Are you gonna make me drive?
Yes.
One? It's really funny. I was hearing a
Well, I was during the entire time right now. Sitting in it.
Yeah, we'll see how that I too. That's why I packed it full of jokes to try to.
My grandpa's texted me around 5.
It's a compliment.
I know.
And recorded the future.
But then you see if he's grandma's phone.
Yeah, there's an office. This is like one of the first bonding moments. Sharon Van Etten. And somebody asked her, like, what's your motivation in songwriting? It's like, to make you cry.
Yeah.
And the person was like, well, you did it.
Yeah. That's the song you had set last night. Also great news.
The what?
Quick you said a song saying email. Also good news.
So, remember well, usually you can talk to that guy, I'm 16 or 2 years prior. So in my notes for the time capsule, I put an album that is out. And I'm like, when you open this will be the 60th anniversary of this guy's death. He was from Ohio, working class guy. It was so perfect. Small music. Oh, really? Yeah, he hit it really hard right before he was recording like 6 albums in 1 year, and then just finished from alcoholism.
Yeah, it was like during that.
Just very working class family,
Yeah.
sure.
Right. Ready to go? Let me log back to my thing. Okay. And this is okay, this is working. And now John, this is good. Smart. Right. Well, thank you everybody as you're walking back in. I had meant to do this as a surprise and ended up having to just tell John I was going to be introducing him because I think he was like, "Why is she still standing up here?"
I saw these people swarming.
Yeah, she's like, up here, and I'm like, "Look, it's going to be a surprise." But I wanted to introduce John on behalf of the Playground Association and the ClassCon organizing committee. Because if you are here, there is no doubt in my mind that you already know who John is. If you were involved anywhere in ClassCon, he is the one who tirelessly answers all the emails, who manages to be as accommodating as a person could be. I didn't know that was even possible. If you were here in person, I guarantee that he has either come over and said hello to you, and if he hasn't, give him time, he will come over, hand on his shoulder. Hey, Colin, where do you do it? No, you're this. You already know we're gonna start.
Yep.
Well, you know, I'm not trying to, we're gonna make a guy on him. Absolutely.
We just talked about how we admire artists that can make you fall apart. So
Yes. And, this is also important because, this is John's last year of funding. He goes out into the big world of scary adult big boy jobs.
if you're hiring, I'm saying,
Later, because, ClassCon, I'm going to see the white and I'll look at you. That is what is going to help me. Genuinely would not be here without John. And I know he's thinking, no, it's a group effort. I actually wouldn't be here without you and all of you. And no, you don't get to say that this time.
it's in my talk. I have to say it.
I know, I read your talk. I'm ignoring it. Because it is true. ClassCon would not exist without John. he said earlier that this kind of started when him and I were at a conference and realized that, oh, no one wants to hear us talk about class. But I think ClassCon started a little bit earlier than that, when him and I were in a Zoom class together for international pop culture. I think that was it. And during this class, people are talking about politics, and John comes in with his normal John of, you guys aren't talking about class and poor people. And everyone just got quiet and changed the subject. So I DM'd him on Zoom, and I'm like, hey, thanks for saying what other people won't. And from that moment, I'm like, this is someone who's special. This is someone who is the definition of advocacy, of compassion, of bravery, of using his voice and his own experience to talk about the difficult topics.
You're gonna get me all messed up before I.
That's why he gets to read all of it, and I get to ignore all the things I wrote. But it is true. He is the first person to bring up advocating for others. Bowling Green says it's a university for the public good, and John has done more for the public good in his 6 years here than a lot of people, I think, truly have. Because he is willing to network every single day. He's not afraid to ask hard questions, to ask for funding, to really push for this to happen. And he's going to say, I couldn't have done this without you, but I do think he could have pulled off this entire conference, all 3 years of it, on his own. He wouldn't sleep, but he would have someone else up here figuring out how computers work. Or there would just be no computers. And it would be a brand new type of conference. Because that's just how John thinks. It's outside of the box, it's radical, and it is always for the benefit of others. So on behalf of all of us, and as your friend, we are not only so proud of you, but
You told me to stay over here, but this is fantastic and realistically untrue. None of this was fast comrades. This wouldn't happen without our fever dream of making this work. When I think about moving on to Big Boy World, I worry about you and losing track, and that can't happen. We can't lose track of each other. Or these you people just hear me. You start at work, I'm willing to do for free. So
think of how much you'll do for a paycheck that is just slightly more than what we already make.
I think it's slightly less. Isn't adjuncting less?
Correct. But, we do want to thank you, and we are so excited to hear a presentation that has been the culmination of not only life's work, but the work that you've done here at Bowling Green. So, without further ado, here is John King in his special presentation, Genocide in America.
Thanks. Yep. Okay. So, you know what? At the very end of my special presentation, had something I'm just going to jump to. Okay. In closing, I would like to thank you all. To all the organizers that ensure ClassCon exists in the world. It really does mean so much to me, and all of you all mean so much to me. And it means so much that it turns out it means a lot to a community we didn't know was there, and now we are that community. And it was hard to go. I'm trying not to cry myself, but I'm just so proud of everything we've done, and I'm proud of all of you. I feel like we've built a wider community and hopefully a community of positive change. When I designed the shirt this year, anybody see what this is referencing? Who knows what the old guys do? Okay. So this is ClassCon 3. We used Roman numerals, so I used 3 bars of a black flag as the Roman numerals. And we all know that the black flag was raised by pirates to commercial ships, right? To signify a big change is about to happen. Is a warning to comply with change or else. And that else would be a little remembered flag that we don't really know about in today's world. The red flag. The black flag is, oh, you better change, or the red flag's coming up. I'm a researcher, so of course when I was looking at black flags, I had to look up the whole history. Yeah, that's what I do. And the red flag says, well, here we are. And in the beginning of ClassCon, we were dismissed by some who thought class studies had no place in academia. But 3 years in, here we are. And academia can no longer ignore us. Just look at these beautiful red shirts. This is not going to be as beautiful as yours, but as I wrap up my PhD in the next 6 months or so, maybe less, the hardest thing to let go will be to help organize ClassCon. But I know I will not lose the ClassCon community. We have built something substantial here, and I really do look forward to see where it goes from here. And I just want to thank you all. I mean, look at all these folks. Maybe EJ can get a picture from here. You know, I haven't slept in a couple days. I'm exhausted. I'm filled with energy because of you all. So thank you all so much. And that is my presentation. Okay, light talking. So as we all know, I'm John King, and I'm gonna have to do a fair amount of reading from my notes. So I currently have a lung infection. You can probably hear my labored breathing. And I'll stay over here because it's highly infectious. I'm just kidding. It's not contagious at all. This joke killed earlier. I swear earlier when I was trying it out, people thought it was not contagious. But I'm barely hanging in there, so reading my notes is going to help me stay on task. And you all can help me stay on task too if I start to stray. True story, and maybe some of you all will recall this. I think it's Will Walton's favorite story about me, actually, of how we met. Several years ago, I also had a lung infection, although at that time I didn't realize it, and I was standing right here giving a talk, and nearly collapsed. Actually, made it over that couch before I collapsed. And, you know, some people who were smarter than me took me to the urgent care center, and turns out I had a lung infection. This time I'm aware of it, and I'm in a rough state, but I'm jacked up with medication. So I just need to pace myself as I go. And I think reading notes will help. Whenever, you know, at the end of the semester, when we get those teacher evaluations, my students always say, well, you know, he's a pretty good teacher. Except he just stands there and reads notes. They want an entertainer. I think it's being raised on TikTok and YouTube. Just a guy standing there is not enough. They want me to dance around the room. So I apologize now. I'm so sorry. I will not be breakdancing through this presentation. My apologies. That joke also killed earlier. Come on, y'all. Just pretend they're good, because there's jokes all through this. It's a hard topic, so I put in jokes. Anyway, as Haley mentioned, I'm a PhD candidate in American Cultural Studies. Mostly studied the dismantling of the working classes right here at Bowling Green State University, at least for a few more months. It's difficult work, but it's important work. Maybe now than ever to discuss what is happening to the poor in America. So, in the next 45 minutes or so, I'll try to speed it up since we're a little behind. My job is to convince you of two things. One, that genocide is happening to America's poor. And second, the far harder of the two, that we need to stop it. We need to take an active role in stopping. I'd say that's the harder part, but actually convincing some people in academia that genocide is happening at all is difficult. I've had faculty members agree that all the things I'm about to tell you are happening. The murder of people is happening, but they don't like the word genocide. And I'll get to that later. But first, let's talk about me since I have the mic. Thanks for the. Thanks. So here I am at my first birthday party with my Melungeon mama. Look at us. Look how cute we are. Yeah, so she's got, the complexion, and I don't know where I have no idea how that happened, but we are so cute. And I usually, when I start these talks, give a little history about my family history and about Melungeons, but our invited speaker tomorrow, Heather Andolino, wave in the back. She's going to be giving a talk on Melungeons. I don't want to steal her thunder, so I'm going to skip that part. She's probably going to be sharing family pictures too. Actually, I've looked at your slides. I know you are, and they're great. Yep, took a peek. So I won't go into that aspect. I will say life was not easy for Melungeons a lot of the time, and my immediate family was no exception to that. So here we are, beautiful and cute. Somebody can make a joke about a Kentuckian wearing no shirt and overalls if they want. And we are public enemy number one. That's the face of the scourge of America, that family right there. In the eye of increasingly hostile government hell-bent on erasing poor people from the landscape. As far back as I can trace, my family began their journey in Beckley, West Virginia. And over the generations, they slowly made their way to Louisville, Kentucky, looking for work during the Great Depression. And that's where I was born. Downtown on Broadway, if you've ever been to Louisville, it was the same building my father was born. My mother was born at home, but just a few blocks away from there. So 3 generations born in the same area town, making our way in one of the poorest and most neglected places in the city. White flight, redlining, all of this cut us off from the rest of town, along with impoundment lots, junkyards, new highways that came up in the 60s and 70s, as we're so often put in the poorest areas of town, making a literal concrete barrier between undesirables and the rest of them. It was cut off on 3 sides by the highway system, and the 4th side was a railroad, and then on top of it, surrounded by a 10-foot concrete flood wall to keep the Ohio River at bay. So we were really like in an open air prison, it felt like. But we survived somehow. living in a neglected 19th century buildings, moving around every couple of years, the way it tends to happen when you're poor. First, we lived in the East Market District on Market Street, and as gentrification crept in, we were pushed north block by block. Really, we lived on every block, getting pushed further to the river until we landed in Butchertown on Franklin Street, the last street before the flood wall. The backyard, the back door, then about 5 feet past the back door is this giant wall. Beyond that's a beautiful view of the river that we did. And there it is. A tiny 5-room shotgun camelback. Does anybody know what a shotgun camelback is? All right. Straight through the back door. Yep. That's where the name came from. So it's a tiny 5-room shotgun, common in places like Louisville and New Orleans and Mobile, Alabama. Shout out to Louisville, who has the most. A sense of pride for poor and working class people for over a century. It's affordable. I loved it there. It was like the first place I lived where I wasn't always thinking we were about to get evicted, so felt comfortable there. I even loved the train yards and the junkyards and walking on the flood wall. You could live and work and shop in this tiny neighborhood. You could go to school there, and there were some resources. The Wesley House Community Center began in 1903, East Jefferson Street, before moving to East Washington Street in 1908, and for nearly 100 years provided services to the community like free daycare, educational programs. They had an indoor gym and basketball courts and a park. I loved all that. They also ran a community clothing store located just 2 blocks east called the Wesley Warehouse, WEAR. Most of my clothes as a child came from there. You could get a paper grocery bag and fill it with all the clothes you could for $1. In fact, they clothed me until they shut down when I was about 20. My mother worked at a place called Dryden Provisions. They sold feed and grain to farmers when they came in to sell livestock at the Bourbon Stockyards. Yes, it's Kentucky, so it's the Bourbon Stockyards. The trains would haul in feed to these huge warehouses, and they employed cats to keep the rats out. So I love going after school and waiting for my mom to get off work because I got to play with the cats. The cats probably hated it, but as an adult, I just moved 2 blocks away, got my own little shotgun that I rented right across the street from Bourbon Stockyards. I was there 7 years. It was the longest I've ever lived anywhere. And it's really attached in my memory as home. I think everyone has one of those places where you think back and there's this one place that you go back to as your first home. Yeah, we'll talk about this in a second. So I moved in there in 2002, and already there were signs of gentrification moving in. There was this clown here named Gil Holland that really set his sights on our neighborhood. So about the picture, for about 10 years, I worked part-time as a journalist. Didn't pay much, paid $50 an article. But it did allow me to write editorials, which I was not paid for, but I got to do it, which I largely used to call attention to what was happening to the poor people like me. I may have gone a little overboard on Photoshop at times, but they weren't paying me, so they just kind of let me do whatever. So I thought it'd be fun to use some of these old editorial images. And I really hate this guy, so it's real fun to show him. um, he wasn't the first genius to realize the potential value of historic architecture by the waterfront that was occupied by marginal people that could be erased. But he had the capital, he had the money, and he set his sights on it. He bought up cheap property and marketed the area using words we all now know, code words like up and coming. He rebranded the East Market Street district to Nulu, a nonsensical word, Nulu, as in New Louisville. One of the oldest neighborhoods in town is now New Louisville. Gentrifiers love to change the names of the places they conquer, usually with cute, innocent-sounding nonsense. It'd be laughable if it wasn't for the fact that the name of a community that's been around for 200 years has their whole identity erased in the name of capital profit, and not just erasing the name, but erasing them as well. Just for some context, in the last 10 years, the property value of the building I first lived in as a kid has gone up 500%. The cute little shotgun I just showed you a picture of, it was valued, when I graduated high school, it was valued at under 100 grand, and is now worth well over $500,000. Needless to say, no one who previously occupied that neighborhood for generations is there any longer. I mean, can you imagine working families been there forever? How do you keep up with rent that triples and quadruples? I mean, that's the point, I guess. So the house I lived in the longest, the shotgun I told you about, the one I got when I graduated high school, it's now a gourmet dessert shop. Yeah. The dining area was my bedroom. Can you imagine? Can you imagine taking friends? Hey, you want to go to Louisville? I'll show you. This was my house. The one with the giant fuchsia cheesecake. It's 2 doors down was a rooming house that had been there for decades. It was affordable 1 and 2 room apartments. When I was there were 3 generations of a family raising children there. Now it's an upscale cheese shop called Cultured, as if the culture that was there before is worthless. I mean, the names that, but I warned you of the gentrifiers and their naming practices, and it gets worse. Dryden Provisions, the place that my mother worked hard in to provide for us, is now a nightclub with a play. This was a pride of work for people, and now the neighborhood is a playground for the rich. And if you didn't catch on to that, they put play really big out front. I can't even go back to my neighborhood anymore. It makes me so upset. Yeah, I mean, a place where we all raised our families is now an amusement park for the privileged. There's a mural on the side of this building that says love. What are they even trying to do here? Like, of what they did is considered love, as in a destructive displacement of an entire community. But hey, we wrote love on the side, so we'll call it even. The Wesley Warehouse, that clothed me for 2 decades, is now an upscale coffee shop called Naive. I told you about these names, right? I mean, people, ridiculous. And the Wesley Community Center is now upscale loft living. The gymnasium is the most expensive loft. You get to have an upscale loft that has a basketball court as the floor. Anyway, I went in there once just to do it and charged me $9 for a coffee. And this was probably 10 years ago. $9 for a coffee. The place where I could get all my clothes for a year for $1. Uh-oh, murals. You know what that means. You know gentrification has fully conquered an area when the murals are trying to convince you that they are good people. Like just a couple blocks from the fuchsia cheesecake of my old home is this mural on two sides of a building. The first side shows the rich history of the neighborhood that they completely erased, and on the other side is what replaced it. Trendy parks, people goofing around, uh, all the fancy things that the city pumped money into to draw people here, like an extreme sports park and things like that. But more of my editorial photoshopping here. Meet Greg Fisher, the three-term mayor of Louisville. So Gil Holland didn't accomplish all this on his own. He was funded, massively funded by city government as a private business venture. This guy, that says killer across his forehead, was the mayor from 2011 to 2023. And yeah, I wrote about this dude a lot in my editorials. I did not win any friends in government. I frequently refer to him as murder mayor. His policies of draining city money and forgivable loans to people like Gil Holland in order to build high-end residential and commercial spaces, knowing that they will displace poor families, is what is called policy murder by people like William Barber and others that study poverty in America. Knowing that these policies will kill people in order to save money or to make people rich. Some things that Murder Mayor did, spent $30 million of taxpayer money to build a soccer stadium right behind Naive, actually. And on a freezing December night in 2017, they bulldozed the homeless camp in freezing temperatures, bulldozed the camp and just told the people to go. There was no backup plan. They had nowhere to go except to get pushed further south. So by this time, most of us have been pushed out of the area further south. I ended up in a building about 20 blocks south of where we were. There wasn't enough shelters to hold the homeless population and residents who became homeless due to the soaring rental prices, which would be my fate within 2 years. I would follow the ranks into homelessness. But what happened is all these people became so desperate that the vultures just circled. One particular monster was a general contractor, lived exactly across the street from me. And he saw an opportunity to expand operations into sex trafficking. So what this genius did was when it was freezing temperatures outside, he would camp out the homeless women. For every person they were forced to have sex with, they could come inside out of the cold for 2 hours. That's what they got. No food, no money, no sleep. The image here is became a really good friend of mine through all of this. A trans woman who contracted HIV due to having to prostitute in order to just survive to the next day. But all of us were expendable. Lives thrown away for riverside soccer stadiums and high-rise condos. We would try to hang on for a while and then just disappear. On the right, you would see people trying to hang on in the street for a little while and then vanish. The neighborhood would be littered with these missing person posters. So I began documenting. I started taking pictures of all of this. But none of this is happening just in Louisville. It's just an example of an epidemic that's burning its way across the country. Usually, when I give talks like this, I start with this story. On a cloudy day, Wednesday, March 11th, 2020, in Goldsboro, North Carolina, a woman stood on the side of a street wearing a shirt that read, "Homeless, the fastest way of becoming nobody." She was stopped by a police officer who then buys her a pizza. Several passersby see this uh, and they take pictures and they share it online as well as with local news channels. It turned into a national story. One person posted a picture on Facebook with the caption, "Law enforcement does so much for our community," with a lot of it going unnoticed. We see you, Goldsboro PD. Keep up the good work. This post was shared within a day over 5,000 times and covered by national outlets. Several for-profit websites began selling reproductions of her shirt for $20. It's true. I got proof right there. So in this situation, the officer was seen, the pizza was seen, and the money-making potential of this woman's shirt was seen, but she was not seen. It wasn't mentioned in online posts. People didn't band together to help. She was the surplus population. The desperate plight of the poor and homeless are only noticed when there's an opportunity for somebody to capitalize on it. In Goldsboro, the woman's shirt rang true. Despite thousands of people seeing her, she was unnoticed. North Carolina is going through a swift, moving gentrification, removing the poor from potentially lucrative real estate that has become wildly uncontrollable. In my research, I've realized that there are several major ways the poor are treated. They're seen as a way to exploit to make money, as I just talked about. They're seen as being in the way of making money, being on property that could be turned into high rises. And having poor people milling around these high rises could lower property values. They can also be seen as an acceptable target for humiliation, pain, and death. But they're mostly seen as needing to be erased. And there's a lot of ways to erase poor people. Historically, the U.S. has put in a lot of effort into this. Between 1929 and 1974, a lot of you all know this, I bet, 7,000 poor and black residents in North Carolina were sterilized. Didn't just happen in North Carolina, but in 32 states across the nation. But unlike those other states, the sterilization law in North Carolina allowed for local welfare officials to submit sterilization petitions. So North Carolina's eugenic sterilization law extended directly to recipients of public welfare. So they were targeting poor people so they could save on social programs and breed out undesirables. This action is echoed today by North Carolina removing children from those enrolled in another public welfare program, foster care. It's not just here, but in 14 other states, including my home state. This allows courts to take away children from their families permanently for not paying fees. That's all. Doesn't have to be a crime. The only crime is they don't have the money to pay court fees and they lose their children forever. In many instances, children are removed from their families due to a welfare issue, but once the families comply and can legally get their children back, if they can't pay the fees, the children are adopted out by other families. Most of these fees are charged almost exclusively to the poorest families. Middle income families, study shows, aren't even given these fees. In some cases, families were never even notified that they had fees to pay, but a judge decided ignorance of that doesn't matter. We never told you you had a fee to pay, but you didn't pay it, so we're taking your kids. This is all real. This photo is a family that raised the money to get to pay their court fees and get their children back, but only 2 will be returned. Their 3-year-old they will never see again. In another instance, a 15-year-old child living in foster care gave birth. Her child was put into foster care because the mother had no money to pay the fees. So her child was taken from her permanently as well. She broke no law, but because she was in foster care, she had no money of her own. So her child is gone. All this comes as North Carolina is seeing a massive influx of people moving to the state, and coupled with a housing shortage, the most vulnerable are targeted for removal. They're just simply occupying space that somebody else can get rich on. Removing children from targeted groups as well as preventing these groups from having children is considered genocide by the United Nations. For those victims of sterilization and having their children removed based on economic factors, the motivator is to weaken and remove those in the face of economic endeavors. But like I said, this is happening everywhere. Much of the Southern Appalachians are seeing population booms as people move off the coast inward. Tennessee has one of the most horrendous anti-homeless laws on the books. Meet this guy, Tennessee State Senator Paul Bailey. I didn't even need to Photoshop this rodeo clown. He did all the work for me. Look at this guy. He sponsored a bill that became law in 2022 that made being homeless a felony. Those caught sleeping outside can be charged with a felony, given a $3,000 fine because homeless people are rolling in it, and a 6-year prison sentence. That's 6-year prison sentence for being homeless. Imagine that. Rents and property values skyrocket at the same time that minimum wage workers are being replaced by automation. So this guy, so his response to homelessness rising is to throw these people in prison. I don't think locking up homeless and taking their kids away will solve anything until we as citizens demand steps be made to protect America's poor. All we're doing, if we don't, is allowing rodeo clown Paul Bailey to throw them in prison. And this creates generational trauma for these groups, where they dismantle them from their kids being taken away, being thrown in prison, necessities of life are taken away. It just destroys these groups completely, along with their cultural heritage and their memory. But the Supreme Court will save us. It's a joke. You can laugh. Yeah. I'm kidding. It gets worse. Other areas around the country has followed suit, and a wide range of laws specifically target the poor, including in Grants Pass, Oregon. I imagine some of you all are familiar with this as well. In 2022, the United States Court of Appeals on the Ninth Circuit decided that it would be unconstitutional for Grants Pass, Oregon to punish the city's homeless for sleeping on public property as long as there are no other housing options for them, as in a homeless shelter. And the city challenged that. So on June 28th, 2024, the Supreme Court of the United States decided that these laws, including imposing fines and prison sentences to the homeless, did not constitute cruel or unusual punishment. The court ruled that imprisoning people on the grounds that they had nowhere to go did not qualify as cruel because it did not inflict terror, pain, or disgrace, without explaining at all the justification that prison sentences based on belonging to a social class is not disgraceful, painful, terrifying, nor did the court find that they were unusual because fines and jail terms levied against the poor and homeless has been the usual mode of punishment, punishing for being poor, throughout the country. So this is the line right there, what I just said, that solidifies the act of being poor a criminal defense and has opened the door for state and local governments to enact laws against those with no other option than to be homeless. So you can imagine why I picked a photo of the Supreme Court that is completely empty and devoid of people, because that's how I feel. If the Supreme Court decided that all women should be in prison or all Presbyterians should be thrown in jail due to their political beliefs, I would think that there would be pushback, protests, some meaningful news coverage at least. But the Supreme Court declaring that being poor in the United States was a felony crime virtually went unnoticed. And then it gets worse. I've been saying that with almost every slide here. It's gotten so out of hand in the West that state and local laws are being passed to make it illegal to help someone dying of starvation, dehydration, or exposure. Can you imagine that? Largely, these laws are designed to swiftly kill off immigrants trying to pass through the southern border, but it also affects any poor or homeless person. There's about an average of 2,000 deaths in the Arizona desert alone, up 1,000% since Operation Gatekeeper went into effect in 1994, which militarized the southern border, forcing immigrants to alter course into the desert, of which temperatures soar into the 120s, and you cannot give them a drop of water without going to prison. In Bullhead City, Arizona, it is illegal to get food or water to those in need. You can get 4 months in prison for doing that. Houston, Texas has similar laws. Imagine passing laws and murder policies meant to kill off undesirables. It's unfathomable to me. And yet it is happening from coast to coast. And with the Supreme Court ruling, there is nothing to stop this genocide of the poor and homeless. So, John, you're asking, this just says genocide in America. Let's get to it. Well, okay. Let's look at the United Nations definition of genocide. Article 2 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes of Genocide clearly states in whole or part consists of killing members of a group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of a group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or part, imposing measures to intend to prevent births, forcibly transferring children to another group. Okay, audience participation time. What are the things that I've mentioned that you see might fit this definition? All of them. All of them. Forcibly removing people from homeless camps, taking away children from their families solely based on their status of being members of a lower class, denying food or water, life-saving measures, imprisoning members of a group just based on their status as members of a group. Is my conclusion that all of these examples of genocide committed against the poor and homeless, all of these count. But John, you're thinking, you said you tell us why some people disagree that this is genocide. The word genocide, I feel like Ben could talk about this clearer than I, but was coined by Polish lawyer Raphael Lemkin in his 1944 book, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe. To this day, over 80 years later, United Nations still observes this definition of genocide as intent to destroy in whole or part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Did anyone catch what was left out of there? There is no class definition. So the admittance of socioeconomic groups in the official United Nations definition is that easy for some to cause skepticism when accusation of genocide on lower class Americans is made, but it makes it no less true. Certainly before 1865, many people realized that slavery should be outlawed. Certainly before 1920, many people thought laws should change to allow women to vote. The country is paved with atrocities that people have stood up for to demand legal protections against. Just because we do not have laws protecting the poor doesn't mean it have to stay that way. Just look at history. Just because the United Nations hasn't bothered to acknowledging killing off poor people as genocide doesn't mean we have to accept that. You know, I've had faculty members here try to shut down my dissertation because, simply put, the UN definition of genocide doesn't say class, so you need to stop. I mean, it's shocking but true. It's my belief, I firmly believe this. You can dig me up in 80 years out of the cemetery and tell me I was right. The future generations are going to look back at us in disgust for the way we treat lower classes, in the same way we look back in history before civil rights laws and shake our head. There is no reason not to demand an end to this horrific onslaught of anti-homeless laws and policy murder. But John, you say, what can we do about it? Like I mentioned earlier, this is the part I get the most pushback. It used to surprise me, but certainly within history, there were plenty of people that thought abolishing slavery or changing voting rights or equal rights laws would be too complicated to even try. It's just too complicated. In fact, the Supreme Court has said these words when issues of class have come up, like, this is too complicated for us to deal with. Well, you're the Supreme Court. You're supposed to deal with the complicated issues. But anyway, but I get that some people are like, it's too complicated. We live in a time of capitalist fatigue, the anxiety of oppressive laws and policies, working way too much and still not being able to pay bills has crushed us into believing that this is a normal state of being. Recently, I read a Pew poll, this was a couple weeks ago, that stated 70% of Americans felt that the management they worked for either didn't value them or was outright abusive. I imagine the other 30% where it was the management, yeah, everything's fine. I don't know what, yeah. 70%, can you imagine that? Even here at the library, I worked here for 5 years. Loved working here until one day I was just let go. Just like that, making minimum wage. We just cut loose without warning to fend for myself. 5 years of making friends with the 40 employees in the building, going to graduation parties, retirement parties, and I was just on one day, and only two people checked in to see if I was okay. It's not because they're monsters. I happen to know that a lot of these are wonderful people, and I still count them as my friends. It's just that when you realize management will put you loose for no reason at all, you think twice about sticking your neck out and give them a reason to fire you. So it's easy to see why we think it's impossible to stop the atrocities when capitalist fatigue has just crushed us into submission. We can't continue to watch unprotected groups be killed off just because they are not yet protected. We've made changes in the past, we can do it again. And many of us live in Ohio or other states that will change the Constitution with a 50% plus one vote. We've seen it recently. We can rally enough signatures, put on the ballot for a constitutional change that makes it illegal to target low income people just because of their social class. No more throwing them in prison and taking their children away or letting them dehydrate on the street just because of the group they belong to. Now I've been a proud member of the Poor People's Campaign Prophetic Council for 7 years now. That's the campaign that William Barber runs, who I mentioned earlier, and of course was started by Martin Luther King Jr. By the way, this button is part of the collection upstairs on the 4th floor in the Popular Culture Library. If you haven't been there, go check it out. It's a great library. Even though they fired me, I still okay, I'm gonna go quick because I keep getting cards. And I think if we put pressure on states and local governments to enact protections for the poor, it'll be easier for skeptics to believe it can happen. And if this grows, maybe we might begin to see the poor as humans that deserve human rights. But John, you say, things have changed for the worse in the last few months. Believe me, working as an instructor for cultural studies, we feel especially targeted by the anti-DEI mandates and the H1 bill here in Ohio. And I've obsessed over these. Here, real quick. Quick shout out to using the bill over. I believe that's you all, right? So I've obsessed and I've gone over these bills. Thank you for getting this stuff out here. This is a summary of the H1 minute. I'm going to go over it. I'm just going to tell you if the educators got to, I get to go over well. Yeah, I appreciate it. So I've been obsessing. You can look through my copy. I got highlighters over this anti-DEI legislation and mandates. It was maybe the first time I was ever relieved poverty was omitted. Haley mentioned this earlier. If it comes to the point where we can not ask prospective students and employees if they belong to a certain vulnerable group and offer to help them in their careers or education, there's nothing in any of this that says we cannot ask about class.
We can ask if they live below the poverty line, or if they or an immediate family member is on government assistance, things like that. And as we all know, minority groups are unevenly affected by poverty. So we can still continue our mission statements by rewording these questions and keeping our mission in focus. And of course, we've had meetings where everybody's freaking out. How do we continue to do what we do the right thing when we're shackled by this? When I say good news, we're still allowed to ask about class status and teach issues based on class status. And by that umbrella, we can still legally teach about these other groups and issues as well. And after I say this, the response I get is crickets. Sometimes I get the feeling that people would rather not help the people they want if it means they might accidentally help poor people too. So I'm asking you for help because you are my comrades. I'm asking you for help. We've got to stop this genocide. We need to change the mindset by continually bringing up class issues. Back at your respective institutions, when the discussion leads to this, tell them good news. John figured it out. Or at least this is one idea. And whenever I come to the conclusion, and Jenna, I'm getting to the conclusion. When I come to the Q&A portion of these talks, and I feel like I'm standing in front of the firing squad, right? And I tell you, I've learned a lot. I learned so much. So, let me know what you think. Am I totally wrong here? Are my ideas wrong? What can we do to make these ideas right? So Q&A time. So here's a picture. Is Connie not paying attention? Connie, I snuck in a picture of you. So here's a picture of Connie at the Muhammad Ali Museum, just slaying that punching bag. And I thought it was a great picture for Q&A because you can let me have it. And P.S. by the way, Connie's still not paying attention. She's presenting here in 2 hours, so please stick around for that. And also here's my contact information if you have questions, ideas, or for doxing purposes. There it is. And that's that. Unless you want to throw a bunch of fodder at me.
So, I agree with everything. You and I have had these conversations.
Later.
Appreciate it, because then I can watch. Conversations in class after class, and I've watched the things you talked about with our classmates and our producers and other people associated, and having these kinds of conversations. And I feel it's getting worse, not better. And I see that because 2 years ago I stood there and I talked about how. So I study tech, and I talked about how the over surveillance of the poor people has become a constitutional issue. And in light of the current tech bro administration, where do you think, or I guess the question is, how do you think people can potentially protect themselves in this surveillance world we live in? And we can't not connect to the internet for things like banking and school and whatever, but also every time we put one of these in our pocket, our associations are now working against us. Any thoughts?
Fun story. I got a story. Yeah, so back when I fell into homelessness, some of my friends said, good news, the local government is giving us all cell phones. And guess what happened after that?
Now you're all circle.
They knew where. I don't know. I think this particular one of the group, it's like
studying the tree. Including, and I said he is in the four English community. It gave that help people a little further up on the tree. Maybe and I think a lot of people think I don't have any skin in the game, so who cares? We're up here happy. We're not how you still going to be working very to get comfort. People get further living. Literally, the whole reason is that they can't keep up in the capitalist debate. They can't afford an equal. We have a saying back on the street. You lose your root, you lose your rights. You lose your rights, you lose your life. As long as you're got a roof over your head, you will soon not protected. As soon as you tell you are a target and nobody cares. Once this the dissertation is finished, I'll probably there's a lot so many so many local state governments will say things. We gotta get rid of these people for public reasons. It's turned into most people are unique people. They are actually affecting us in particularly severe or polite, and they have a general. But yeah, I think it's the community we're building. I think it's the team kind of that trees and then starting to be people support people deserve human rights to and I don't think it's that crazy or difficult to demand equal rights. We've done it 7 times, 2 countries in the US. Very successful as possible. We just don't have that any longer. Maybe being there in our homes is my whole life. We went to find air 18 months and it's causing a lot of anxiety. I have moved leave out justice, see if you know until we're at my expression that this is thinking, crazy dream. So yeah, like so much is work. But you gotta it's the one punch if you like 3 months this thing. 3 months give up just stop and keep going. I really feel like I've seen this with people of course, local groups, it's an influence of the changes local and state constitutes say work like I said, like certain faculty being this ain't genocide. Genocide definition. Well, if we just change the definition, it should be normal. Once it becomes a normal thing, where we start thinking that people are people, the chance for that. It's not going to be tomorrow. I think a coalition. And the other thing I think is we talk about it all the time to everyone. Every time I'm in a meeting, they're like, oh, we're in a meeting, there's ways you can do it. Yeah, I don't have to look through all this. You can do it by playing the game. You have that huge math class through that, we can choose how it plays that. They just start choosing that silver. Poor people are people, and then they grow up and they teach their kids that. Maybe it's just to acknowledge that we don't see these poor people as human. And then you just start to community. Yeah, it turns out we are. And anyone else have any other question? 2 questions. Let's go first. All right. You're good. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe this is like suggestions for future work or future thoughts, but I'm wondering how do you see the history of racial capitalism, colonialism, and various factors into this history of genocide and whether or not
this, what you're describing is labeled as genocide or not. Because I think about in the U.S. government's relatively short history of existence, if one were to step back and look at it from a relatively objective perspective, you would see the U.S. has been guilty of many genocides throughout its short existence.
Who did it up as well? That's Ireland on that big.
Yeah, and many of the genocides target people who are collectively quite poor, so it's compared to less. And I think there's this general understanding in world affairs that when the U.S. kills people, it's not as bad as people. When the U.S. does mass incarceration, it's not as bad as when other countries do mass incarceration. For whatever reason, there's this disconnect between. You can see like genocide in other countries' actions, but you can see it in countries' actions. You mentioned the Raphael Lemkin book, and I think it's very interesting that this term genocide comes from the book Axis Rule in Occupied Europe. So
I said that people would know more about
so this genocide comes from the genocide of Europe, yes. The genocide of colonized people in the Herero and Roma that Germany's genocide against is not such a genocide. And the Germans never paid reparation for them, but then until the 20th century, that they committed genocide in Africa. And then, of course, you have the 1951 We Charge Genocide campaign led by W. Bulls, which was about genocide against African Americans. Yeah, I'm not. Interesting. Yeah, interesting was mentioned. He emphasized the colonial aspect of the genocide, whereas the UN definition that was adopted eventually by the Western powers did not include the colonial factor of genocide. So yeah, just that's like my thoughts and suggestions for like how imperialism, supremacism, I point to other parts of the world. What this is to genocide.
There's a quote about that. There's a quote. This can't really that thing, but he countered that argument. Of course, he is pretty simply before we interpret that live on TV. It's better. Right? So is that does that really really awkward because we do our movement differently. Even if you see the history that's nice. We're not broadcasting it on TV, but you guys. The interest is fine.
No, just so right here.
Yeah. It's a way of people that are right to direct so if you write politicians want to have cut programs, the current costs, that's why they're doing this video. Bringing this terrible here, it's really expensive. I first thought it was, one person spending another person's income with a prison lobby. Even with the prison lobbies where and getting them to use these people as a sort of tool it makes it seem kind of brutal, but I think that's realism. Maybe it's vigorous. Oh, we're really all the time. So on top of this, I don't know we do it. So I'm sorry. Oh, yes, by the way, there's red stickers on the door that I made specifically for this talk, so when you leave the door, that's some red stickers.
So let's take like a 5-minute break, and then we'll get back to a roundtable on conference organizing. So enjoy. There's still food. So we will have to.
Here it's 6.
The conference now. Everyone here has to be eligible in this 5 points.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
So ideally 5.
Got it.
But also,
Like 2.
yeah.
Did that make sense?
Um. I agree. It's like what?
Oh, I'm just gonna give them this.
Yeah. Yeah. I do. Yeah. Yeah. We collab. Yeah, that's it's awesome. Learning more issues. I have so many times. Yeah, like kind of movies. I don't think that it will. I think that maybe a picture of a dimensional bar, if you will. Yeah. Right. You're gonna walk the over at 6 around. You don't have to be there. It's just around. You know that is. There's this, they just told down there's a lot. I know. So what is okay. I never fast recordings is on we're gonna have to walk. Yeah. The Zoom presenters. So like, we're just sharing the screen.
Yeah.
It's literally just recording the screen. So if you go over to this one, here's the Zoom. Here we are. And basically, when they're in there, just be like, hey, when we tell you to, share your screen and talk. And then when you're done, stop sharing your screen.
Okay. I my laptop does not have voice. I also don't have my laptop on me.
All of it's on us. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
Okay, 'cause I heard that we were having issues with using these, and we had to use your laptop. So I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if we were going to be muting your laptop or something.
Well, I'm gonna lock this room, so I'm fine leaving it. I don't have my laptop tonight.
Yeah. So we're gonna do the round table, and then, but we're talking about Zoom for afterward.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we'll figure it out.
Just which also means I'm gonna take the key out of my backpack again, thinking that I'm not there's no
How, Caitlin, how long will you be gone?
Yeah.
Because neither you nor Sarah will be here. But will John be? Okay. Okay. No, don't worry. So.
No, well, right. It's more trying to Oh, so the kid I'm with everyone at first. And the child 15 go with that, about the library. One down there. I was also trying to figure out how to zoom this right so we can see everybody pretty well. Right?
Oh, for the round table, yeah.
Okay. Good enough. Is it okay if we put up our chairs at this different? Can you not anybody? Can you? But we have to have a sheet. If it doesn't work, hold on, you have to do it. Yeah, but it. Yeah, there's a lot of things like things that's sheets with some open
Speaking of conferences.
My laptop. It's gonna be more down there.
Just close it. Yeah. It's so plugged in.
Chair.
Tell us where. Keeping money to tickets you drive. It is.
Yeah. Oh, we not trusted John.
No, on top of there.
Right, that's what I was about to say. It's like,
Here? We're involved over here.
if you was in quarantine,
You can find it online.
Are we ready to rumble?
Yeah.
All right.
Here. Y'all take it over.
How's the conference so far? This is the part of the conference we do what we like to call photo work. What if we
This is gonna be easy. We're just stay on top of the snow. It's gonna pass.
Some favorite parts about conferences, workshops, roundtables, so they can help share the tools of success. I'm sure there's people online or in the room that think they have something that they feel really passionate about and would like to do something similar to this. It's actually how I met Heather, and we'll talk about that here in a second. But so we have these 4 fantastic people who have put in a lot of work doing special interest conferences. And they're going to talk about their own experiences, what works, what doesn't work. And so we have first up Shiraz Dusky. Let's say it to Heather Andolina, Charles Coletta, and way over there, Matt. Feel free to correct me if I get this wrong. Shiraz is in the UTSU MFA writing program, particularly poetry, fiction. And she has experience in organizing conferences in Pakistan, and I believe particularly economic and cultural issues. Okay, doing good so far. Matt Donahue, Chuck Coletta are professors here at UTSU Popular Culture Program, and they have organized a slew of conferences over the years. When I first came here to do my tour for my master's program, I had to stay in a hotel 40 miles away because they put on Batman conference that weekend. All the rooms were taken.
So we owe you like $40.
$50. That's how I found out about Fort Clinton, which I love. So that it worked. Just last year they did Spider-Man conference. It was a big hit. Matt right now is organizing a conference on funk music, which will be April 25th and 26th. Is that correct? Sorry. And Chuck is currently planning a conference on romance novels in the fall. Date to come.
Soap operas.
Soap operas. It's a long day. I'm too good for 3 minutes. So, what? Do you have a date for that yet?
It's October 31st to November 1st.
All right.
The rest of the weekend. Prepare.
And Heather Andolina is the president of the Melungeon Heritage Association, which I've been a member of for about 15 years. She's also the host of the Melungeon Voices podcast, which is great. I'm not just saying that because I'm in it. She's a documentary filmmaker, historian, archivist. And she's also the class pond invited speaker for tomorrow. So please be sure to see that. I didn't talk about Melungeons in detail in mine so that you could learn from somebody who knows a lot more than I do on it. But I want to say, Heather helped us so much back when ClassCon was just a dream to understand how to put on a special interest conference. And when you say special interest, actually means a tiny or non-existent budget. You go to particular, you go to PCA and there's 1,000 people there, but when you do special interest, so how can you make it accessible to everyone on a budget? And I just learned out here in the foyer of the Virginia Natural History Museum. And I had my program in my pocket, and I was like, well, what do I do? And she just was like, you do this, you do that. And I wrote it all down. And then we made ClassCon. So we owe a lot to you, honestly. So yeah, she's been an inspiration to me personally, as well as all the roundtable guests. So the idea of having this talk to maybe inspire others to create a conference based on what is important to you, I really want to see you all go out there and do that. So I thought I'd have each of you share the mic and introduce yourselves a little further context than what I gave in your organizing efforts, and then we can dive into what works, what you should avoid, advice for aspiring organizers, and then we can open up to questions. So since you're right here and I'm tired, Shiraj, you're first.
Thank you, John. Thank you for having me. As John said, I come from Pakistan. My journey of organizing conferences begins. It began in 2012 when we organized this conference that was called The Literary Present and the Post-Colonial Condition. The literary present at that time was some of the novels that were recently published, kind of post 9/11 novels. Pakistan was frontline state with America in war on terror, and so these novels that were kind of about rerouting to the roots, particularly the novel that is called Reluctant Fundamentalists, that was also made into a movie. So there was like kind of new Pakistani novel being published, Pakistani Anglophone novel. So this response to the post-colonial condition, that was also kind of new because it was more narrowed down to now post 9/11 condition. Again, because Pakistan was under wave of terrorism. My university in 2009 was attacked by twin suicide bombs. So it's like 2 years after that we put up a conference together, and that was we called it the literary present and the post-colonial condition. So after that, another conference that we organized was called. It was in collaboration with the University of North Carolina in Wilmington, and we called it Local Cities Foreign Capitals. So, and the reason behind that was that conference trends or trends in humanities research in general were more focused about identity issues, post-colonialism, representation, misrepresentation. So all these cultural issues, and I thought that there was kind of disproportionate response to what Pakistan is like, what our reality is like. So we added this element that was foreign capitals, with everything funding coming in Pakistan, grants coming in, but at the same time, IMF as well. So, it's a kind of, it still is an economically, plus country. So we organized this conference, but the response to that was, I mean, we had like 120 presenters in this conference, and I think there was just one or two papers that were about the economic issues, and the rest of all were about the cultural issues, and which is again fine. But then that surprised me as well as the other organizers, because I mean, Pakistan is a country where more than 40% of its population lives under poverty line, and around 44% Pakistani children are malnutrition. 33% are born stunted. So there is a huge population. For example, I think 18% of women of reproductive age are malnutrition. So I mean, these are the realities that we have. But in Pakistan, the interest rate was usually above 15%. And we at the humanities departments of the country were not focusing on all of this, and the reason probably behind that was that our ideas are usually inspired by the English departments in the West, in the United States. So we take that. For example, post-colonialism is, of course, it helped in many ways, and people actually, conducted a lot of literary research within that framework. But then, I mean, again, like I said, that it was not in line with the reality of the country. So then we decided to hold another conference that we had this more like aggressive title, getting our parents right, and literature, society, prosperity, which had themes that were around materialist criticism of literature and other cultural productions. That was kind of, more, proportionate or balanced, or there was a visible shift from the cultural to the economic. And the last conference that I was a part of was called Globalizing Global Wisdom. So through all these conferences, I mean, because during the last like 2.5 decades, we also have a new globalized educated middle class. And there is a lot of talk around globalization and its gifts. And in fact, one of the conferences that we organized at the University of North Carolina in Wilmington, it was called the New Global City. And of course, many people identify themselves as global citizens and all of that. So then there were questions about how much of the global is actually made of the local. So I mean, for example, what part of the global is the Eastern? Because when we talk about, for example, international laws, Olympic Games, or any other kind of global artifact, it's mostly the Western and not the Eastern. So what part, I mean, is what share did we make in that? I mean, it's something that we take pride of, or that we now see ourselves growing. So that then inspired this sort of fourth concept that was called as globalizing global wisdom, because we have like 5,000 years old industrial civilization, and there is a lot in our folklore culture handed off from generation to generation. So we had started this project that was sponsored by the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan, which was about translating Pakistan's folk literature into English, and that comes from many different languages. In Pakistan, we have more than 70 languages, and each of that is rich in its folklore. So this is how, this is my, particularly in terms of themes of the conference, this is the journey that I followed. And yes, come back to the what works with the input cell. Thank you.
As John has said, I'm the president of the Melungeon Heritage Association. We're a nonprofit organization. Our goal is to document and preserve the history and culture of mixed ancestry peoples of Appalachia and southeastern United States. So my journey started, actually the Melungeon Heritage Association has been doing their conferences, or they call them unions. Because it's really a reunion of sorts of people with this ancestry coming together. But it's really scholars and authors also as well. And the official first conference, MHA conference, was in 1996. So we've been doing it for almost 30 years now. But I luckily became president in 2020. And of course, that year we had to cancel our in-person conference, unfortunately. But that is when we came up with the idea for the Melungeon Voices podcast. So basically, we just had all the guest speakers who were speaking that year and just interviewed them for a podcast. And then it took off from there. Everybody loved it, and we just wrapped up season 5 back in the fall. So we've been doing it every year since. So it's gone very well. So now we have the in-person conferences, and we have podcasts too. But really, our conferences work. They're usually 2 days, and one day is usually like an activity day, visit wherever city location that we choose in the area. If there are Melungeon historical and cultural sites, we go and we visit. We visit them to learn more about the Melungeon people. And then usually the second day is the day that we have our lecture series. That's where we have our guest speakers. And like I said, they're usually scholars, Melungeon scholars, or scholars on mixed ancestry, as well as authors and Melungeon descendants themselves. They also want to be their guest speakers. And so that's usually how our conferences work.
And I'm Chuck Coletta. I've been teaching here at EGSU. Next fall will be my 25th year. I started in teaching in 2000. I'm a pop culture ACS doctoral graduate myself. And Matt and I have been doing these conferences for a few years now. And I go back to a conference I went to when I was a grad student. I think my dissertation was on Italian Americans in 20th, post-World War 20th century popular culture. It's upstairs somewhere if anyone wants to read it. I went to a conference that they had at Hofstra, and it was all about Frank Sinatra. And Hofstra has they used to have years, one cultural icon, Babe Ruth, or one guy went was Bing Crosby, or it might be Helen Keller, or whomever it was, and they have a bunch of they brought in Christina Sinatra, here's Junior's wife, and here's all these scholars, and then they had academics, but they also had some of the showgirls and some of the band leaders and things. And I thought that was a good idea. That we have these conferences, we focus on one much smaller scale, like usually it's a 2-day conference. We don't charge to attend or participate in the conference. That is incredibly unusual. I don't know how much it is for the PCA, but we're spending hundreds of dollars to get somewhere, to stay at a motel, to just a registration fee is getting close to $200 or more now. And so that's where I've come with this. And my only other background is for a long time ago, I was the director of the Chapman Learning Group here. And it's much different now, Chapman, but I had to organize events once a month for 200 freshmen. And so one month we took everybody to the zoo, to Toledo Zoo, and other
times we were doing more educational things where we brought in guest speakers on literacy, or we brought in a woman named Wanda Jackson, whose son, whose name unfortunately I forget at the moment, he was killed by the police in San Francisco. They made a movie out of it called Fruitvale Station, and we brought her in, and she talked about her experiences. And I'll pass it off to Matt here. The big thing with these conferences is just organization. It's great to have an idea, but you really need, I'm sure everybody will say here, that you need a budget, and you need people who are willing to help and pitch in. Well, did I even do that right? I don't even know. The mic guy? Oh, shit, man. That's only charge. Once you work it. Anyway, my name's Matt Donohue. So great to see you all. I think everybody can hear me. I'm a musician, artist, filmmaker, educator here for the Department of Popular Culture for 25 years. Prior to that, I worked at the Sound Recordings Archives upstairs for about 10 years, working on all sorts of great projects. My roots in terms of organizing kind of events go back to my punk rock days, back into 1980, believe it or not, playing in different punk rock bands here in Northwest Ohio and just having a blast and kind of organizing bands and kind of organizing little concerts and little events. I suppose one of the bigger things that we started kind of, getting steam rolling on in terms of Northwest Ohio, which was sort of groundbreaking for this area. In 1991, we did the Pop Goes the Weasel Festival, which was basically musicians, artists, poets, filmmakers, bands, all that kind of thing. Basically as a way to raise money for David's House, which is a home for HIV, folks with HIV. And then that kind of started to steamroll some things in the Northwest Ohio area. And then, really cool to see continue, kind of like folks working together here in terms of the graduate students kind of coming together. So then we did sort of a art event called America Reaction Today. And this was an art event that took place right around the 1992 election. And that was sort of this transition going into, the Clinton years. And that was exactly what it was. It was America Reaction Today. And it was a bunch of different artists from Bowling Green, from the Northwestern Ohio area. And we just did this cool exhibit actually at Grounds for Thought. And then in 94, the Toledo Museum of Art was doing an art exhibition on Rubens. And it was the only location in the country that this exhibit was taking place. And there was a lot of hype in the Northwest Ohio area about this art exhibit. So we thought, well, how can we kind of tie this in? So we ended up doing the Rubens Pop Festival at the Collingwood Art Center in Toledo, Ohio. And some of the artists and creatives might want to check out that place. It's called the Collingwood Art Center. It's on Collingwood in Toledo. It provides affordable space for musicians, artists, writers, etc. And they've got amazing theater in there. And so, again, kind of the same deal. Musicians, artists, filmmakers, writers, academics, all kind of coming together. And just basically, continuing to play in bands and hold events. And then, of course, my colleague Jeremy Wallach and I, Jeremy, please raise your hand. Yep, Jeremy Wallach and I, and the late Esther Clinton, we organized, and Brian Hickam, we organized the Heavy Metal International Popular Culture Conference, which was amazing. Brought in all sorts of scholars from all over the world dealing with heavy metal topics. Let's see. Following that, I did the Electric Guitar and Popular Culture Conference. There was a touring exhibit on the electric guitar, and that was being exhibited in the Northwest Ohio area at COSI. So again, kind of tie in, we decided to do this conference on the electric guitar and popular culture. And then I've been working with music producer Adrian Sherwood from On You Sound Records for since about the mid 90s. legendary producer and one of his artists, Skip Little Axe McDonald, living legend, basically part of the house band for Sugar Hill Records, made all the great rap hits, Rapper's Delight, The Message, White Lines, and stuff. Skip was an artist on Adrian's On You Sound label, and I would make trips back and forth between England and the United States. Adrian and I hit it off, of course, for our connection in terms of the band that was signed to his label. So then met, hooked up with Skip, and then we brought Skip over for the Electric Guitar and Popular Culture Conference. And then I brought Skip over again for an event related to the Heinz Farm Blues Club and blues music, because Skip plays 21st century blues music as well as all these other styles he's been involved and hugely influential in. And the Heinz Farm Blues Club, I had written a book and did a documentary for PBS on the Heinz Farm Blues Club, which was one of America's premier blues and rhythm blues clubs in the 1950s and 1960s. And we sort of, it was sort of like a celebration of this. And then Chuck and I kind of put our heads together and we're like, well, let's do something different. So we decided to do the Batman and Popular Culture Conference, which amazing response. And then we sort of teamed up. We're like, well, what can we do again? And well, let's do the Spider-Man, Batman and Spider-Man, two of the most famous sort of characters, in the comics world. We did that. Awesome experience and opportunity. Right now, we're in the process of organizing the Funk Music and Popular Culture Conference. And this actually was one of those things like, kismet, coincidental, non-coincidental situations can happen. You never know what's going to happen. And basically, Independent Lens, who are part of PBS kind of documentary production company, they are producing documentary on funk music. And they reached out to the folks at PBS and said, hey, do you have any ideas about doing an event related to our documentary? Because of my long association with PBS, WBGU PBS, they got in touch with me and said, Matt, you're the music, one of the music guys here on campus. Do you have any ideas about doing something? And I said, well, we should do a conference on funk music. And they said, well, who do you suggest we bring in? And I've worked with a group called TAChead, who are kind of like the super group in terms of kind of most, sort of like funk music and also really kind of intense sort of social political conscious music. Kind of a super group. Doug Wimbish from Living Color, Skip Little Axe McDonald, Adrian Sherwood of On You Sound Records, and I'm from the Rolling Stones, and the late Keeper Block. So I was like, well, we should bring in Doug Wimbish because funk music, the bass is so crucial to funk music. So we're bringing in Doug Wimbish for this event. We're really pleased about it. And as Chuck mentioned, we're kind of collaborating on the Soap Opera and Popular Culture Conference for next year. So we sort of have been trying to mix it up in terms of the topics. And that's kind of been working out. We'll see how it works out. I think we are going to gravitate towards some comic book themed stuff in the future or other pop culture related themes in the future. As Chuck mentioned, and this kind of goes back to a lot of things that we've been doing here in the Department of Popular Culture, which is providing free conferences. I mean, the pay-to-play conference scheme is a scam. It's a total scam. It's a racket, and it's a total scam, and it's totally bogus. And I'm totally against it, frankly. And I frankly generally don't participate in conferences that are dealing with this pay-to-play scheme. It's a total racket. I don't need to pay almost $50 in travel, registration, hotel, and food to go speak somewhere for 15 minutes. That's not just that. It's not that important to me. I'd rather do events, provide a platform for people, and work with colleagues, and just kind of do cool stuff. And I'm absolutely thrilled. Thank you for bringing me in here today. And it's so great to see the graduate students kind of, collaborating and doing things together. because it kind of helps to kind of keep things going. And that, so, you know, I'm just thrilled to see this conference still going. And I hope that folks continue to keep it going. And yeah, and in terms of, and, you know, and a lot of this stuff, doing this free stuff, it is by hook or by crook. I mean, it's rough. I'm not going to lie. You know, we run into a problem. Some of you may know or may not know. We run into a problem just even trying to find a space on campus to organize a conference. That is also a scam. That is also a racket. We have to pay for rooms for a conference to actually take place in most cases. This room is unique, but even this room is tough. And you know, so again, like you know, you folks being here, and you know, I know not everyone is here. I wish some of the folks who left could hear some of this, but being able to attend a free conference and being able to be taken care of with regards to just kind of hanging out, being in a cool environment, having some free food, that's a rarity. You know, you go to a conference nowadays, sometimes it's rough to even get a piece of paper today and schedule out. Yeah, it's a racket. You're getting worked up now. But it's yeah, so it's like a lot of it is done by hook or by crook. And you know, you have, because I know some of the battles that you went through, and you have to sort of, you know, piece and parcel little bits of funding to try and create a whole thing.
Yeah, we got a whole page on the program.
Exactly. So that's my saying. I'll let you take it away.
But yeah, and we try as best we can to remove any roadblocks. If you can't make it in person, it's online. If you don't have the money, food is free. It's free to present. It's free to attend. And I'm just gonna say something. So we have the luxury now of parceling bits of money together to make these work because we work within an institution and we can go bag and fleet. You do this on a minuscule budget. You don't have the luxury of a free room at a university. So when he's saying it's a racket, it's so I've gone to so many of the Millennium Heritage conferences, and it costs what, $12? Something like
for a membership, but it's like $20 a quarter.
Very reasonable.
Yeah.
Well, she's
You're right.
got
You want to keep it there. One time there, I totally agree with you.
Yeah. Or you have to because you're not getting a free room. You're not getting funding from you know, universities. We do have to beg our departments, but they'll give us some money because we're doing the free work that they're not wanting to do. This looks great for prospective students to get the name of the program out in the world, doing stuff. They love it, but they don't want to do it. They want us to do it for free. So they'll give us some money for things like that. You've got to work a lot harder. And I never mind paying that $13 ever. It's totally understandable. You have to go rent an area somewhere. But yeah, just an inspiration to get this started was 28 years of the launching. To me, 29. Anyway, so you know we've run late today, so and we've each two of our roundtable members out the door in 5 minutes so they can record the ICS podcast. So I'm just going to jump into questions real quick. People have questions, we can just dive right into that if that's okay. And then we'll get them out the door. And also, I figured out there's a little button at the bottom. You hit it, it goes mute.
Yeah, no worries. I'm a loud talker, you know. I saw the students awake. Right.
Yeah, whenever 4 minutes of you has question, you don't need that. It's a good guy.
With Matt over here. I apologize. Question for you, Heather. Since you do not have an institutional
an educational institution behind you with potentially endowments and other kinds of funding. Where does your primary funding source for the conferences come from?
Yes. So, as we had mentioned, so the organization does have a membership. We do have membership fees, but then the conference themselves, we do have a small fee as well to attend the conference. Like it's in person. I'm usually like if you're a member and you can't attend in person, like you can always do it by Zoom online, free. As long as you're a member and invite, it's free online. So we just have a small fee for attending in person. So we do that. But then I also we do sell, we have merchandise that we sell on our website. So while we're at the conference, so that, shows a little bit of fundraising with the merchandise, as well as I do put in for grants too. So, usually I've been very lucky the last 2-3 years, we've got some really nice grants, and that helps trending fiscally.
You should mention what the annual fee is, by the way, to be a member.
Well, it was $12, but last year we bumped it up to like 15. But and that's what we wanted. You wanted, you bump it a little bit. Things to be reasonable.
Well, it's just for example, I'm just going to mention this real quick. For example, we're having this soap opera conference in fall. 2 days. That's going to be $9,000. Now that's small potatoes. And now we have a speaker. We're bringing him in. That's about $2,000 or whatever. But the renting a room at the Union, that's $32 an hour. So it just adds up. And we're lucky at Bowling Green, especially through pop culture. We have the Stoddard O'Neill funds, generously donated by Eileen O'Neill and her partner Karen Stoddard, a very generous alumni. Without that money, we could not do this. And I know John's too shy to mention this, but he puts a lot of his own professional development funds for this, right? He's do you? Well, I do too. Well, no, I'm going to do my own one. But that's true. We're allowed, as faculty member, we're allowed so much money a year, and it rolls over after a year or so. But so, just for example, I'm putting in a couple $1,000 in mine. I'd rather use it than here than go out to a conference in California somewhere. Though maybe California looks pretty good. The weather anyway. But I'm just trying. We're not running home.
I'm terribly sorry. We got to get you in front of another mic to say hi. See that day after this conference. I'd like to thank you all so much, and I really hope through the rest of the conference, if you see these folks, I'm going to talk on your behalf. Please come up and talk to them and ask them further questions. And really, I thank you all so much for taking time out of your day to talk about your experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please. So it's just indeed somewhere.
Oh, okay. Bowling Green's a small town.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
Out there. Stop. Oh. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Very smart. Still some presentations if folks are interested.
Yes.
I haven't got a chance to go on that Donnie. Good to see you. The world of you is very soon. Appreciate it so much. Yeah, that's what I got for why. Appreciate you here on your home, man. You know, I mean, I'm really great now. For sure. A lot of this for me is, man. It's a lot of things. So, years old. I already talked to her. Yeah. And I'm just here for.
Oh, do you?
You know, but I'm pressing on this. Yeah, I should try to put I know, which is how's the best because yours focus on your solid success. I was going to say, let's see, it's all about journey.
Think that we Zoom didn't.
Is it all Zoom?
Right, so it says participants here, right? They should just be joining, right?
Yeah, who are they?
Um,
Look up who they are and I'll send them a message.
this group and Taylor.
Okay, give me an email now.
Okay.
If it comes down to it, Connie, you can go first.
Obviously, you will be. You're the only one here, but we're gonna give them some time.
Yeah, they probably didn't know. Let's see, it was. I think
It's just that we're back on time, but maybe I don't know what was communicated to them. I don't know if they were told
Yeah.
that we were gonna be late.
Well, they could see in the Zoom.
Right, they would know.
That okay, it just looks like
Shoot.
Yeah.
Well, where the hell are Chat. Okay, that's from this morning. You know, it is what it is. I'd really like. I don't want breakout rooms. I want view.
Yeah.
Then we'll know, right, when people come in because they'll like pop up. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Announce we're in the room that we're gonna get started.
We're not, we only have one right now. That's the problem. Because you tell me here, like we have participants. I'm in gallery mode, and it's just this, right? That's
I'm gonna ask John if anyone's emailed him.
that's what he's doing right now. Yes, but yeah, you should.
Or if he's doing, I don't want to work.
Yeah.
No. Like you can either work or talk.
Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna hang out right here and monitor the situation.
Yes, but he's finding out what
Okay, we've got. Oh, that's Haley. Oh, that's John. Okay.
Yeah. Were you able to get a hold of our Zoom guest?
And I pressed the wrong button.
Oh, what are we trying to do? Share the slideshow?
Yeah, well, some people popped in. Who is it? Haley Culverson. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. You can go first.
All right, yeah, no.
They are present. I believe that person is presenting with someone. So before we see it going, so we see it.
Oh, okay. He sent it to us a minute ago.
Oh, that's John.
He said, okay, Nessa says, sorry, not that link, this link. It was at 4:37. Okay, let me.
Hey, can you hear us?
Yes, we're just having a few problems.
Take your time. Here we go. Hi.
Okay, Elizabeth, did you get it?
12%. Oh, yeah.
I just sent you the message. I forwarded the message you sent to me.
Great, yeah, yeah.
They are.
Oh, okay.
Can you come over and why am I only on her?
Okay. Okay, Nessa says, sorry, not that link, this link.
You will show whoever's speaking the loudest.
Right.
At 4:37.
I was.
Got it.
So
Okay,
I'm on gallery view, but it's just her, and I'm kind of freaked out by that. Hey, can you hear us?
Hi. Yes, we're just having a few problems.
Take your time. Here we go.
Hi, this is Don.
We can hear you.
Okay, Elizabeth, did you get it?
12%. Oh, yeah.
I just sent you the message. I forwarded the message you sent to me. That's a recording of our conversation. She's trying to join in right now.
Can you come over and why am I only on her?
Okay. Okay, this sorry, not that link. This link.
Right. I was.
Got it.
So I'm on gallery view, but it's just her, and I'm kind of freaked out by that. Hey, can you hear us?
Hi. Yes, we're just having a few problems.
We can hear you now. Yes.
We go.
Can you hear me?
Hi, this is Don.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Looks like we're almost there. Are we going to have everyone on camera?
That's a recording of our conversation. She's trying to join in right now.
Why am I only on her?
Okay.
Okay. Hi. Do we have Dr. Johnson on camera too?
I'm trying to load it.
Okay.
How about now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I can't see me, but that's okay. Are we gonna have everyone on camera? Who am I hearing right now?
That's a. She's trying to join in right now.
Hang on. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Someone, hi guys, do one of you have the YouTube live up of this?
Let me see.
Okay, that could be what we're hearing.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I think that was it.
It's awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, Will is going to introduce you. Give me just a second. Can I do a thing? Hey guys, we're going to get started. Find your seats. Can you guys see them?
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, I just want to say thank you all for bearing with us during that technical difficulty. The YouTube live is like on a 1 minute delay, so it just was a constant echo there. So thank you with that. And hello everyone, thank you for coming back for our next panel. This is our panel on film, and presenting today, we will have the presentation Class Representations in Popular Culture, Films that Deconstruct the Chaos of Homelessness. And that'll be presented by Elizabeth Johnson of Tennessee State University and Donald Culverson out of Governor State University. After that, we have Hysterical Hysteria and Spatialized Paranoia, Korean Disunity in The Wailing, Parasite, and Concrete Utopia. That'll be presented by Vivian Taylor out of Claremont Graduate University. And then lastly, our in-person presenter, What's the Point of Having a Grown Son at Home? Reading Class Anxieties in Speed's Joyland by Maham Khan out of Kent State University. So thank you all. And with that, Dr. Johnson and Dr. Culverson, if you would, if you have a slideshow, you should be able just to click the share screen button to share your slideshow. And then we'll all be able to see it. If not, you can just talk. I know not everyone uses slideshows, so I'll go ahead and mute us, so that way we're just hearing you.
Okay, unfortunately, we're looking at a black screen right now. Dr.
Trying to do the share screen.
You're all good.
How about now?
Man, it is. Oh, there we go. We got you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
Dr. Culberson and I do research on films quite a bit, and my background being a library administrator, we have to talk about two films that connected with one with library, and the other with homeless populations, specifically looking at Black men. So I'm going to run the slides, hopefully, and let John get his chat. Culberson. You all able to hear me? Mhm. Well, let me run through the slides. Hopefully you've seen the film called The Public, Emilio Estevez film, where it's a fictional film where there's a takeover of the library by homeless patrons in very inclement weather. So we showed some scenes from the film asking you, the participants, how to read Black male homeless populations, especially in library. The second film that we looked at is Caveman's Valentine by Cassie Lemons. And what Cassie Lemons does is she has the main character, Romulus, who's a homeless man, uh, actually find out about a murder. He actually solves the murder. But within this film, Romulus, who has some strong mental health issues, at times when he's not as lucid as he could be, he sees these angels. And these angels are represented as Black men. I read this write-up that we wanted to connect to this slide. This scene employs Black men as angels, departing from conventional constructions of them as the antithesis of angels. Angels are a dominant metaphor in The Caveman's Valentine, as the film director Cassie Lemons challenges the audience to visualize an angel as a chiseled, muscular Black male body that moves to the flow of Romulus's music and to different jazz accompaniment. The use of the Black male body in this scene can be used to debunk the threat of Black men as an entity. The film director chooses to use naked, athletic Black men, sometimes with wings and instruments, to represent the moth seraphs that scrambled through Romulus's mind. That's the main character that scrambled through his mind as he travels through states of livid consciousness. Again, this is a radical departure from the conventional way that Black male bodies are imagined and presented. In our paper, we utilize 3 theories that discuss how Black men, how homeless men are represented in these 2 films. Again, as we were thinking about this conference, we're thinking about homeless populations and libraries. So we had a couple slides that we wanted for you to think about how individuals using public. Now, I'm going to come back to that slide, stop sharing, and mute, and hopefully Dr. Culverson can take over his part.
Okay. Okay, well, the primary objective of this presentation has been to shed light on the innovative ways of responding to the Black male homeless population. We would be remiss in not trying to connect the prospects for change to conventional institutional and public perceptions that essentially freeze the population of Black homeless men. Too often those perspectives are guided by a kind of individualist pathology, or that is viewing homelessness as a market problem. And the market problem is those who are in need of housing services lack the resources to command them. So when we freeze it, we always see this as a market problem. It sort of sets off all sorts of dynamics that really sort of move us away from, the severity and the depth of the homeless crisis. This perspective overlooks how those populations seeking to avail themselves of services and spaces inside as well as outside of public libraries are symptoms of a broader dislocation that has unevenly distributed opportunities to acquire housing for large sections of society, whether they be poor, working class, as well as middle class citizens. The growing magnitude of the homelessness as a social problem is a function of our unwavering commitment to notions of political economic growth that sustain elite privileges at the expenses of the masses. These are essentially what are called by some as progress traps. These traps amplify a range of policing and management of the homeless problems, which just so that we can preserve the aesthetics and the profitability of selected urban spaces. We assume that growth as measured by conventional definitions will produce more housing and alleviate the problems. But in reality, we see the reverse. As wealth becomes more concentrated, housing becomes less accessible for significant sectors of the urban, suburban, and rural population. I'm reminded how in my home state, California, college students sleeping in their cars on their friends' couches, under bridges is so pervasive. But that's also characteristic of many of the tech workers in the San Francisco Bay Area because rents there are so high. And one of the homeless problems I heard about a few years ago was in Silicon Valley. The limo drivers, the people who pick up the Silicon Valley tech workers and take them to their campuses and home. Many of those drivers sleep in their cars because they can't afford it. And then should be connected to the anti-tourist demonstrations we've seen in Europe over the last few years, where local people are complaining about how the tourist industry adversely affects their ability to afford to acquire affordable housing. Libraries and library professionals lack the resources and skills to develop comprehensive programs to address homelessness, but they can act as catalysts for triggering more effective institutional and community engagements with the issue of homelessness, as well as the importance of treating homeless people as in inhumane ways. Certainly, we've seen the kind of urgency of these problems in light of not just the change administration, but this has been an ongoing problem that we, again, largely tend to ignore or overlook. Certainly, libraries can be instrumental, and educational institutions as a whole can be instrumental in triggering new conversations about homelessness as a problem. We outlined, three possibilities that libraries could engage in. One is developing programs to expand the capacity of the public to understand homelessness as a global rather than a local problem. It is not just in our city, but it's a global problem. Certainly, libraries can create spaces and opportunities for citizens and their patrons to interact directly and indirectly with homeless populations. And lastly, to expand the knowledge and information distribution capacities of libraries. And going back to our original point of discussion, instead of viewing Black homeless men as threats, if we actually explore the structural origins for their marginalization, we might consider them as a kind of early warning system of how the political economy is operating. Using a popular phrase by the legal scholar Lani Guinier, homeless Black men can be seen as the canary in the mine. And in this situation, their non-return illustrates the potential dangers awaiting other sectors of the society. In closing, we cannot envision libraries as social reconstruction agencies or as social workers, but we can recognize their valuable role in starting new public conversations. Thank you, and we'll entertain questions, I guess, in a later portion of the program.
Thank you. Up next, we have Vivian Taylor. Vivian, you can share slides if you have them, just by clicking the share screen button. Otherwise, if you don't have them, it's your time.
Oh, great. Thank you. Oh, it's exciting to see the connections already among our discussions today. And so thank you also to Class Consciousness for organizing this conference today. Okay, let me go ahead and, I am terrible with the technology. Let's see, I want to desktop. And then do I go like this?
Yep, you can see your screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. All right. Is it ready to go?
Yes,
Everyone
you are
can see?
good. Go for it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so let's jump over to South Korea if we could. And this is about hysterical hysteria and spatialized paranoia and looking at Korean disunity in the films The Wailing, Parasite, and Concrete Utopia. So I'd just like to bring up some regional history in the background. And we can see here in the first map on the left, we have North Korea and South Korea. And once I had a student who told me, he said, oh, sometimes a Korean adult student, when I was teaching English as a second language there, and he said, oh, sometimes Korea can feel like a piece of meat in between two dogs. And you can see here China and Japan. And then, you know, we also have the American military presence there. So, South Korea's modern endonym of their own name is Hanguk, and that's the name that they say for their own country and in this era. And Han can mean like one, and Guk means country. So Hanguk, meaning one as a kind of a national identity and very cohesive. Um, and then, but also, Han can be a homophone for another kind of psychological construct, which is very modern in South Korean culture, called Han. And it is something that's considered not very translatable because it's very specific to a Korean cultural experience of kind of a sense of just waves of attacks on the peninsula by different outsiders. And so Han can refer to this a sense of sorrow and injustice born from, you know, centuries of external attacks, and especially in the recent era. And we can look at the early 20th century, the Japanese colonization of South Korea, which was particularly physically violent and extremely extractive of resources. Then the Korean War, right after the finishing of World War II, launched into the kind of early Cold War era with the Korean War. And then after the Korean War and the splitting of North and South Korea, then um, the idea of the US military in South Korea is really positional and perspectival. Where some people say, or maybe some Americans might say, oh, it's helpful, it's protective, but South Korea is so incredibly geopolitically valuable. And so some Korean people deeply dislike the US military presence and feel like it's a de facto colonialism as ongoing. So in South Korean kind of modern history, you know, after the devastation of the colonization and then the Korean War, and then kind of the restabilization into the 60s and 70s, there was a domino of South Korean dictatorships. But there was also in really increasing economic prosperity, and especially in a massive alteration of the rural into very concrete cities with major alteration of the a single story housing that is usually made of wood and in village areas into the standing apartments with like 15 to 20 stories, and then also in apartment complexes. And these apartments are like little mini worlds. They'll have like a dry cleaner, a mini convenience shop, all the little things that you would need if you couldn't go out. So then in 1997, there was the massive economic downturn, which brought IMF domination kind of into Korean economics, which also fuels into this sense of Han. And so, what I wanted to say in these films that I wanted to look at today Korea has like this very close ties, and we can see it in this name of Hanguk, of one, and the unity. And there's in a special sense of the closeness against outsiders. Some people say it transitions into xenophobia. Um, and so that's also up for perspective. But Korea can also be very regional and very classist. And I put the second map in on the right to show how mountainous Korea is, which has kind of, people say geographically, promoted elements of a real regionalism. And regionalism in South Korean politics is very intense. Okay, thank you. Let's move on here. All right, so in these three films, the first director is Na Hong-jin, and his films usually have a real sense of existential horror to them. And his film, The Wailing, is kind of like a possession film. And so it has very spiritual elements, but there are also elements of body horror in it. But I won't be showing any kind of grotesque photos or anything today. And the second director, Bong Joon-ho, he is famous for the first South Korean to win an Oscar for Best Film and Best Director for Parasite, the film that I'd like to look at today. In his film work, he has themes of the rural-urban divide, eco-apocalypse, post-humanism, and also food cultivation practices. And the third director is Tae-hwa, and he is a newer director on the scene, and his films seem to look more at social questions. And we're going to look at his film, Concrete Utopia. Okay, so we can see these are building into themes of the rural-urban divide and classes, classism among the people, especially financial classism, and also questions of ethics and identity. So here we have the films. The Wailing, you can see it is in the rural mountainous area, and there is the traditional housing system. This would be a village or a little hamlet, and the sense of the gates and the boundaries. Boundaries are critical to all of the scene compositions and the character transgressions in all three of these films. And in The Wailing, the plot basically is a Japanese man arrives in a Korean village, village, and the locals become erratically violent towards family members after his arrival. So the people start to become paranoid about him as an outsider. And a local cop must decide how to save his possessed daughter because they start to feel this is a possession issue. And it becomes a question of the trust of others and of the self. Our second film is, I'm sorry, I transposed the images from, excuse me, but the second film is Parasite, the green movie poster. And you can see in that's a very modern home, very expensive, privileged neighborhood. It's literally a house on a hill. And in the Korean world of where everybody basically lives in the tall apartment buildings, this kind of home is a real register of financial elitism. And here is, in this film, an intelligent, poor con artist family infiltrates an upper class family, posing as their house workers. And there's a major twist in this film, if you don't know. In the rich house, there's actually a subaltern man who is living in the basement, and he is an ultimate monkey wrench character. And our third film is Concrete Utopia, the middle poster. And you can see there's been an apocalypse of a massive earthquake that has destroyed all of Seoul. And you can see in the background, there's just the remnants of the one apartment building that is standing. And it becomes, and you can see the people are battling each other, and it really becomes questions of, do you obey leaders? How do you behave if you become voted as a leader? What are the rules of moral codes after such devastation? And what will you do to survive in this situation? Okay, so in this project, I would like to look at just try to take all of these really complicated inner personal relationships and look at Herbert Bloomer. And his research is from 1958, but it still is looked at, and it has a lot of strong perspectives in it. And it's just about in-group and out-group theories and how people might react to each other. And I wanted to look at this with Carter and Lippert's 4 types of feelings associated with prejudice. And once again, this is really going to become about space and national identity and class, financial class identity. So here can be a process of exclusion and with possible necropolitical implications. And so first we might have a sense of fear and suspicion towards another. Then that fear will evolve into someone, the targeted person viewed as different or alien in some way. Then the group might assert a proprietary claim over a location. And then with that claim can become a sense of superiority. And with this superiority might come a sense of being special or privileged and justify normally not justifiable behavior. Oh. Okay, so let's look at this in the films. And I just picked one still from each of the 3 different films, but each part I'm going to speak about each film. So you see on the slide, the W, the P, and the U references each film. Okay, so this image is from the first film, The Wailing, the possession film. And this is the Japanese man, and you can see that the setting is in the village area, it's still a natural area and with all of the associations of the countryside. And here there's a voiceover where the local Korean villagers are talking and discussing why has there been this spat of violence in our town, and one of the characters is saying all of this began after the Japanese man arrived. And so in The Wailing we have this idea of the outsider brings danger. In the second film, Parasite, we don't actually have such a fear or suspicion by the rich family towards the con artist family. Of course, the rich family is just viewing them as people who they're hiring as a chauffeur. The wife they're hiring as a new maid. The adult daughter they're hiring as an art teacher, art tutor. The adult son they're hiring as an English tutor. And I think almost that blissfulness of the rich family just to hire this group kind of speaks to that classism of just complete ignorance and not really aware of their position in the world. And in Utopia, excuse me. Oh, I'm terribly so sorry. Let's go back. Thank you. In Concrete Utopia, the fear and suspicion is all about, will people steal our food? Will people attack us? And so that scarcity mentality drives the fear. So in The Different and Alien, in The Wailing, we have the question, who is the demon? Right? And so the Korean locals go through and they investigate. They secretly break into the Japanese man's house. They're starting to accuse each other. Who is this person? They want to figure it out. In Parasite, this picture is from the movie Parasite. And the rich family constantly, there's a motif of the idea that, oh, what is that smell when they're around the chauffeur? Oh, it's the smell of the poor. It's the smell of a dirty wash rag, things like that. And the poor con artist family lives in a semi-basement. And they struggle with flooding, and all of their toilet explodes, and their life is not this image of sanitary classist kind of perfection. And the smell of the poor becomes very integral to the finale. And in Concrete Utopia, it becomes who is different, who is a resident. And if you are not a paying resident from before the apocalypse, you are violently pushed out. So, proprietary claim. In The Wailing, we have people crossing the housing gates and then people trying to establish ways to prevent others from crossing. But it really becomes about crossing the body borders through the idea of possession. And then that leads into an anxiety of an unstable self identity. And we have these ideas of possession and behavior. And who am I? Who am I as a Korean person? Who am I as a father? Who am I as a family and village member? In Parasite, the poor family tries to take over the rich family's house by staying overnight and having their own family party in the house. But as they try to take over the home, they find out about the basement man. And so they are thwarted in their attempt to take over the rich people's house. In Concrete Utopia, this movie picture is from that movie, and you see this man has become the leader, and he devolves into kind of a megalomania, and he is expelling the non-residents who will surely die from the freezing cold and from starvation. Okay, I'm almost done here. Thank you, everybody. Let me wrap this up. And so in conclusion, all of these factors of having a fear of others, then defining them as different or alien, and then asserting some type of demarcation of space, class, and group can foster this superiority, which can lead into justifying necropolitical actions. And so I just wanted to end with a title analysis for the three films. The English title of The Wailing coincides with the sense of like haunting and fear, which goes with the horror elements of this film. This film is extremely existential. We have questions of Korean shamanism, male Korean shamanism, female Korean shamanism, Japanese Buddhism, and Catholicism. But the actual name, the Korean name of the film is Guksong, which means hamlet, referring to the village, linking into this idea of the rural and this outside of the city place, and then the Japanese man coming in. Looking at the title of Parasite, who among the three groups in the film is the real parasite? Is the rich family parasitic of the other people, just paying the minimum, treating other people as unclean? Is the con artist family the parasite, trying to infiltrate the rich world? Is the basement man the parasite, as he just lives off of like some type of root structure? And going into the necropolitical acts, as we saw in The Wailing, the necropolitics of defining the Japanese man as not just an outsider, but a demon, they try to kill him. In Parasite, in the necropolitics, the poor son of the con artist family plans to kill the subaltern basement man. in the grand finale, the poor dad kills the rich dad who holds his nose. The rich dad holds his nose as if the poor daughter smells. And that is the breaking point for the poor dad. And he, in a rage, justifies killing the poor dad. And lastly, in Concrete Utopia, this idea of concrete utopia, the word is from the scholar Ernst Bloch. And, Ernst Bloch was trying to say utopia is not a pipe dream. It's attainable, it's tangible if we make the right decisions and we work together. But in this kind of cinematic experiment, we just see that basically all the exclusionary acts leading to the deaths of many were justified for survival. So thank you so much for listening, and I know I have a lot more to learn about these three films, and thank you so much. I look forward to hearing more presentations. Thank you.
All right, and then up next we have Maham Khan. Slideshow. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that.
It's okay. No, it's all right. We're so near the end, it's at least easier to figure out where things are. From current slide.
From current slide.
Right?
Okay.
There you go.
All right. Hi everyone. My name is Baham and I'll be talking about the movie Joyland by Saim Sadik. Oh, messed up the anyways, yeah. So what I want to talk about today, and I will try to make it quick, is basically the fact that there is a bit of a friction between what the film's thematic elements are and how it was perceived. Uh, and this is a Pakistani film, but it was banned in Pakistan, so the perception comes from the Western countries where it was at least allowed to be viewed or released. And then I want to talk about the implicitness of the subversive narrative that the film has. I'll be talking about how, even though it was largely considered a trans love story, the director and also watching the film itself, kind of alerts us to a different kind of problem that the film is talking about, which is class. So class politics intersect with debates surrounding transgender rights in Pakistan, and so I'll be talking about the specificity of the transgender experience, and then what this says about the future of trans people in Pakistan. And this movie, one of the producers was Malala Yousafzai, and she talked about um, how there's an obsession with self-image in Pakistan, and that too often in my country we expect art to serve as public relations. Tired of seeing negative portraits from the rest of the world, we want stories that cast ourselves as unequivocal heroes. Yet, when a film like Sadik's rises up working class or trans characters and women struggling to assert themselves against rigid and very real social norms, we turn away. So she was kind of trying to argue for why a film like this was not a good or bad representation of Pakistan, but just a representation. So the movie basically revolves around a middle class family, and it's an extended family members live in the same household. So there's this feeling that no one has any privacy. So every member, at the same time, because of that is seeking some sort of unconventional form of kinship. So we have the patriarch of the house he's widowed himself, and he has like this really supportive relationship with his neighbor who is also a widow.
And so it's Rana and Mrs. Fayaz, they have their relationship. Mumtaz and Nichi, who are like the sisters-in-law in the household, and they are each other's confidants rather than trying to vying for the attention and resources from men, which is a really common trope in Pakistani media. And then you have the couple Heather and Biba, and their relationship is unconventional because they live in Pakistan, but she is the breadwinner. He is happy to take care of all the household chores, and everyone's deeply uncomfortable with that dynamic. And then outside of the house, when Heather gets a job, he get he develops a relationship with a transgender woman. So that's the aspect that people tend to focus on the most. But you can see that before that element even comes in, the queerness is there and present in everyone's lives in different ways. So when he was interviewed, he said that I never looked at it as a trans experience movie. For me, it was really as much about Biba, the transgender character, as it was about the other two characters. And this is an important point for him, especially because even the religious groups in Pakistan hadn't seen the film, when they heard that it won the GLAAD Media Award and the Queer Palm, they just banned it. So no one even knew what the contents were, but because the focus was so much on that particular aspect, it meant that the film could not be viewed by the people that he made it for. So Heather is the main character of the movie. And so thinking about, what are the stakes in this film? And Heather's problem mainly is that he's queer in a lot of ways and not just in terms of his sexuality. That queerness is already there, present within him, as just like I said, like in his marriage with Mumtaz. And then later on, when he does get a job, he gets a job as an erotic theater is a thing in Pakistan. I guess the equivalent of it here would be like a strip club. So at an erotic theater, he gets the role of a background dancer, the background dancer of a transgender performer. So there were a lot of things that were deeply unsettling about the work that he does. However, we see that all of the things that we would associate with transphobia, which would be like religious sentiments, they're all kind of pushed aside once they get the guarantee that he's going to be making money. So when his cousin or his friend tells him about the job, and he's like outraged that he is being told to, work in this erotic theater, and the guy giving him the job says, "What's the big deal?" And Heather says, "This was the job. Does your family know?" Heather says, "Oh, I thought you'd like it." Which again, he's trying to insinuate something about Heather. And then he says, "Tell your father it's 20,000 rupees per show. There are 2 shows a month. When you're bringing home money, nobody cares where it comes from, and any job is better than living off of your wife." And this proves true when Heather comes home and tells his father Rana about the job, and Rana says, "Years of being jobless, and now you're going to work at an erotic dance theater. What's the job?" And Heather says, "Theater manager." He replies, but theater manager for their shows. They pay 20,000 per show, so I get 40,000 rupees. And then Rana, after a pause, "Fine." Pats Heather on the back. "Just don't go telling everyone in the neighborhood about the theater." So he's very quickly able to set aside that discomfort. And there's this book by the Pakistani middle class in which he talks about how the new emerging middle class tries to distance itself from the lower middle class or the working class by cultivating a kind of piety. Um, and she calls that being Khandani. So that means that even if you don't quite have money, if you can like link yourself to education or link yourself to like a past where you had noble ancestors who were affluent, or you've developed that kind of piety and you call yourself Khandani, you can like claim that you are still middle class, which this family is largely trying to do. And then the other thing that I thought was relevant here was thinking about how Khwaja Sarahud, that are transgender people in Pakistan, were historically in South Asia at least, they had a special position in society. But because when they were colonized, they became a criminalized tribe, or they became criminalized as people. Um, and that, when they were criminalized, it lends them a kind of illegibility, so they don't belong and they don't have any kind of representation. But then recently, now in 2018, Pakistan had the Transgender Persons Act, which is obviously great, but and it meant that transgender people were able to get identity cards where they're gender they could identify it as X, which basically just means third gender. And it also actually meant that they could be included in inheritance laws, which are a huge issue. Then the inheritance laws were really interesting because the way it works is that um, a woman inherits half of her brother's share of the inheritance. But if you're transgender, then you get then that they were trying to calculate how it would be. So if you had transitioned to woman, you would get it was like this like quarter or social precarity still remains intact. So there's that interesting balance of being able to use them for profit, being able to include transgender people in the economy, but still making sure that they're subjected to violence. So legally, it looks like they have a place in society, but culturally and socially, they do not belong. And so Heather's productive masculinity results in a loss of meaningful kinship, because it affects his relationship with his wife. And his wife is resentful of Heather, not entirely because he's having an affair, as she finds out, but because he replaced her economic value and he rendered her disposable. Which meant that she now had to stay at home. And her father in law tells her that after all these years, my son is going to earn, so it's time for you to bring a little Heather into this world. And she gets pregnant, and then she actually kills herself because she does not want to go through any of that. So the way I wanted to analyze this film, and I thought it was an interesting case because I think it's classist attitudes in Pakistan that are coded as transphobic sentiments, and these transphobic sentiments, they come from the colonial legacy of prejudice and violence. So it's deeply embedded, but it's also not essential to the society. Um, However, the recent legalization of transgender identities also means that transgender people are utilized as precarious capital, forcing them to traverse the capitalistic orientation of trans rights as market rights. So it's really just about making sure that we have a greater number of bodies that can produce profits. And this is Nayab Ali, who is a transgender activist and politician, and she said that people refuse to see us as anything more than just a beggar. During election campaigns and volunteers from our community were distributing brochures, they faced derision. People told them to go away and beg somewhere else. So because transgender people have historically been beggars in the society, people are really uncomfortable with the idea that now they can get jobs and move up a few economic classes, which is I think the bigger problem that we can address rather than just thinking about it as like a religious or cultural issue. So thanks.
For the background, so everyone in Zoom can see.
Yes.
About how long?
Vivian just sent a message saying that thanks for the great conference and presentation. She needs to go to an appointment, and best to all. Thank you. So she just sent a message in the chat.
Fair enough. Thank you
Thank
for
you for-
relaying that
yeah.
message. All right, so we have about 5 minutes for Q&A. Does anyone have any questions for our wonderful presenters?
Or we could just jump into a break real quick because then we have one more panel.
All right, we're going to jump into a break. I personally do have questions for y'all, but as an organizer, I have other responsibilities, so you might get an email from me if that's all right.
Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. One last round.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I know they can't see me. Thank you. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you all
Gosh,
again.
sorry. Thank you so much. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So now we're gonna go.
So when this presentation is done, you'll have
Hi,
to
Elizabeth.
shut down YouTube and keep it saved and all that stuff. Cause I don't.
Hello?
So
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, we're just
yeah, so here I can show you. You are just going to go to this icon. Yes. And you're just going to hit stop streaming. And YouTube automatically records live streams. So
And you can go in later and put the like this.
yeah, that'll probably be like I have a busy week next week, but that'll probably be a next weekend project. But yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Awesome.
And then I think I've told.
You're missing out.
So
Who is this?
Haley's.
John's cracking the whip, making the huge man running this thing.
So how do help me out here? I'm not smart. I'm literally not smart to figure out how this works. So this is the where's the live stream? Is it this? Is it that webcam?
Yes.
Okay, but where do they run? Are they all? Where are they running their presentations off of?
Here.
Also here.
Yeah. So let's go to.
So we should orient this. I'm just trying to figure out where we should.
Oh yeah, yeah,
So
because
this is
they're
gonna
all
go
in
this
person.
way?
Yeah, so
Right.
it'll face this
And
way.
so they can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all. I couldn't figure this. No, you're fine. You could punch me in the face. I did. Just because I can do that.
Where do we
No, we've actually been having people just sit wherever, but you are welcome.
all right, I didn't, we can sit in the ground table.
Want to sit up here? You as well.
Or if you want to stand, oh, they have a camera. Well, yeah, let's look at actually.
Yeah, you're gonna present from here.
Because I swear to God, I was actually from here. Oh, I'm like this, so irritating. This ginger gold. Oh, yeah. Again, well, don't you ever think of one view before going and staying and exquisite taste? Oh, or they have nowhere else to go. No, steaks. Steaks. What if we have some of this someplace else? Yeah, I got started. I But you know, part of it was you'll start me out and I won't have one. One, two, and share. Let's choose the same one. Start John's face.
Charles Black.
Sounds like here.
Charles Black and Sheriff.
Sheriff.
Sheriff. All right, good down. Charles Black and Sheriff.
I'm an instructor. You're an instructor too. Where was the student? Okay. Sorry. And the inside game. I didn't talk to you about connection and stuff like that.
Start teachers. 30 seconds. I'm gonna start.
You know, stress like one. It's fine. That's what it is. Yeah, it's high. I was certain. Seems to know how to time it. You have to look at the right. No, I'm not looking for something. It's supposed to be dead or getting married. We need to stop that.
Actually, can you explain that? I actually
Yeah.
have these spots in my signature. I just like, I don't know, but all right. For our last panel of the evening is a comics and anime panel. Dr. Chuck Coletta presenting Blondie and Dagwood Comics Class Conference Couple. We have, and he's a professor at BGSU. We have Alan Joswack from the University of Cincinnati presenting Romance Stories, the broad frustration and class resistance toward a typology of class roles using a serial representative of the immensely thwarted airline stewardess Bonnie Taylor. And we have the BGSU faculty versus Derek Sherritt presenting I was overworked at my office job, so we made my PC guy and moving on. I yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. And where do I?
Should just be the arrow keys.
Oh,
Get you.
where am I here? Oh, okay. There we
Yeah.
go. Okay. There we go. So I don't know if anybody younger than I am remembers or knows Blondie and Dagwood. Does anybody remember Blondie and Dagwood? Okay, well they're still in the newspapers. It's been since 19. We're getting close to what's 90 years now. And when I was thinking about what my topic was going to be for the conference, I was planning on doing something comic book or comic strip related, and I was thinking of doing Little Orphan Annie, and I was thinking of doing Dick Tracy, which were sort of classic comics from the 1920s, 1930s era. And then I started to think about Blondie and Dagwood. Um, I grew up reading Blondie and Dagwood. I watched the movies when I was a kid that they used to run on television all the time. And the more I read of some of the early years of the Bumsteads, which have been in some hardbound collections in the last couple of years, um, I realized it's not all that funny. It's kind of funny. It's never you're never going to laugh out loud at Blondie and Dagwood, but for some reason they have endured. The comic strip we'll talk about in a second was created by Chick Young. His son still works on the strip all these years later with assistance. But we remember them primarily today, and as they have been for decades now, as sort of the prototypical suburban couple. For trivia's sake, there is a book somewhere that says you win a bar bet with this one. Where do Blondie and Dagwood live? They live somewhere in the outskirts of Joplin, Missouri. I don't know who decided that, but that's where they're from. Okay. So Murat Chick Young was born in 1901 and he passed away in 1973. And he wanted to be a cartoonist from a young age. The comic strip, really as we know it today, or we once knew it in the newspapers, got its start basically in the late 1800s, in around 1895. And I did include the whole history of class in comics, but the first big comic strip hit was the Yellow Kid, which was enormously popular. It wasn't technically a comic strip as we know it. It starred a bald little boy in a long white nightshirt, and he was painted or tinted yellow. People thought that was because he was supposed to be Asian. He wasn't, but that was just the way they tinted the pictures in the early Sunday funnies. He was actually an Irish kid, and the reason he was bald is because he was living in a dump with other sort of street urchins, and they had shaved his head because of lice. He never spoke, and all of his dialogue was written on his nightshirt. And so this was the era when a lot of people said, comic strips are a way to fame and fortune. And for a while it was. Comic strip artists like Chick Young and Chester Gould, who did Dick Tracy, and Harold Gray, who did Annie, or Milton Caniff from Ohio, who did Terry and the Pirates, and Steve Canyon. They were they were famous celebrities. They were on the radio. They were in magazines. They were interviewed. They were as well known as as some radio and movie stars of their era. And he toiled around trying to figure out which comic strip would hit. He had some successes with things that were sort of minor that never really
totally caught on with the public until he stumbled upon Blondie. And this is the core cast of Blondie. It's the third longest running comic strip in newspapers today after. Um, you're too fast for me, Alan. The Gasoline Alley is interesting because the characters age in real time. So Skeezix, who was a baby in 1920-ish, is now 100 years old or so. But this is our core cast of Blondie, Blondie and Dagwood Bumstead, and their two children, Alexander and their daughter Cookie, and the dog Daisy. This is pretty much the entire cast, other than Dagwood's boss and Blondie and Dagwood's neighbors, the Woodleys. In recent years, in the last couple of years, last 2 years, they've tried to sort of expand the cast a little bit, but there's not really much characterization with these characters. Their characters are set in stone and have not really evolved. The children started out as babies and grew up to be teenagers, and they kind of froze there. And they don't really have any real distinguishing characteristics other than the fact that they are typical American teens of whatever decade you happen to be reading the strip in. The one concession to sort of modern world is that now they're using cell phones and they're on laptops and they have iPads and that kind of stuff. But the jokes have not really changed that much. So what is and how they sort of entered the popular culture. And I was sort of depressed when a lot of younger people who I talked to, nieces and nephews and things, they weren't familiar with the Dagwood sandwich. I thought that had sort of infiltrated the culture, but maybe that time is gone. Does anybody remember the Dagwood sandwich? Okay, that was he would pile up all this kind of various food and stuff his mouth with it, kind of raiding the refrigerator at midnight. But what makes them comics class conscious couple? It's the first several years of the strip. The strip started in 1930, just about a year, almost exactly a year after the Great Depression began in October of 1939. And this was the era of the melodramatic strip, the adventure strip, the continuing serial lie strip. There were some humor strips. They weren't as prevalent as they are now. And the basic setup of the strip was going to be that Blondie Boopadoop, that's her maiden name, was a sort of typical flighty 1920s flapper. And she lived with her very young mother. Her mother was almost more like a sister to her. The mother only appeared pretty much in the Sunday strips, and she sort of took over that for a while. And Blondie um, was being pursued by Dagwood Bumstead, who was the son of a billionaire railroad magnate, J. Bowling Bumstead. And by the time we meet them in the very first strip, Blondie and Dagwood are a couple. He introduces her to the parents on the first strip, um, and basically what the storylines are. They're continuing storylines, not like they are today. Basically, starting around 1934, 35, they went to the gag a day strip. Every day was a different joke. But for the first few years, it was a serialized strip. And the basic premise of every storyline that they did was that Dagwood wants to marry Blondie. She wants him because she's a little bit of a gold digger. She's got a good heart, but she's looking for some money too, and she does have affection for him. But the main conflict from the strip comes from the fact that his parents strongly disapprove of her. The constant refrain is she is not of our social class. She is not up to snuff. We disapprove of her. Her mother, sorry, Dagwood's mother looked something like out of a Marx Brothers movie. She's kind of like a Margaret Dumont type. She's got a little monocle or a little whatever they call that, all the glasses up to her nose. And Dagwood's father looked almost exactly like his boss, Mr. Dithers, who entered the strip several years later. And they're constantly being put together and pulled apart. The father and the mother want to pay Blondie off, go away, so we never see you again. They're trying to constantly introduce Dagwood to eligible young girls who they approve of, who belong to his social set. Um, and he's constantly drifting back to Blondie. There is no sense of these people as really working for their money. Dagwood is kind of a playboy type character. He doesn't go to work. He basically goes to parties and to cotillions, and Blondie shows up with him. And a lot of the early jokes are that she's kind of a little bit rough around the edges, that she doesn't quite understand some of the social graces. The strip is really focused on her. The strip is called Blondie. If you've been reading it all these years, she became the supporting character. Dagwood came to take over the strip as the years went by. Here we go. So this is sort of a typical panel here where he says he's on the phone. No, mother, I refuse to come to your party unless Blondie is invited too. But my guests will all be there. Will be the very cream of society. Blondie will disgrace us. And that worked for a while. But what Chick Young started to realize is after a somewhat successful launch of Blondie in the comics, newspapers started to drop the strip, and it really wasn't catching on. There were some other strips that had featured uh, sort of pretty young women, kind of like Blondie, but they were more working girls. There was Tilly the Toiler, and there was Winnie Winkle, and these were sort of plucky young girls who were in their late teens, early 20s, who were helping their family and rising, trying to find a job. And Blondie really didn't do any of that. She was just sort of a fashion plate. And the letters that they received from the syndicate and people who were interested in buying or not buying the strip was that these characters were no longer relatable. That there wasn't anything funny about these flighty rich people when people who are reading the paper that day are suffering through the Great Depression. The 25 or more percent unemployment for whites and practically double that for African Americans. What's interesting is a couple of years later, this is 1930, 31, 32 in there. Just a couple of years later, that's when the rise of the screwball comedy came, where you started to see movies like My Man Godfrey and some of those things that were making fun of those rich, silly people in penthouses. The people who were going to the movies liked to laugh at these elite buffoons, but in the newspaper, it really wasn't quite working. Um, Oh, and so this is an example of one of the, this is probably the classic screwball comedy. I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with My Man Godfrey, but basically it's been remade a couple of times, starring Carol Lombard and William Powell, who had been married. I don't know if they were married at this time. She later went on and married Clark Gable. Um, but this rich family goes on a scavenger hunt. They sort of have this New York party. They live in the penthouse and they go on a scavenger hunt. And one of the gets that they have to get is find like a common man. And so they find this guy literally in a dump, a hobo, and they transform him into their butler, kind of as a lark. And they later learn lessons from it. That was all well and good. That was sort of, you could sort of see them playing a version of Blondie and Dagwood at the time. The role slightly reversed, but for the sake of the newspapers, it wasn't working. They tried almost. Oh, this is some of the slides that I have about the facts about the Depression. In 1930, the U.S. economy was on the verge of the Great Depression. Unemployment rose dramatically. 1 in 4 workers were unemployed in 1932. Consumers cut spending by 10% in the first half of 1930, and consumer prices fell. Wholesale prices plummeted. And so characters dressed in evening gowns and tuxedos just seemed out of range. And so what happened is they decided we have to save this strip somehow. And what they did was uh, Dagwood goes on a hunger strike. He declares his love for Blondie, and I am not going to eat. And this went on for weeks, probably 4 or 5 weeks that this went on. And it became somewhat of a minor sensation in the press. You know, they built it up, and people started to see if Blondie and Dagwood are gonna make a go of it. And so at the very, I'll be done in just a second. Teachers talk too much. Uh, at the very last moment, on February 17th, just before February 17th, 1933, Dagwood's parents agreed to yes, we will let you marry Blondie. However, you are disinherited immediately. And so Blondie and Dagwood are thrust into the middle class. And what happens there is that they become the typical middle class couple. And any reference to their past, his billions and his fortune, it is completely forgotten. That is all gone away. And what happens is they become the typical American middle class couple, and the strip starts to rise in popularity. And just to wrap it up, um, what Chick Young and his son basically said in the years since is that they eventually they had a baby and the dogs, and they have a middle class life. But if you read any Blondie strip, they basically fall into one of four joke patterns. The themes of Blondie are marriage, children, eating, eating, sleeping, and going to work. That is it. And over the years, this set the pattern. Um, the only other sort of concession to economics in recent decades was in the early 1990s. Blondie decided to get a job, and she started her own catering company. And so I talk too much, but what I'll do is, if anybody's interested, I'll be glad to answer some questions afterwards. So thank you for your time. If you have a chance, please read Blondie. You won't laugh, but maybe you'll learn a little bit more maybe you'll appreciate it a little bit more. So thank you for your time. 15 minutes of my draft. Oh, and I don't know how to turn myself on my slides off.
Okay. They're one giant slide, so just
Oh, okay. So,
click over.
oh, there we go. I see. I do the space bar. Okay, that's actually probably a little bit better. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this over here because I went and I cut through some of this, because if I were to go slowly, it would actually probably be about a half an hour. But I'm going to go and give you the 15-minute tour, so it would take about 15 minutes. By the way, do I need this mic or anything? Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, I will actually go and use my teacher voice. If you cannot, just kind of do this, and I'll think you're the Fonz going A, and there it is. Of course, like that joke, of course, like no one gets anymore. Anyways, so I'm dealing with romance comics and airline stewardesses, and people are probably going, "What? What? Why should I be interested in that?" Airline stewardesses in the 1960s are absolutely fascinating. There's some really cool things that go and occur, both from unionization standpoints, from what they had to go through, and how they're depicted in comics. And so that's kind of my jumping off point here. So here we go. The overview, we're going to have 5 different ways that we're going to go and talk about this. We're going to talk about what led me to do this. I'm going to actually come up with a typology of class roles, which sounds absolutely nauseating, but I promise it will be fun. We're also going to talk about the class adjacent character. We'll then also talk specifically about Bonnie Taylor, who is the romantically thwarted airline stewardess, and then class resistance in the cabin. So there we go. Special thanks to all of these groups and people, especially the people at the end. Joel Mensa literally helped me get the malware off of my computer as I was trying to get a read through the serialized adventures of Bonnie Taylor. I did not realize that even if you don't download a comic, you still can go and get you can still go and get malware. And the people at the very bottom were actually very helpful
in me actually getting my glasses so I can actually get a rental car so I could actually come here. But that is another story. So here we go. Class roles, problem, and solution. So I've been here to the ClassCon. This is my third time, and one of the problems that I've been having is like, how do you go and talk about class and related to comics? Because it can sometimes feel like you're going and grasping jello. And so what I actually did is I said, well, one solution to this is to create what I'm calling the typology of class roles. I get that. And so there's three kind of basic ways that characters can operate. They can stay within their own class. Characters can comment or judge or be desirous of another class, and a character who is actually moving between two different classes. And again, I can't go through all of this. If you're interested in this information, just go and email me. I'd be more than willing to go and actually share what I have. For this first category, the only thing I wanted to go and point out, which is I think kind of a cool thing, is I divide the spirit of one's class, which is kind of like that character that is, yes, they are typically middle class or upper class or working class. We also can then have the shadow of one's class, where they embody the negative traits of a class. And I can think of a few examples, but we don't have time for them. Also here, characters who go and discuss other classes. I'm going to skip over that, but I wanted to go and have this one. Characters who move between classes. People are upwardly mobile and downwardly mobile. But then there's also the class adjacent character. And that is a really fascinating one because it's a character of one's class who has a regular contact with members of another class, giving them the potential to move into that class if they desire it and circumstances allow. So we kind of flip here. So I am set. Okay, there we go. So here we go to class adjacent character. And so they're often found within a serving capacity to the higher classes, and as a result they have access to the higher classes, and theoretically they can actually go and jump into those classes by virtue of the fact that they are close enough to that class if they actually have the ability to do so. And so some of the ways that that can happen is through either through marriage or becoming a girlfriend, boyfriend of someone from a higher class, or becoming a trusted companion, confidant of someone from a higher class. And I wanted to go and focus in on two people. Besides Bonnie Taylor, we have Alfred the Butler from Batman. And let me kind of flip through this. This is without the doubt one of my favorite pictures of Alfred. And it comes from a website called Knight's Model. And what's fascinating about this is that it's going to be billing like scale models of various people in the Batman universe, but they beautifully summarize everything that you ever wanted to know about Alfred. So he's a counselor, he's a protector, he is indispensable, he's a great advisor, he's a close friend, he's a moral anchor. He also relieves Batman of his cultural burdens, heals his wounds, and prevents other people from realizing his secret identity. And I've just gone out. Oh.
Your attention, please. The time is now 7 p.m. Jerome Library will close at 8 p.m. Thank you.
Forgot. Yep, it just went to black. Maybe because it hit at 7.
I'm worried that that might be the case. Would you like to keep going and I will figure this out? Or
Well, I had a few people who were actually online to go and see this.
Do you know where John is? John?
You have your Batman costume.
Yes, and if Alfred the Butler is here, maybe he can actually help out.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's still on, right?
Yeah, the computer's still on.
And the display.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And hopefully we can get back on.
Yeah.
These librarian gets strict.
Right?
I know. It's like, yeah, we actually had the library police coming in.
You hear my stuff?
We're gonna have a paper on the librarians.
I don't think they're gonna turn on.
I don't like this.
I'll go ask.
Okay.
I know, or yours.
That's okay. That's Woodman's top, I think. Yeah, that's where I am. What a way to go. I know, right? That's right. That's very appropriate. I think it's, I would bet it's probably, yeah, or.
It is a John question. Also, mine is like incredibly dependent on PowerPoint. I mean, to the
Yeah, I
point where
know.
it's like you really need to see it. Okay.
No, not on this. I don't know if there's a remote. There are remotes here. Let's see what.
Oh, God, how did you do that? Where is it? Okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We'll just start pressing buttons. Couldn't even find a button to press.
Yes. No. When she made that announcement, she went, they must.
I do. Yeah, I know. I think is John talking here?
Okay.
Oh, hey.
There it is. Yay. Okay.
It's on the wrong input.
Okay. There we go. So let me just restart things. Okay. There's always something fun. Okay, so part 3, Bonnie Taylor, the erotically frustrated class adjacent. By the way, what she's saying here, she was never this direct within the comics, and that's actually part of the reason why she doesn't really get a man. I mean, she just kind of is a little bit more on the quiet side. But again, we'll continue. For a basic overview of romance comics. They were basically created by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby. This is my favorite photo of the two because every other photo they are so freaking serious, and here it's like, yes, these are young comics creators. They are in the prime of their lives. They're enjoying themselves, and so romance comics number 1 is over there. So there's some of the original artwork they created. That was the first comic that they created in 1948. By 1949, there were 22 publishers who were publishing 118 different romance comics for a total of 1,000 stories. That's a hell of a lot of comics, and that's just for 1 year. The heyday of the romance comics lasted until 1955. Again, with the rise of the Comics Code and all of the other things. Again, we don't have time to go through all that wonderful fun stuff. So we get to Bonnie Taylor herself. She has serialized adventures from issue 126 to 138 for a total of 13 different adventures. And for her, her appearance was part of an industry-wide movement to have serialized romantic adventures. It first started with nurses and interns and doctors and having comics about them, and then soon went into other areas. Now, she is an international airline stewardess. We don't quite know exactly for which airline. Her uniform looks like she's either from Pan Am or Delta. And I'm just going to say Pan Am because I think that's actually kind of cool. And she flies to exotic locations, mostly in Europe, but also to Mexico and to Egypt.
And she, oh, of course, always falls in love, but there's always something that goes and interferes. It's either another woman or circumstances do not go and line up. So we slip over here. So we have the adventure of the jet set for airlines stewardesses. Part of the reason why I was interested in doing this is I wanted to really dive deeper into their history. There's a lot of fascinating stuff here because they were very tightly regulated. They were part of an elite workforce. They had to have strict standards. There were certain height, weight limits. They could not wear glasses. They also couldn't be married. They couldn't also have children. Um, and also they had to be of a certain age. By the time you hit 32, you would be fired. So it was kind of a limited run job. They also had to be very smart and educated as well. For most of these stewardesses that had some college background or even a college degree, there were a few that were actually going and getting their graduate degrees, and they were also airline stewardesses. And then also, they needed to go and speak a foreign language if you were a Pan Am pilot. And the reason for that is because when they were making all of their announcements, they would do it in English and in the language where they were going towards. So if you were going and flying to Holland, they would go and speak Dutch. If they were flying into Frankfurt, they would speak German, and onward it goes. And they also went to a very elaborate training school, which was one part charm school, one part customer service camp, and one part finishing school. I mean, they basically would teach people this is how you need to look. You need to work your hair up this way. This is how you put up your makeup, etc., and etc. and so forth. So finally, we get into air travel in the 1960s. I won't go through a lot of this, but suffice to say that air travel during that time was part of the rich and elite clientele that they would have. And I saw an ad in Cook's Fly the World that said that the baseline fare to go from New York City to London in 1964 for Pan Am was $350. And if you put that into inflation calculator in $25, that's $3,602. Which is funny because I went online and said, okay, how much would Delta cost to do that? And it was, I think, for a basic economy cabin, it was like 1,700. So again, you had to have some considerable amount of money in order to go and be here. And because of that fact, there kind of was an expectation that, stewardesses could maybe find a romantic interest there. Who knows? So there we go. So we have the basic romances of Bonnie Taylor. I'm not going to go through this all that much. Suffice to say that she's always falling in love, and there's something that goes wrong. And the people that she falls in love with are up there in terms of social economic status. She falls in love with two movie stars, rising business executives, international newspaper reporters, a GI headed on assignment, and at least one lawyer. So again, she's kind of up there in terms of what she's doing. So here we go. We get class resistance in the cabin. This, of course, is not an airline stewardess. It is Betty Davis, but I couldn't go and resist having her in. So in closing, airline stewardesses were one of the first women in the workplace to demand a more equitable working conditions. And basically, because their working conditions were so incredibly terrible, and Wolfhard goes on to go and say that you had to maintain your weight because any pilot or manager could put you on a scale at any time. If you're a few pounds over, you would not be able to go and fly. And again, I've also hinted at this. If you got married, you were fired. If you got pregnant, you were fired. And then when you turn 32, they would give you a birthday card and then go and fire you. So I think that's always intriguing that this is where they were some of the first women to go and unionize within the workplace. And so we're going to put our trays back into their upright positions. We're about to land. And so in this presentation, we've seen the following. We've talked about the typology of the class roles. We've talked about one of the class roles, the class adjacent, and that Alfred the Butler and Bonnie Taylor fit into that. We also then go and see more about how she operates as a class adjacent character because of her role as an airline stewardess, and that airline stewardesses were grounds for actually changing how women operate in the workforce. So again, thank you for flying with me today. Come back again. Okay.
There was a little turbulence at the beginning.
There was a little turbulence. Thank you. Well said.
Yes, it is I, Garrett. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Garrett Sheriff, in case you didn't know. I'm an instructor here at BGSU, and it is my pleasure to work with you today to talk about Isekai. And the title of my presentation is I was overworked at my office job, so I'll present Isekai in another world, implying that this is my other world, and at one point I was an overworked office worker. So, imagine, if you will, that you are an overworked office worker. You've worked 6 days a week, 40 plus hours each day. Well, not each day, sorry, but 40 plus hours plus 10 hours overtime weekly. And you've been just absolutely stressed out of your mind. You're walking home to your car and you're crossing the street. And as you do so, oh, there was this one. As you do so, you end up like this. Poor Cucumber Man, squashed by truck. Beautiful. And as your consciousness fades, you regretfully think about your life and how you've been mostly just working as an overworked office bee for as long as you could for the benefit of your corporate masters. But then your consciousness begins to fade back in. And suddenly, you awaken to a rocky journey through another world, a fantasy world of swords and sorcery, and you are presented by, or another person across from you says, "Ah, you're finally awake." And you've suddenly found yourself reborn or transported into another world of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. And that, my friends, is an introduction to what an isekai is. Pretty generic isekai. You suddenly find yourself transported into another world, and tragically, or perhaps not so, you die. And now you are in a new place where you can actually exert some of your newfound freedoms. And I actually did a couple of animations for all of my slides, which I realize is a bit too, it takes too long to go through. But finding their origin in Japanese light novels and then eventually being adapted into manga and anime series galore, to the point where almost every season of anime, about 3 or 4 a year, ends up having at least one of these. Isekai have become kind of notorious as a genre, and are fundamentally not something that are completely foreign to us. Kind of directly translated as another world, isekai are very interesting but also kind of engaging series. And to us, we might also be very familiar with the concept of suddenly being transported to another world and another society in general with, say, for instance, Mark Twain's Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, or even Alice in Wonderland. And the genre itself has inspired a new form of novel called the Lit RPG, or the literature or role-playing game, wherein it is a novel that focuses mostly on the mechanical benefits of a video game. But to kind of move us forward a little bit, much like other forms of popular culture that focus on kind of romanticizing a bucolic rural lifestyle, such as cottagecore, the aesthetic wherein you romanticize living in a rural environment and generating self-sustainable infrastructure for yourself and others around you, and building a community. The isekai is a kind of form of extreme escapism in which, in order to actually engage with an escape from corporate capitalist society, which we can't really envision any other way, you have to die first, or otherwise be whisked away to a fantasy world. And this is something that I think is really important to hone in on with our studies of class and our studies of genres and escapism as a whole. And this is a good example of this. That time that I got reincarnated as a slime, wherein a corporate 40-year-old virgin of an office worker is stabbed in the street and is reborn as a little bitty slime that can consume pretty much anything. They're kind of overly exaggerated. It's great. So, some of the more exceptional conventions that of the isekai makes them a very highly customizable format, so people can actually write all sorts of stories with them. But they mostly take away or build off of genres that are very popular in Japanese anime already, such as virtual reality gaming anime, where people go into a virtual reality, massively multiplayer online game, or stories of Japanese Western fantasy, such as Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest, in video games of that nature. But some of those other conventions include overly descriptive, insanely long titles, such as That Time I Was Reincarnated as a Slime, as well as protagonists who are from modern day Japan and are transported, reincarnated, or otherwise transferred from their world to a new one, which is usually feudal or medieval Western fantasy, as seen through Japanese cultural lenses, and is usually filled with monsters and magic. At the same time, they usually do contain some form of video game like mechanic, such as leveling systems, classes, jobs, or skills, which can provide benefits in the new world. Or even sometimes the economic systems themselves are engineered around them. And oftentimes, the protagonist receives an easily abused or underutilized, overpowered ability called a cheat skill, which gives them a lot of leeway in their new world, either by granting them some form of prestige or power that allows them to very easily protect or safeguard their newfound free lifestyle. But one important thing about a lot of isekais is that the protagonist usually retains some of their knowledge from our world. So some of their baseline education, some of our understandings of history, economics, and business management. So these usually come into play in allowing the protagonist to exploit their usually at least a little bit underdeveloped economic systems of these feudal societies. So overall, what makes the isekai kind of a bucolic rural fantasy focusing on agriculture and self-sustainability and freedom of choice. One is first and foremost that it's a complete removal from our modern world that's completely oppressed by corporate systems, and instead it is more oppressive in the sense that you have a very clear ruling class. You go back to monarchies and duchies and nobility. And on top of that, the economy itself is often feudal and is based on an actual material that is really easy to identify the worth of, such as gold or other precious metals. Crystals, magical items such as that are usually used. So, as well as this, communities that the protagonists come into contact with are usually close knit, communal, and the protagonist has this unique ability to actually contribute personally to their communities, which in their previous life they found difficult to do because they were barely living their own lives. They were just a worker bee in a crowd of worker bees and were unable to move forward from there. But most importantly, self-sufficiency is paramount. You essentially come into a world that might makes right, but you are also very much the protagonist is very much motivated to sustain themselves and to live a life freely from the oppressions that they previously faced. Usually, this is in a frontier environment where they can actually grow the economic system or engage with a growing economic system. And this also means that there's ample job opportunities because, along with monsters and other problems that that feudal societies face, you also can just do average Joe jobs for anybody that comes across and asks for help. And the adventuring occupation becomes something that's actually viable. Um, Dangerous monsters, beasts, or rival countries make exploration, fighting, or hunting a very lucrative venture. And this allows you to basically sustain yourself in this new place relatively easily, which itself means that the protagonist can actually develop their skills in a way that they find healthy, kind of incorporating work life into the everyday and balancing it as they see fit, alongside having the privilege of being able to actually engage with the society around them. And as such, it becomes a lot easier for protagonists to use their skills to create their own business, whether it's a pharmacy or becoming a merchant. They have the ability to do these things which they couldn't do in our world, that we feel that we can't do in our world. Um, or on top of that, they can build their own communities, or in some cases, gain control of them. And in a lot of ways, the isekai acts as a power fantasy. I mean, obviously, they get access to a really powerful ability, cheat skill, whatever possible ability they can get. But at the same time, and oftentimes it's a masculine power fantasy because most of them are harem anime where they surround themselves with attractive anime women. But there's also that the protagonists, due to their education, can exploit and use their skills and knowledge to their own benefit. By exploiting the economic systems, they can think about things like what products this society does not have that we have that are a lot easier to make with our knowledge, such as shampoo, soap, or other highly lucrative items in order to basically game the system as they see fit. But they can also make themselves have an easier time with their living conditions because their cheat skills allow them to have an easier go of monster hunting or exploring or adventuring or any of these other things. On top of that, most of the time, especially if they are reborn into this new world, they are often reborn into the ruling class themselves, but usually not in a way that makes them in line for the succession. So they are reborn, usually maybe as like the second son of a noble or the seventh son of a noble, and are frequently at least given the freedom to act as they please because they don't have to worry about the being a ruling member eventually, or they're some part of the nobility that's long forgotten or something like that. So taking away the pressure. Usually, the video game mechanics also allow them to grow exponentially in power, and it can also allow them to become so powerful that they become a force to be reckoned with by the ruling class, and therefore given a certain amount of freedom because they are seen as a person of interest that can establish and grow the entire kingdom as a whole. And I've already discussed that one. So some of the examples that I have for this that I really enjoy, Ascendance of a Bookworm is a really good example because it's all about a girl who was just on her first day of becoming a librarian, dies and is reborn as a sickly young girl in a poverty medieval Western world. And her entire goal for the most of the series is how can I develop the technology needed to make books and make books affordable? And that's just a great one. The other one is saving 80,000 gold in another world for my retirement, which is a different type of isekai because the cheat skill for this protagonist is she can move between our world and a fantasy one. So she can game the system by essentially using whatever she can get a hold of on our world and selling it for a profit in the other one. Usually in material wealth such as gold, which means that she can make a lot of money really quickly. I would be kind of remiss if I didn't actually discuss a variant of this called the reverse isekai, which is essentially just an isekai where a very powerful entity in another world, and you can probably read this at a later point, is spontaneously transported to our world, but they lose most of their powers and all of their prestige that they get from being an entity of great renown, and instead have to live in our world at the lowest level of poverty because they don't have any marketable skills that are necessary to live in a capitalist modern Japanese society. So they end up having to work as service workers and ultimately very often underpaid service workers on the very fringes of society. And this allows us to explore kind of a different format of the isekai so that we can actually see how all of this culminates together to showcase class disparity. The Devil is a Part-Timer is one good one there, and some of my favorite ones to look at. The Great Shahi is one where the Devil's second in command gets transported and can't make her way without working. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is one where the isekai individual is a dragon from a fantasy world and is transported as a maid or becomes a maid willingly. And the last one is Saint Young Men, which is Jesus and Buddha being transported into our world willingly on a vacation and are can use their powers and have to deal with being underpaid, poor-stricken people. And with that, I'm done. I know I went over a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to do it? Does anybody have any questions? I'm gonna be counting enough. Are you guys gonna be at pizza? Oh, okay. Because if you do have talking points, I think we got, I think, okay. We all, we're married?
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Before they kick us out of the lodge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta. This happens every time. We gotta vacate pretty quick. I think. But thank you all so much. Please come to the pizza party. And of course, we'll see you all in the morning. Thank you again so much for the volunteers.
Read them, they're in flight for the.
Oh, literally, that was it.
You know how to turn this on? What happens since it got turned off?
And then Haley
Yes.
because
Like,
it's great. And I am gonna close all this down though. Like physically, like I damn it, wait, no.
TV's on, but it was.
Close. This is okay.
We're actually broadcasting from laptop.
We gotta hit like a certain button.
No idea. Do I want to save changes to this file? No idea.
I tried to turn on those TVs, which but I don't think you need to.
That's for Zoom.
Right.
Stop sharing. If you want.
Is this Zoom?
Yes, this is for Zoom, and then we're gonna have to stop streaming. Here. You'll not be able to reconnect. Your stream will stop and you won't experience TS.